Hey, guess what time it is? Compilation time. This time around, the compilation is about the crazy, creepy things that happen in the deep woods. So pop in those headphones, close your eyes, and kick back. For the next several hours, these scary stories are going to be your best friend. If you have a scary story about the unexplained of your own, send it to me at darkstories.org. And check out eeriecast.com for more scary shows. Now, let's begin. Warning. The following story contains depictions of implied violence against pets. Dogman attacks home. From Cyanotic. I'd like to start by saying I don't really know what I saw those years ago. These events happened sometime in the past, and memories can change. However, some aspects are clearer in my mind than others. I worry that my mind filled in the gaps of the events that happened those years ago. Nevertheless, this is the story of what happened during a winter of my youth. I lived in western Michigan, not too far from Lake Michigan, and in a deeply rural town. Fewer than 2,000 people reside in my hometown, and I lived some 20 minutes away from civilization. While there were few people, there were miles of rolling farmland and untamed forests that surrounded us, giving my father ample room to indulge his favorite hobby of hunting. I was never too interested in hunting myself. I felt it insulting to the majestic deer who lived on our property, and frankly unfair whenever guns were involved. This was just one of the many differences between my father and I. Still, he did his best to involve me in his hobbies. That's how, despite hours of protesting, I was dragged into the woods with him and up a tree after school. Wearing full camo and holding his rifle and binoculars, my father scanned the surrounding woods and fields for any sign of activity. I, on the other hand, was swaddled in a blanket and in a horribly uncomfortable lawn chair, not at all enjoying myself. While I loved the woods, and still do, I just wasn't interested in that evening's activities. I originally started scanning the path which we came from, wondering if I could see our home tucked past all those trees. "Son, stop squirming. Everything in the woods can hear you," my father said gruffly. I huffed in annoyance but listened, opening my book, trying to get comfortable. It was later in the year and the afternoon sun quickly turned to dusk. I'd lost track of time and only began to pay attention to my surroundings when I was going to complain to my dad that it was becoming too dark to read. Looking up, I realized he had fallen asleep. I was first filled with annoyance that I'd been brought to these cold, dark woods for my father's entertainment, only to have him fall asleep on me. But then a sudden mischievous curiosity overtook me. Binoculars, a rifle, among other treasures, were in front of me. My father's tools, which I was told never to touch, were within arm's length, and for the taking. The gun was too intimidating. The binoculars, however, were too tempting to pass up on. These were high-powered and very expensive pieces of equipment, but I snatched them up and turned to see if I could finally see my house with their help. I searched through the countless tree branches and was about to give up when I saw movement. It was low to the ground, some dark brown furred animal that was shaking violently. I couldn't make out many details, and even though I saw antlers, it seemed unlike a deer. Deer were usually pretty calm and very distinguishable. I couldn't begin to guess what I was looking at, though I eventually noticed it was two things. One of them was dead, and another not so much. I quickly guessed that I was looking at two distinct creatures, one a long-dead deer carcass, and some other animal that seemed to be dragging it through the woods. I have a habit of talking too much, and this came to bite me when I muttered, "What is that?" under my breath. The thing stopped moving suddenly. My heart skipped a beat as I kept looking at it. There's no way that thing had heard me. It was so far away. Yet I saw those long ears perk up, and it turned to show its face. It was a canine thing. Long snout that tapered into a dark nose, sharp yellowish teeth that jutted out at awkward angles, and the most peculiar eyes. While it seemed to not have hair or have very short hair around its face, the part that stuck out to me were the eyes. They were a deep amber color, unnaturally illuminated in the low light, and they seemed too aware to belong to an animal. Even though I had absolutely no idea what I was looking at, it deeply unsettled me. Some voice in my head, even as a child, screamed that this was not natural. And yet, I was transfixed. I kept staring at it. Eventually, the creature stood still. Then it turned to look up. I locked eyes, or binoculars, with this thing. It cocked its head slightly, and I was mesmerized by its cold gaze. With an unnatural grace, the hunched figure began to unfold itself, and I watched with disbelief as this canine entity began to stand on 2 feet. It was very tall, though how tall exactly I couldn't say. It was thin too. It looked emaciated, as I remember seeing rib bones through a thin-haired patch on its sides. The legs were bent at an awkward angle, and given how the creature hunched and held onto a tree trunk, I guessed that while it could stand up, it was one of the many unnatural aspects of the creature. I remember it was strange, and I dare to say it had hands. The paws were unnaturally shaped with these spindly fingers that jutted out and ended with long claws. The worst part of the whole event was just the sense of understanding. I had a primal feeling that this creature knew I was up in the trees looking at it, that it understood completely what was going on, and that it and I both knew it could come get me whenever it wanted. This sense of overwhelming dread eventually led my shaking hands to drop my father's binoculars. The sharp noise shook the quiet woods as the glass of the binocular frames broke below. That one sound seemed to set off a chain reaction. I began to violently shake and started shouting for my dad to wake up. "Dad, Dad, something's out there. We need to go home," I begged. To his credit, he quickly woke up and took control of the situation. I explained what I saw and pointed to the general direction it was in. He reached for his binoculars, and I sheepishly motioned to the ground. "Sorry." He scoffed and looked down the hill that happened to lead towards our home. The seconds dragged by slowly until he finally looked down at me. "It must have been a coyote. Whatever it was, it isn't there now." "Dad, it wasn't a coyote. I saw it." "You spooked yourself and nothing more," he said, cutting me off. He looked around the surrounding woods and rubbed some of the sleep out of his eyes. "Look, it's been long enough. Let's head back. Mom must be worried sick." "Dad, what if it's still out there?" I demanded, stepping away from the trapdoor that led towards the exit and the dangerous woods. "Just stop. Nothing's going to hurt you. Besides, I'll keep you safe," he said, motioning to his rifle. "Now, let's get home." There was no more pleading I could do, so I begrudgingly gave in. He went down the ladder first, and I quickly followed. I saw him shake his head when he saw the binoculars, and he picked up his ruined gear, beginning the walk back home. For me, it was an excruciating walk, and though my father tried making small talk, I was too worried. I scanned the trees and jumped at every sound. Thankfully, nothing stopped us, and we made it home safely. My father explained the events to my mother, and they both teased me for having an overactive imagination. I said nothing, and just thought over the brief encounter. Over the few weeks that went by between the first encounter and my second, I began to believe that I was just seeing things. My father never saw evidence of anything when he went on various other hunts, and I pushed the thoughts away. Eventually, I forgot about the incident, although its eyes always bothered me. Even after the fact, they always felt a little too human. Some weeks later, however, I would get another encounter with this thing, and that encounter would permanently change how I saw the previous events and the world around me. It was nearing Christmas, and we were no longer in school. My father was begrudgingly taking time from work to be with the family, and all was well. I remember that night it was particularly bright out, and sometime after dinner, our dogs began to act strange. We had a basset hound and a lab mix at the time, and both began to circle the outermost edges of the home, occasionally whining. At first, we thought it was a bit odd, but still charming seeing them gazing out the window, one a head taller than the other. After a couple of hours of this behavior, it went from cute to concerning. My mom and dad debated calling a vet, but eventually they ruled that it could wait until the morning. My father, the avid hunter, was excited to see if there was maybe a stray animal outside, so he took his rifle with him when he took the dogs outside to use the bathroom. I remember hearing some commotion, but I was honestly too engrossed in whatever video game I was playing at the time to care. Eventually, my father returned with our lab mix, Millie, but our basset, Walter, was nowhere to be found. This wasn't too unusual. The dogs had plenty of space to roam out here, and would sometimes run off for hours. Their earlier behavior seemed to trouble my dad. "Mills never left my side," he said, pointing to our lab. "Walter just bolted, though." My mother and father tried calling for our missing dog, but to no avail. And eventually, we started to get ready for bed. It wasn't too cold just yet, and they figured he'd turn up sometime soon. Millie, however, became increasingly nervous. She continued to patrol the paths she was walking earlier in the day, though now she quickly crossed from window to window, as if trying to see everything at once. She wouldn't stop, and eventually my parents put her in their room, and we parted ways for the night. My room faced the dirt drive that eventually met with the road, and as such our porch was outside it. There were large windows in my room, and thick drapes that managed to keep the porch light out, yet you could see if something, usually bugs, passed underneath the lights. So as I settled into bed, I remember hearing strange sounds, like howling out in the distance that reminded me of the yowling noises coyotes would make. Still, it was fairly standard for Michigan nights. However, Molly began making this awful whining noise. It was so loud, I could hear it from my parents' bedroom on the other side of the house. Even though she eventually went silent, I went to check up on her and my parents, now worried for my dog. I don't remember what we talked about, but some time passed in my parents' room, and my mother led me back to my bed. I was watching the ground, very nearly asleep, while my mom prattled about this or that, until she suddenly stopped. Her hand gripped my shoulder tightly, and I looked up to ask her what was wrong. She just kept staring at the window, my window. Through the thick drapes, I could see a figure standing on our porch. It seemed to be trying to hide itself, tucked in the corner of the porch, yet its silhouette was plain for us to see. For a moment, it just stood there, until it seemed to lurch forward from a standing position to a crawl as it moved out of the window's borders. I immediately remembered that thing in the woods. I began to speak, but my mother shushed me with a finger to her mouth. She dragged me back to my parents' room. "Lee, something is outside of Keith's room," she said, voice clipped and still holding onto my shoulder. "What?" "Something or someone is outside Keith's room," she repeated. My father, who was originally smiling as if we were playing a prank on him, immediately sensed how serious she was. He nodded and went for the door. "Dial 911, but don't call unless something happens," he said. "I'm going to check it out." Then he quickly left the room. We just stood there. My mom finally let go of me and patted her pockets. "Dang it, I left my phone out in the kitchen," she said, her voice shaking. I was really young and didn't know what to do. I just stood there in the center of my parents' room waiting. You could hear my father slowly making his way through the house, and the creak of what I assumed to be the gun cabinet opening. After what felt like ages, he finally came back, slowly opening the door. "Susan, I don't see anything," he began, when suddenly a booming, shaking sound filled the house. It sounded like something was trying to rip open our front door. These loud and irregular beating sounds filled the room, and my mom took me towards the floor with her. My father began to shout, "I've got a gun! This is private property!" But the banging didn't stop. It seemed to get almost more frequent. My mom was shaking while she held me. My father looked down. "Susan, call the cops!" "I left my phone in the other room," she said, panic in her voice. My father cursed and flung the door open. Our home was an open floor plan, so I could see the front door from my parents' room. There was a large figure standing on the other side of the glass, its massive bulk nearly filling the entire upper window on the door. Our firewood stove was near the front door, so the light from it and our porch light behind it helped keep the figure in darkness. My father marched towards the door, raising his gun. My mother suddenly ran into the kitchen and got her phone. I stood there alone in the room. I heard my mother frantically calling 911 while my dad approached the door and eventually fired. Even through the bashing at the front door and the shrill cries of my mother, the gunshot echoed in the house. There was a loud groaning noise from the other side of the door, then the figure quickly left. I stood frozen, just watching the whole event unfold. "Susan, let's get in the basement and wait for the cops there," my dad yelled, keeping his eyes on the front door. I heard my mother giving our address and saw her walk towards me. She grabbed me by the elbow and looked past me towards the back of the bedroom and the windows. I remember her screaming in my ear and dragging us towards the basement. I never got to see what it was that made her scream. As we raced down the stairs, my mother shakily finished her conversation with the operator. "There are bears outside, please send help. They're trying to get in." I remember my mother and I huddled in a corner, and my father keeping a trained eye and his rifle pointed at the door to the basement. The rest seems a blur. In hindsight, I don't handle stress very well. I just remember sitting there with my family for quite some time until eventually the police came. They spoke with my mother and father, and my father walked with them outside. I wasn't allowed to go with them out of the house, but the next day I remember seeing the damage to the door. There were these long gash marks all across the wood, and it seemed to be bowed in a strange way. My father thinks we're lucky. The heat from the wood stove warped the frame of the door so much that we hadn't been able to open it in years. We always used the back door. The police agreed that something that determined probably would have made its way inside had it not been for the extra support. They never found anything outside that night. They made comments about strange markings on the ground, but snow began to fall. I remember walking around the house the next day. Our family friends were there seeing the damage. I only heard snippets of the conversation between my parents and their friends. Bear was brought up frequently, though no one could agree. Walter, our basset hound, was considered missing for a couple of weeks. Eventually, said family friends found him. I was told he drowned, and they wouldn't say anything else on the matter. To this day, I don't know what really happened. I asked my mother about the event years later and only got a grim smile and some deflecting conversation. I know she would rather put everything behind us and pretend it could never happen. Sometimes, I wish I could too. Caudejo, Black Shuck, or Demon. From Devil Dog 4200. When I was roughly 6 or 7 years old, up until I was 9, my family lived in a single-wide 1940s model trailer in the boonies. The trailer had an open 5-acre yard with southeast Georgia woods surrounding it. Every day after school, my brother and I would spend the day until dark playing outside with toy guns or bicycles. We mostly stayed out of trouble as long as we weren't in the house during the day and back inside before dark. The first experience I can remember clear enough to recall, I had just gotten out of the shower. I'm 23 now and I believe I was 7 back then, but my memory is hazy. When I opened the shower curtain, I saw a blur rush by the doorway of the bathroom into my parents' room. I just brushed it off as our dog, since it was lower to the ground. But when I left the bathroom and turned toward my room, it felt as though something rushed close up behind me. When I turned around, there was nothing there. Skip ahead to the winter of that year. Things began to progress. At various times, I would get the feeling of being watched, or I would hear unintelligible whispers. My sister felt it as well. These small occurrences went on for a few months. From there, it began to rapidly get worse. One day during summer, it all changed from small whispers and feelings to full apparitions and poltergeist activity. For most of the day, nothing much happened until after dark. I just got my shower. Funny how these things repeat. Instead of a blur by the door, there was a loud bang on the wall from my parents' room. I assumed maybe something fell, so I got dressed and started to leave the room. As I turned into the hall with my back turned to my parents' room, I heard a deep, slow inhale. Almost like someone was breathing in a really good smelling candle. It stopped me in my tracks, and I didn't dare move. The next thing I heard sent me sprinting to my mother in the living room in sheer panic. A deep voice groaned.
"The young, the tender."
The following night, I was lying in bed trying to sleep when the usual whispers began. Only this time, there were way more than just a couple of voices. I opened my eyes, and there were these humanoid shadows just kind of floating all over the walls and ceiling. They didn't emanate any bad feelings, but rather a feeling of safety and comfort. I watched these strange shadow figures for at least an hour before they faded away. Once the last one was gone, the atmosphere around immediately changed. It became difficult to breathe. The air seemed to breed fear, and unease filled the room. I heard shuffling coming from my parents' room. It was like a combination of claws from a dog's paws on a hardwood floor and goat hooves. As these sounds started to make their way down the hall, I completely covered myself under my blankets up to my eyes. These footsteps continued up to my doorway, then abruptly stopped. For seconds that felt like hours, there was dead silence, until I heard that familiar deep inhale. My entire body was petrified. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could do nothing. After a few moments of listening to this thing's breathing, I noticed the shadow figures began to appear, but they all had white circles where the eyes should have been. As I watched the figures, I noticed movement outside the doorway. When I looked, there was a canine head moving down the hall. It stopped halfway past my doorway and lingered there. This thing was mostly canine-looking, almost like solid black Doberman, only its head, while on all fours, reached the light switch. I now know that light switch was a little over 4 feet off the ground. On its head were a pair of horns like a mountain goat or ram, curling back behind its ears and ending at its jawline. The beast suddenly turned, stood up on its hind legs leaning towards my room, and stared at me with eyes like embers in a fire. As it started to lean into my room, I could hear its breathing quicken, and I could see its maw start dripping with drool. Once it breached the threshold of my room, the shadow figures began to gather closer around the beast. This seemed to anger it, and it backed off, remaining in the hallway just staring at me. That thing and the shadow figures remained until the sun began to shine through the trees outside. This would happen every night around the same time. The thing would never physically attack me, and eventually I grew to believe it couldn't. We moved out of that trailer in December of 2009. A couple of months before that, I learned that it could in fact touch me if it wanted to. I was sitting in my parents' room while my mom was folding and putting away my dad's laundry. I had an old carry-around CD player with my earbuds in, listening to 3 Days Grace. Once my mom finished, she went to my grandparents' house for something that I can't remember. I remained there, sitting on the edge of my parents' bed, jamming to my music. I noticed it felt as if the mattress behind me was sinking down and going back up. Being used to things like this happening, I ignored it. The movement behind me continued until it was on either side of me. Suddenly, I felt a breath on the top of my head as my CD player was ripped from my hands and smashed on the floor. Before I could react, I heard a deep, guttural growl. Then I was pushed hard into the wall towards the doorway. To clarify any confusion on the doorway and why we didn't close the doors, it was because there were no rooms inside the trailer with a door. I rushed outside and waited for my mom to get back, shaking and pouring tears. She figured whatever I was listening to had scared me, and that I had tripped and smashed my CD player. That maybe I heard the growl because I scared the dog, even though he was outside when this incident occurred. Later that night, she found deep scratches in my back and assumed it was the dog. Unfortunately, they refused to believe me, so my dad got rid of the dog when he came home. Once we moved out, all of these occurrences abruptly halted, save for some whispers and things being moved, but nothing more than that. I never saw the entities again. However, when you walked by the trailer as it was on my grandparents' property, you could sometimes make out a canine figure through one of the windows or hear strange sounds from inside, but I never saw it outside the trailer. Since then, I've served a 4-year term in the Marines. When I got out and returned home, I learned that my family tore down and buried the old trailer. Every now and then, I or my brother have noticed or glimpsed that same figure stalking the tree line or following us on the property from a distance, as if biding its time, looking for the opportune moment to make its move. I've never been able to find out what this thing or the shadow figures were. My brother claims it looks like how some cadejos are described, but I haven't found any with horns, and I believe they followed tired travelers. I lean towards a black shuck or demonic entity. As far as the shadow figures, I have no clue. If any of you know anything about these things, or can find anything out about them, don't hesitate to let me know. Torment, from Airborne Sapper. What I'm about to tell you still chills me to my core to this very day. I am a soldier in the United States Army, and I'm from Eustis, Maine. I've had a few creepy and just eerie encounters with an unknown creature. It started back in 2014 when I was a freshman in high school. It was a cold October night. My older brother Richie and I had just left the local haunted hayride at a campground near our house. We were walking back at 9 p.m. at night, and mind you, we live on top of a ridge about 1.5 miles from where we were at the moment. After walking for a little while, we reached our road. It was hard to miss. It sat next to a chapel and 2 graveyards. The road itself was tar and turned to dirt at the top of the ridge. There were no lights on this road except the bright moonlight. We crossed the road and began our long trek up the ridge. Personally, I enjoy nature. It's very comforting to me listening to the birds and the squirrels and the music of wildlife. But that night was different. We were about halfway up the hill when everything just went dead quiet. A large chill ran up my spine, and the hair on my arms and neck stood up on end. Richie, on the other hand, wasn't really bothered by it. I don't know if it was bravery or stupidity. I kept walking until I heard a large branch in the surrounding woods snap. I can still hear it to this day. When I heard it, I jumped a little bit, but I couldn't see much of anything. There was just this all-consuming void of darkness looking back at me, as if it was going to swallow me up. As my brother and I pressed on, I couldn't help but notice that it sounded like something was keeping pace with us in the woods. I didn't dare stop. I knew Richie wasn't going to. He didn't really care about me, him being the older brother. When we got to the dirt portion, I couldn't hear anything anymore. Whatever it was seemed to be gone. And my brother and I finally made it home. My next encounter didn't happen until 3 years later, around late December in 2017. Richie, our friend Johnny, and I had just finished a fire department meeting. It was around 10:45 at night, and we decided to drive down to the lake. We were joking around, having fun. Those two were smoking cigarettes. Then we all started making noises, intending them to be Bigfoot mating calls just to have fun. But then, out of nowhere, something just came crashing through the woods towards us. Johnny threw me in the back seat of the truck, and my brother got in the driver's seat. We peeled out of there as fast as we could, without crashing the truck. My final encounter didn't happen until mid-November of 2018, during deer season. Every time I talk about this one, I still tear up. I had just left my house. It was high noon, and I was armed with a 30-30 lever-action rifle and a knife on my hip. I walked up behind my neighbor's house on an ATV trail. Around this time, it's usually dead quiet, as the woods are just full of hunters. I was tracking down a pair of deer. I was close behind as the prints were still fresh in the mud. I followed them up behind my neighbor's hunting cabin. Eventually, I came up to a big holler, and I caught sight of the pack. There was no wind, no noise, nothing at all. I'd gotten a good vantage point behind a tall birch to look at the deer. Then all of them froze and looked up in the direction where I just came from, and they took off like something had them. I looked over where they were looking before, but the forest was too thick for me to see much of anything. I was about to continue tracking when I heard something that was scarred right into my memory. I heard this terrible scream. It didn't sound human, but it was certainly big. It sounded at least 70 meters away. I was shaken, and I tried to get out of there as quiet and quick as I could. Not 30 seconds later, I heard the scream again, but it was much closer. Too close for comfort. So I said screw it, and I took off as fast as I could. There was a dirt road about 50 meters away that led back to my house, so I got to it, and I didn't stop until I got back to my house. I didn't hear it behind me giving chase or anything. I think it just wanted me out of there. After that, I never went to that spot again. I spoke of the encounter to my mother. She said it was probably just a deer or something. It's 2022 now, and just a couple of weeks ago, I talked about it with my wife. She believed it could be a skinwalker or a wendigo. I think it could be a wendigo. I live on Native American lands. To this day, I research cryptids in hopes that I'll find what it is and how to kill it. Something lives near my home. From Anonymous. I live in Tooele, Utah. Many of the people who know me know that I love to visit the mountains by myself. Well, I'm not really by myself, though, because I always take my Cocker Spaniel Dax with me. Our house faces east, and there are mountains there and to the south of us. I've always wanted to visit the ones in the east, but my parents have said no. It's a miracle I was able to convince them to let me visit the ones in the south. I've been to those mountains many times before, so whenever I go, I know my way around pretty well. I have certain landmarks, you see, such as a pine tree I call the Christmas tree, or that one deer trail in particular that I always take, or the meadow full of yellow flowers I once found. Either way, I know my directions, so I never get lost. Except on one occasion. It was the last time I ever visited those mountains. I left the house that day, thinking I was going for a walk. I live in the middle of a nice modern neighborhood. I was walking around the place when I saw the mountains in the distance. I wanted to go to them so badly. I asked my mom in a text if I could go, and she responded by telling me that I basically had 2 hours. I was overjoyed. The place I live has a lot of fields near it, and then of course all those mountains. In front of the mountains east of my home, there is a field called Angel's Grove. Running south alongside that field is a dirt road that leads to one of the richest places in Tooele, Cassidy Lane. On Cassidy Lane, right before the last huge house, there's some sort of mechanical shed. This has a short gravel road that leads to it, and directly behind the shed, the mountains start. I was determined to have as much time as possible in those mountains, so I ran all the way up the long dirt road to Cassidy Lane. When I eventually reached the mechanical shed, I was out of breath and exhausted. So was my dog, Dax. We climbed steadily up that hill behind the shed and started walking left alongside the hill, toward the east. When we had gotten all the way around the first hill, we were facing south. Now, if you were to look directly at the mountains I was in at the time, the ones directly south of my house, all you would see would be the first few hills. These hills are minuscule compared to the hills in the east, but not small enough to see behind them. But behind those hills are many smaller ones, so when Dax and I got around the first one, we had many to climb over. We climbed over several hills and saw all the landmarks as usual. There are plenty of cougars in the mountains near my home, so I was on edge. The very first time I went into the mountains, I saw a 2-day-old cougar print. Every so often, I would stop and listen, making sure nothing bad was there. To top it all off, I've heard a lot of horror stories, so naturally I'm pretty paranoid. I would stop and listen every 5 minutes or so. During one of these times, my dog was starting to look alert. This put me even more on edge, so I bent down and I asked Dax what he saw. He didn't really acknowledge me and kept staring at one spot in the trees. I was starting to get creeped out. All of a sudden, there was a flash of brown fur. My first instinct was grab my drop-point knife. I named it Buck when I first got it, and face whatever jumped out at me. My hand flew down to my sheath, but before I could take out the knife, I saw what animal it was. There were actually 2. They were muley bucks. They looked more scared than I had been, considering they probably didn't expect to see a person out here in the mountains this far. I yelled and scared them off, because I was angry at the deer for giving me such a scare. I was then suddenly filled with curiosity of what I would find if I went over to where the bucks had been. So I reassured Dax and we walked forward to where the deer had bedded down. It was a small clearing of sorts, the size of a large bathroom or walk-in closet. Naturally, there was a lot of deer scat and pressed down grass, right where the deer had been laying. Dax was sniffing around, and then I saw bones. Now, when you go in the mountains like this, you have to expect some bones. Carnivores have to eat too. The largest bone I saw was approximately 7 inches long, so whatever this animal was must have been relatively small, maybe a fawn. I looked around a bit more, then took Dax and continued my walk south uphill. Dax and I had been walking for a little while when I saw something a bit out of place. Up ahead, towards the east, there was a big, thick stick standing straight up by its lonesome. Thinking this odd, I walked up to it. The ground it was on was a dirt mound, like the sort a burrowing animal would make, or perhaps the mound of a newly dug grave. It looked like the stick had been put there on purpose. I tried pulling it out, but it wouldn't budge. This made me think of the sword in the stone, so I pulled once more and it wiggled a bit. Other than that, I couldn't get it to move much. So I gave up, took a picture, and trudged on. By this time, I was farther up in the mountains than I'd ever been before. This was territory I'd never seen, and I was loving it. I loved the feeling of seeing something new that possibly no one else had seen before. I was thinking about this when a thought occurred to me. There are a lot of homeless people in Tooele because they're forced out of Salt Lake. They come to live on the city streets and some even in the mountains. This is well known where I live. There's actually a different field near my house that has about 5 homeless residents in its trees. I visit there only during the day because there's proof that they come at night. I've seen an open pretzel bag there that wasn't there before, new blankets, a different latrine, and more things added to their stash. I was thinking about this and remembered that the same time I saw that cougar print, I also saw a very well-designed hobo hut overlooking the city. They live in the mountains out here too, and since I'm a teenage girl, I am unfortunately very vulnerable. I put two and two together, and figured the stick I'd seen was probably some sort of marker or landmark for a homeless person. I merely shuddered at the thought, but kept on going south away from home. I checked the time on my phone. I gauged that I had about 40 minutes left until I had to turn around, so I picked up the pace. Eventually, I came to yet another clearing, except this one was a little bigger than the last. I took about a full minute to stand completely still and just listen. As I listened, I looked around. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant, metallic light caught my eye. What the heck? I thought. I walked over to the thing that was flashing on the ground. When I came to it, I realized what it was. It was a circuit of sorts. I couldn't tell you what type, as technology is not my strong suit. It was about 5 inches across and 5 inches up and down, making it up to be a square. There were batteries on it that looked like dimes, different colored wires, the works. I picked it up and examined it, but couldn't learn anything more about it. Once again, I figured it was one of the belongings of a homeless person. I set it back down where I found it and kept on walking. Later on, I found two more disturbing things. One, an open cardboard box that had some sort of squishy substance in a plastic bag, and two, a trail of small bones that went on for a while. Some unfortunate animal had been dragged by some carnivore and lost some of its bones along the way, I guess. This one seemed to also be a fawn by the size of the bones. I checked the time on my phone again and resolved that it was time to turn back. All of a sudden, I stopped dead in my tracks. I heard a wailing sound from far away behind me in the southeast. I turned about in every direction but didn't see anything weird. I was scared because the sound was extremely unnatural. It was wavering and warbling. It went from one note down to another, then right back up to the same note. It repeated this over and over, and it was so quick. If you listen to a violin and hear the vibrato, it was just like that, except longer. I turned around again. The area I was in was a huge coniferous forest, so I could not see the sun at all. I was in pure shadow. If I couldn't see where the sun was in the sky, I could not as easily tell which direction was which. I was walking in the direction I thought was north, but then I second-guessed myself. I began to look around in doubt. I've never ever been lost in the mountains, but that day I was. I turned to what I thought was south and began to go in that direction. After about 100 steps, I decided not to go that way. It didn't feel right. Come to think of it, no way felt right. I sat down on a rock resignedly and tried to think logically, to think straight. I was, in truth, quite afraid. I was on edge and very jumpy at that point. I very much was lost. I surveyed the trees above, trying to decide if I could climb any of them to see which direction the city was. I saw one that looked easy enough, so I tied Dax off on a sturdy branch, patted his head, and began to climb. Unfortunately, I was only able to climb approximately 15 feet before my arms couldn't reach the branches. I reluctantly climbed back down the tree. I went over to where Dax was tied off and sat on the same rock. Even if I did know the way home, I would have gotten back 3 hours late. I tried calling people several times, but I had absolutely no service. Nada, zilch, nine. I thought through my options carefully and deliberately. I concluded that the best thing to do was try going home one more time, and if I didn't find the way, I would simply have to stay the night. The thought of staying the night in these woods, with all the homeless junkies, and with all the scary stories I've heard, terrified me to the bone. My last search for home was my most desperate. but I didn't find my way home that night. By the time I decided to get some rest, it was basically dusk. I thought about how crazy this was. My family was without a doubt worried sick, and probably going frantic, calling the police, making search parties, and researching anything that could go wrong in the mountains. I felt horrible about making them feel that way. Also, sleeping in the woods at night with only my dog, scary people lurking about, and cougars and coyotes and snakes, and my ever-present omniphobia was just nuts. I get it extremely bad in the mountains. The ever-present dread of evil lurking. I eventually had to deal with the tedious task of finding a secure place to spend the night. I looked everywhere. I looked for a cave that was vacant, or a den of sorts, and I even tried to build a temporary shelter. I always knew I was good at working with my hands, but I never thought that I could be bad at making a simple lean-to. I tried to build a fire, but everything was damp, and I was stupid enough to forget matches and a lighter. You idiot, I thought. I eventually found an enormous tree, near the one I tried to climb, that had a wide enough skirt that I could sleep under it and become invisible. Almost. I had settled down on the cold dirt ground, using my jacket as a blanket and snuggling Dax to keep us both warm. That's when I heard something. It was a low rumble, but then it grew louder and louder, and I realized it was the sound of Dax growling. I felt his chest vibrating under my hand. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, I thought. I whispered quietly, "What is it, boy?" He was staring somewhere into the trees, outside the one we were sleeping under. He proceeded to bark and howl. I shushed him and held his mouth shut, so as not to alert anything that we were there, whatever it was. Dax continued to make loud sounds from under my hands, too loud for my comfort. So I petted him and kissed his now dirty head, and I told him it was all right. Secretly, I trusted his intuition better than my own, and mine was making me very nervous. He continued to stare out into the trees ahead. I looked into the direction he was looking, but since it was nearly pitch black, except for the light of the moon, I couldn't see anything. Then an awful thought occurred to me. What if there's a person out there? Or a cougar? Or something? I immediately took out my knife, buck, and quietly set up. I scooted back to the trunk of the tree, taking Dax with me, so nothing could sneak up behind us. I knew that cougars could sleep in trees, and that they would be asleep by now, but I still looked above me just to make sure nothing was there. Dax continued to howl, and I was getting mad. I scolded him and told him to be quiet. He whined a bit, but finally obeyed. Slowly, I opened the backpack to take out my flashlight. I turned it on, and I pointed it in all directions. But still, I didn't see any sign of anything bad at all. But then I was petrified. I heard something in the distance, something loud. This was like nothing I'd ever heard before, like the warbling sound, and it made my blood run straight cold. My head swiveled around. The sound was like a shriek of something awful. I could not put my finger on what it was, but I was scared out of my mind. The sound was still in the far distance, but I could tell that it was loud. I was terrified even more than I'd ever been. My hands were shaking as I shone my flashlight everywhere once more. Slowly I got up, tugging on Dax's leash and sprinting over to the tree I climbed earlier. The leaves and rocks I trod on sounded louder than before. It was lucky I brought Dax with his harness on, otherwise he would have been choked by his collar as I climbed up the tree while holding on to him. I wrapped my left arm around his chest, telling him it was all right, firmly placing my backpack on my back, and I began to climb. One foot after the other, one hand, one breath. Unfortunately, I'm not as strong as I'd like to be, and by the time I was about 10 feet in the air, my arms were shaking violently. 5 more feet, I whispered to myself. Just 5 more feet and I'd be safe enough for the night. Dax was beginning to slip, so I made the trip as fast as I could. Eventually, I made it to the spot I wanted to be at. It was a huge, thick branch, I pulled Dax onto my lap, and I sat with my back against the tree. I knew there was no hope for sleep that night, so I kept my flashlight out, just in case the situation got worse, if it possibly could. I checked my phone very rarely, so as to conserve its battery. After a while, my phone read 1:15 a.m. I sighed and held Dax tighter. He was beginning to slip a little. He had dozed off a while back, and now he was snoring full force. I wondered what my family was doing right now, and I wonder if they'd told my friends I was missing yet. I wondered what I would say when I got back. You got yourself into this situation, you idiot, so you'll just have to tough it out until morning, I told myself. I knew I would make it back. There was no room for doubt. When the sun rose, I would be able to tell which direction I was in. Then I would head north as early as possible. Now I'd been thinking quite a bit to keep myself from dozing off and falling out of the tree, but then I heard something, the sound of leaves rustling. I sat straight up, already alert. I didn't hear anything else, and I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I'm used to this because I have to deal with my mind doing that quite often. I leaned back again with my back against the tree trunk. I closed my eyes and sighed. Then the noise came again, a rustle in the leaves. This time, I sat up slowly, so I could hear if the noise happened again, and it did. By the pattern of the sound, the thing that was down there was walking on 4 legs. This was not a person. At the moment, I was worried it could be a cougar or coyote, maybe a fox or bobcat, but this sounded heavier. Then the sound stopped. I held my breath for as long as I could. When I did finally breathe again, it was so quiet, not even a fly could have breathed louder. There was something down there, I thought. It was dangerously close to my tree. After what felt like ages, I heard the rustling again. It was so quiet, I really had to strain my ears. But something was down there, I was sure of it. I assumed that all my moving around had awakened Dax, because he was beginning to stir. He moved around a bit, but then he fell right back to sleep. That was a good thing, because he would have noticed something was off and would start making a lot of noise. I stayed there, sitting up in that tree, my eyes wide open, for who knows how long, but it felt like hours and probably was. Finally, I began to see signs that the sun would soon be showing first light. I checked my phone, 6:21 a.m. I was grateful that I would have light soon, but the wait was nearly unbearable. I figured I could climb out of the tree a minute or two before I actually saw any light. I thought that whatever had made those sounds in the night was gone. I was so wrong. I was just about to wake Dax up when I heard the most horrifying thing yet. To this day, I can still remember exactly how it sounded. It was so much worse than the mysterious shrieks I'd heard before in the night. There was a sing-song voice from below. I tensed up, and my eyes flew wide open. I knew where that sound was coming from. It was coming from directly beneath my tree. I didn't dare move, or breathe, or do anything. All I could do at that moment was sit still and listen to see if whatever it was spoke again. Maybe it had something to do with basic survival instincts. Moving my head to see under the tree was not safe, nor was answering the call, obviously. So all I could do was sit. Hello? Came the call again. I was absolutely petrified. The sound was evil in and of itself. It sounded like whatever was down there had 3 sets of vocal cords, like there was more than one of them speaking. Its voice was unnaturally high at the same time. It sounded masculine, if whatever it was even had a gender. As slowly as I could, I deliberately inched my hand toward my hip, where my knife was sheathed. I quietly unbuttoned it and gently pulled it out. It was still dark, even though it would be light soon. I slowly drew my knife up to me and held it as tight as I possibly could.
Hey, you,
came the evil voice from below.
I know you're up there.
The creature seemed to have an issue with stuttering. It said the last part in a sick voice as if to rub it in my face that I was doomed. I was starting to get more angry than scared. I hated, loathed whatever was down there for trying to torment me. I resolved that if whatever it was tried to speak to me again, I would threaten to take away its miserable life. Surely enough, the call came again.
You should come down to me.
I was furious. I could feel my face heating up with fear, and I knew that answering this thing could not do any good. But I wanted to do everything in my power to get rid of it. I'm not coming down, I said, my voice trembling, and I swear that if you try to make me, I'll kill you. Don't even think about it. That voice was the voice I used when I was most angry with my siblings, or at least I was trying to make it that way. It was supposed to sound dangerously quiet and level, like the calm before a storm, but it came out sounding more like a scared teenager's voice, considering that's what I was. I heard laughter coming from below me. It wasn't deep or dark, but high-pitched and mischievous sounding, like that of an evil jester, like Hop Frog, one of Edgar Allan Poe's characters. It seemed to find my attempt to sound intimidating amusing. I knew that getting rid of this thing would be harder than a simple threat. I decided that I would take a peek below me, just to see what the heck was actually down there. I figured it was either a person or some evil being playing a trick on me. Cautiously, I moved my head, inch by inch, like in the Telltale Heart. I felt my heart beat faster. I tilted my head slowly to the right and down. Then I ever so steadily bent it so it was facing downwards. I did all this with my eyes closed. I finally slowly opened them. To this day, I regret that. What I saw was disturbing. That thing was grayish in color and naked. This thing was on all fours for sure, but in a way that was unnatural. It was sort of crab walking. Its ugly belly was face up, and its back was facing down to the earth. Its hideous arms and legs were bent at the most disgusting angles. The elbows on a human are supposed to bend so that the forearms face forward, like if you were to sit on an armchair and put your arm on the armrest. But this thing's arms were bent in the exact opposite direction. They were almost backwards. The same thing was going on with its legs, except once again the opposite. Human legs are supposed to bend in the opposite direction from the arms, as if you were to kneel down, but this thing's legs were bent outward. Hideous. I gasped. I shuddered violently. I looked away. Then came an awful sound, as if the thing were gagging on its own misery. I shut my eyes tight, trying to get the image out of my mind, but it stuck to me like cement. I breathed through my mouth, trying as best as I possibly could to calm myself. I had to think logically. I was stuck in a tree. Dax was sleeping on my lap. I had only my knife. And, not to mention, there was a monster just a short distance beneath me, waiting for me to come down. I tried to think of ways to scare off this fiend when it spoke again.
You should come down to me,
it sneered.
Come down.
I was visibly shaking at this point. I decided to try and scare it off as best I could, so I shouted and screamed at it a good number of obscenities and rude names. But from what I could hear below, it didn't budge. I forced myself to peek down again. I looked, and it was still there, looking right at me. I shuddered and decided I would try to throw something at it. But what? I looked all around the tree and didn't see a thing. But then I looked just above me. There, a small branch that looked easy enough to break off. I reached up and grabbed hold of it. I bent it toward myself slowly, then back up. I twisted it, and it finally came off. I took a deep breath and threatened the thing again. "If you don't leave me alone right now, I'll throw something," I shouted. I looked back in retrospect and realized it was a childish thing to say, but all I could think of was having the being beneath me gone. I heard silence. I thought it was ignoring me, until it said something. I couldn't tell what, though. It was an unintelligible muttering of sorts. It sounded flimmy. Then there was laughter. High-pitched, disgusting laughter. I decided that I should follow through with what I said, so I drew my arm back shakily and blindly chucked the stick down to where that thing was. I imagine I hit it, because I heard the thing shriek, long and loud. I imagined it couldn't have hurt that bad. It was a small stick. Maybe I'd only made it angry. What I heard next nearly made me jump out of my skin. Scratching. I heard the thing scratching at the tree. It seemed to want to climb up to me. And then what? I seriously didn't want to know. That thing never did climb up the tree, though, considering the odd shapes of its appendages. For what was most likely 3 hours, I stayed in that tree, not daring to even breathe too loud. At some point, the scratching went away, and the voice never came back. When I felt brave enough, I climbed down the tree and I ran to where I thought the north was. Luckily, I made it out, and I was able to reunite with my family, who had been desperately looking for me. I told them how I'd gotten lost, and I'd even told them what I encountered, and I think they did believe me, or at least they believed I experienced something traumatic. I later did some research, and now I'm starting to think that what was underneath me in that tree was a Skinwalker. I don't plan on ever going back in those mountains again. It'll take some time until I feel safe hunting without a partner. Always be careful going into the mountains by yourself. Understand the risks. You never know what lurks out there. Mountain Encounter from Micah. I'm 28 years of age, living in the northern part of California. I used to love outdoor activities like hiking, camping, and motorbike riding in the mountains and rocky places. But after this incident, I think it's time for a change. This is my story. One day I decided to go motorbike riding up in the mountains with my 2 good friends Todd and Rachel. The mountain we were going to had a well-established trail, with most folks knowing about it, and a lot of people going there as well. Todd, Rachel, and I packed our stuff and gear and headed out to the mountains. We only packed the stuff that we needed, like first aid, sleeping equipment, food, and water. After we got there, we just parked our car and got our motorbikes gassed up, preparing everything we needed. Rachel was wearing a red getup with a red helmet. Todd was in yellow and I wore orange. We headed out. It was fun, riding up and down the mountain slopes, down hills, and meeting people along the way. Whenever we got hungry or thirsty, we just stopped and chilled for a while, relaxing and enjoying the time we had with each other. After our break, Rachel decided she wanted to go alone, and she would meet us at the turning point up in the mountains. Then she rode off on her bike. It was just me and Todd then. We rode our bikes around, doing a bit of sightseeing here and there. We talked about everything, like how Todd really liked Rachel and was going to ask her out after we were done motorbike riding. I was happy for him, because I already knew he liked Rachel. After that, we headed out to the turning point where Rachel said she was going to be. When we got there, she wasn't there, so we waited for a while. But hours passed, and there was still no sign of her. Whenever people passed by, we asked if they'd seen a girl who drove a motorbike around wearing red. But no one said they saw her. After those hours passed, we started to get worried. We decided to head down the mountain and look for her there. It might take a while, but we would do whatever it took to find her. Rachel was a good friend. We would never leave her out there all alone. We rode slow, yelling her name, asking more and more passersby if they'd seen her. But still, there was no luck. Eventually, it was getting late and dark, so we headed up the mountain. We saw a group of people walking down, so we asked them if they'd seen a girl in red on a bike. An older couple told us that they took a picture with her. Apparently, she had told them she was heading down to the stream for a better look. After hearing that, me and Todd rode our bikes as fast as we could down the mountain to the stream, and we followed it all the way down. We stumbled upon Rachel's motorbike and her backpack. We searched the area nearby, yelling out her name, when all of a sudden, we heard a woman crying and screaming not far from us. We headed towards the noise. We found Rachel. She was crying her eyes out and screaming, covering her face. We ran over to her to comfort her. Rachel was hysterical, shaking and crying. When she did eventually calm down, she looked at us with the biggest wide eyes that a human being could give. We were shocked. We carried her back to the bikes. We were about to drive off with her until we noticed something in the distance. We both looked up and saw a little girl standing next to a big oak tree, turned the other way, facing the woods. We were startled, but we kept an eye on her. Then suddenly, she slowly turned towards us. Scared, we just drove away. Rachel was hospitalized for 2 days. We didn't know what was going to happen to her, but we stood by her side the whole way. Todd, Rachel, and I never went back there again. But Rachel did have her own side to the story. After she left me and Todd, she drove the motorbike uphill to the mountains where the turning point was. She met a lot of people up there. She took pictures and videos with the family members and their loved ones. An old couple she took a picture with asked why she came alone in the mountains, but Rachel explained that she hadn't, that 2 of her friends were here too. After a couple of hours hanging out with this couple going halfway up the mountain, she decided to go sightseeing down the mountain by the stream. She said her goodbyes and left them. When she got to the mountain stream, she followed it all the way down the mountain. There, she took off her backpack and got off the bike. She went around taking more pictures and sightseeing. As she did, she noticed something in the distance. A little girl. She was standing there next to a big oak tree facing towards the woods. Rachel felt worried and afraid that the girl was lost, so she approached the girl. She said to her, "Hey there, do you need some help? Are you lost?" Then the girl began to turn towards Rachel, and as she turned around, Rachel noticed this girl had no face, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, completely blank. Rachel was horrified, not understanding what she just saw, so she covered her face and screamed, saying that when she opened her eyes again, she then saw me and Todd. After hearing her story, I'm glad we've decided not to go back. Something strange in the Massachusetts wilderness. From Anonymous. I live in a semi-rural part of Massachusetts. It was around Christmas time when I wanted to go on a forest walk. It had just snowed out, and it was freezing, so I bundled up and went outside. I walked through the neighborhood until I got to the local park. There's a huge lake there. However, it was frozen over at the time. I brought my phone so I could take photos of the amazing scenery. The trees looked absolutely stunning. It looked like something out of a novel. I was so engrossed in the scenery, I didn't even notice that I'd gone off the trail. When I did realize, I began to panic. I looked around in every direction, but it was all just trees. I started to run south, but my effort was fruitless, as I didn't see anything familiar. I tried calling my mother, but there was no response. I sat down on a large root of a tree, contemplating how to get out of the woods. The forest was lively. Crickets chirping, birds singing. It was all so peaceful. It helped me to calm down again. And I think I fell asleep for a short period. When I woke up, it was dark, and the forest had gone silent. This immediately disturbed me. But what disturbed me more were the footsteps. They were just behind the tree I was sitting under. I trembled, and my heart pounded so hard I thought it would beat right out of my chest. Then I saw it as it came out from behind the tree. A bird-like creature. It was about 6 feet tall. It had a mixture of beige and white feathers. It was a beautiful creature. It sort of chirped at me and cocked its head to the side. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it ran off into the woods at lightning speed, disappearing from my sight. I was both terrified and mesmerized. Luckily for me, my mom had called a search party. They found me passed out with frostbite on multiple parts of my body, and to this day I'm still confused, as dinosaurs should be dead, right? I guess I'll never know what it was I saw that night. The Tennessee Wildman, from John number 97. I was born and raised in East Tennessee, but I'm the furthest thing from a country boy you'll ever meet. I've never, nor will I ever, have interest in hunting, fishing, big trucks, or wearing cowboy boots. I mean no offense, but it just isn't my thing. Being raised in the area, I've heard my fair share of local urban legends, and frankly, I've never put an ounce of thought into them. It just seems like campfire stuff in my opinion. My dad is from East Tennessee, but my mom is from Ohio. My dad got me started on mountain biking whenever I was pretty young, and it quickly became a bit of an addiction of mine. As anyone who lives in East Tennessee knows, we had an unseasonably warm winter, meaning that you could go biking much later in the season than you would usually be able to. On the second week of December, I was ready to go on a Saturday morning ride, but my dad, being the supervisor over several large companies, and my sister frankly having no interest that day, I realized I was going to be flying solo, which wasn't really a big deal. I mean, it's not like it's the first time I've been biking by myself. I pulled up to the parking area of a local state park, and I was going to ride some of the bike/horse trails, as opposed to going to my usual bike park, called Windrock. It was a particularly gloomy day, and honestly a bit muddy, but I wasn't going to let it get in my way, because I knew cold weather was coming, and I wanted to get in one more ride before it got too cold. The state park, which usually has a lot of hikers and even horse riders, was particularly empty that day, so I found a bit of tranquility in that. The trails were certainly nothing too crazy, so I was just taking it easy for once. I began to notice some strange rustling sounds to the left of me, but I wasn't too concerned about it. After all, you always hear some kind of animal in the woods while you're riding, but this was quite a bit louder than that. But I understood there were bears in the area, so if anything, I was just on a bit of a higher guard. As I continued on my gloomy ride, the noises never did stop at any time. After a while, I'd pulled a bit off the trail to stand there and take a bit of a breather and to rehydrate. It was then that I saw something much taller than me, meaning it had to be well over 6 feet tall. It was covered in matted and wet black hair, facial features like nothing I've ever seen in my life, and it was breathing with a snarling growl at the back of its throat. Not knowing what in God's name I was looking at, I slowly slipped everything back into the pack that I had mounted under my seat, and as quickly as I could, I pedaled with all my might. No matter how fast or hard I rode, it kept up with little to no effort. I was quite literally convinced that it was eventually going to make a diving leap at my back, and that would be the end of me. However, after what seemed like over half an hour, I came out of the trail entrance and back into the parking area. I didn't even bother mounting my bike onto the back of my car. Rather, I opened up the trunk lid and just shoved it in, shutting my door and getting the heck out of there. I've recently purchased a road bike, as I no longer know if I'll ever go mountain biking again. At least, not while I live in East Tennessee, anyway. I've always called stories of cryptids and creatures in the woods nonsense, but take it from probably the biggest skeptic you've ever spoken to. These things are real, and you need to be careful. It always wears a mask. From Blossoms and Blazes. I live in New York State. I don't recall what age I was exactly when it began, but I do know it began with me waking suddenly in the night, only to be greeted by a large, solid black figure. No features were visible, just a silhouette. I tried exclaiming, but all that came out was barely a wheeze. I couldn't move for what seemed like an eternity, but it had to have been just a few seconds, a minute at most. Just a little kid, watching as this large black humanoid thing stood before me. When I could finally move, I bolted for my parents' room, not daring to look back, tears stinging my eyes. I charged in, catching my mom off guard, who snapped awake. "Honey, what happened?" she asked, mostly still asleep. I just looked at her. I couldn't say a thing. I didn't want to say anything. I clung onto her, but she got up and brought me back towards my room. I refused to go in until the lights were turned on. She was confused but obliged. I was put to bed and slept with the lights on for a while. Eventually, a year passed by without incident. One night I tried sleeping with my lights off again. Bad choice. A very bad choice. I was met with the same figure. Large, black, featureless. Dread set in, stripping me of my ability to move. Moments passed by. When I could finally move again, I once more darted for my parents' room, heart beating fast, yet I was somewhat calmer than the first time. My mom responded to my panic with a delay this time. Just as before, they sent me back to my room. When I made it back to my doorway alone, I didn't dare to look. I reached a hand into my doorway, tentatively flicking on a light switch right in the doorway, turning on some Christmas lights that my dad had put up as an attempt to make me sleep with my main light off more. But it was gone. The thing was gone. My mom stopped by my room and sat with me a bit. As soon as she left, I turned on my main lamp. My room was at last fully illuminated. I went back to sleep. About 7 years passed without incident after that, until recently. It started up again, but this time it was worse, way worse. I was in my teens then. I began confidently sleeping with my lights off, but not without minor lighting, for about 2 years now, having no issues other than nightmares. But then the summer of 2020 rolled in. My family had used money originally intended for Disney World to buy a camper, which will be important later. One night in the beginning of the summer, after my first year of high school, I woke up from a nightmare, only to be met by more torment. It wore a mask and what seemed to be a black cloak that covered most of its body. The mask seemed to be modeled after a witch, something you might see during Halloween, but with an over-exaggerated nose, a tan color complete with warts, like a stereotypical hag. No features were visible but the mask. The thing gripped me with claw-like hands, aggressively slamming me against my bed. Fury surrounded it. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even see straight. I was helpless, just silently praying it would stop. It must have only been a few seconds, but every second was terrifying. I willed my eyes to shut, and it stopped suddenly. When I opened my eyes again, the thing was gone. So my lights went back on for a few nights. Another month passed by. It was now about August, if I recall correctly. My family and I went on a camping trip at Allegheny State Park to take the new camper on another test run, needing a break from home. Staying home so long had been really rough on my family, having lost both our grandfathers at the beginning of the whole mess. So we set out to enjoy some time camping in a beautiful state park that was also said to have a lot of paranormal activity, which had my mom, my sister, and I rather excited. We've always been fascinated by that stuff. The first day or two had been relaxing, peaceful. This might be important to mention, but my sister and I share a bunk bed in the camper. She has the top bunk and I have the bottom. There's a curtain hanging from the ceiling that veils the entrance for privacy and such. Next to the bunks is the door to the bathroom, and then the way to the main area of the camper, and the master bedroom where my parents sleep is on the other side of the camper. Anyway, it was the second night, if I recall correctly. I had gone to sleep after watching an episode of a collective favorite TV show of my family. I slept for a bit until I was awakened again. I found myself being violently shaken. The thing seemed to have tagged along with us for this trip. I knew it was the same entity, even though it now instead wore a jester mask, complete with bells, black and white. The hands were gloved, black gloves that shook me. I tried yelling for my parents or even my sister. Nothing but a rasp came out. I managed to blink at one point, and once again it stopped. The thing vanished again. I believe when I looked around, the clock read 2-something a.m. I stood from my bed, skittishly exiting my nook, and sitting down on one of the seats by the camper's table. My mother noticed me awake and asked, "What's up?" as she peeked out of the master bedroom. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Just a bad dream," I added, lying, but I didn't care. It wouldn't matter if I told her anyway. I climbed back into my bed, trying to fall back to sleep. I finally did. After that experience, I was safe until winter and late fall, where the experiences resumed once more. But what I don't understand is why those experiences now happen to me monthly. Once every month, since December I think, I get these 2 or 3 identical scratches on my lower torso after having these episodes. My nightmares revolve around a jester mask. It hasn't shaken me since the experience during a camping trip, but I still see it, clad in a jester outfit with ringing bells and a sinister grin. Recently, well, in my second most recent encounter, I didn't directly see the thing. More so just heard the ringing of the bells, once again around 2 a.m. But the jingling of the bells came from an odd location. I could hear those darn bells ringing above my head, like the thing had tried its best to get closer to me, crawling just out of the range of the cross that hangs on my wall. I didn't make a sound. I didn't move. My vision blurred out and went dark. Next thing I knew, it was gone. When I awoke in the morning, I spotted those 3 identical scratches going down my lower torso, fading off. Thin and orderly, too far apart to be from my family cats. It scares me. This now brings me to my most recent experience, which was probably one of the worst of them. This was last month, January 2021. I thought the new year would bring relief, but it seems I was mistaken. Once again, my lights were off, my room illuminated by a small lamp, but that was even in the far corner of my room, casting an eerie blue glow. I was asleep on my stomach facing my wall. I found myself unable to move, awakened by something. The orange glow from a lava lamp I got from my sister was in my sight. I heard a voice. It sounded female, quiet, and seemingly terrified. I don't know if it was one voice or many, but there was something off about it. Maybe it was the quiet echo-like quality of it, but it just wasn't right. I swear I heard it calling for my help, demanding I wake up and face them. "Help me, help me. We're under attack, we're going to die." This wasn't right. I was worried, deeply scared. Deep down I knew I shouldn't move. I should try and pretend I was still sleeping. I shouldn't listen to them. There was something wrong with this on so many levels. But the voice persisted. "Come on, wake up. Why are you just lying there? Help." The voice kept pressing, getting harsher. I knew whatever this voice was coming from wasn't human. I couldn't listen to it. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had listened to it. I forced myself to close my eyes, and the voices stopped. When I opened my eyes again, I looked around. There was no one there. I drifted off to sleep again, and I woke up the next morning. I once again found scratches. Call it a nightmare, call it my imagination, call it insanity, whatever. I could feel those times it shook me or slammed me. It was crystal clear. Believe me or not, that's for you to decide. But if anyone knows what this is or why it's happening to me, please tell me. I just want to know how to make it stop. I've now been praying every night to try and avoid encountering this thing, but sometimes it's to no avail. I'm just glad to finally share this with someone. It's like weight off of my shoulders. If I have another experience, I can share if you want. I guess one isn't even safe in their own bed. Meridian, Texas Skinwalker. From an anonymous on 4chan. I have a recent Skinwalker encounter I'd like to get off my chest. Now, I'm not the best writer, and I've spent some time pre-writing this to ensure the details are all included. I'm going to forewarn you, it's not really that exciting, as no one died, and for that I'm fortunate. I'm 24 years old, and a biologist currently finishing up my PhD at a top Baptist university in Central Texas. I've been in the state for a few years now. However, originally I came from up north. I've made it more than halfway through the program, and I'm finishing up my research projects in preparation to graduate with my PhD. My research focuses on mosquito-borne illnesses, and I intend to utilize my PhD and my research interests as a ticket to direct commission as a medical entomologist for the Army. A lot of my research consists of fieldwork. This includes mosquito larvae collections. As I conduct a lot of fieldwork, I often find myself in remote places, including state and national parks. Over the last few years, I've been collaborating with a former military medical entomologist. The reason I had this encounter was fueled by the collaboration I had with this entomologist. During our collaborative work, I've traveled to mostly every state park in Central Texas. This includes Fort Parker, which is handily located west of the Piney Woods region of Texas. The reason I mention this is that I've heard of other cryptid stories, including skinwalkers in East Texas, and Fort Parker was a few hours from Piney Woods, where another poster had encountered one. I never saw anything weird up to this point, but I believe what I saw was a skinwalker, due to the sheer proximity to the Piney Woods and the short time it would take to get there. Now, that day, I wasn't in the Piney Woods or Fort Parker. Instead, I had traveled to Meridian State Park. Meridian is in central eastern Texas, south of Dallas, and considered the heart of Bosque County. It was around 3 hours from Fort Parker and 4 or 5 from the Piney Woods region. I was tasked with doing some mosquito larvae surveys to see what species were present, and this had become a routine activity, so I thought nothing of it. The park was eerily deserted for a Sunday morning with a few campsites set up and a few park rangers working. I quickly signed in at the ranger station, showing my collection credentials, and was given a parking sticker receipt for my car windshield. The weather was quite good, with a temperature around 74 and partially cloudy skies. I parked my car at one of the parking lots next to the lake, specifically next to Lakeside Campground Premium Shelter 4. I had counted no more than 5 cars, and from memory remember seeing a bunch of Taiwanese tourists. I applied some bug spray. As a biologist, I've learned a lot about mosquito-borne illness, tick-borne illness, and I wouldn't be a happy camper to be on the receiving end of any pathogen. I grabbed my rucksack out of my trunk, as well as my collection gear, which included my larval dipper, strainer, Eppendorf tubes, 50ml conical tubes, etc. Now, I'm usually legally carrying when I go into state parks, due to being from the north originally and having to deal with predators. However, on that day, I chose not to bring my 9mm because it was so humid. My original plan was to hike the Bosque Trail and cross over onto the Shinnery Ridge Trail, sampling any streams I passed. I started out on the Civilian Conservation Corps Bridge and made my way north on the Bosque Trail. It was pretty amazing at first. The forest was alive with insect activity, bird calls, and a slight breeze which rustled the trees. The Bosque Trail at this point crosses over into the smaller Little Forest Junior Trail, which is about 0.8 miles long. I stopped at Wildflower Field, as it was the first time I visited the park, and I wanted to see some of the sights, but the field was mostly dead. The wildflowers had been trampled, withered, and covered in weeds. Reluctantly, I continued along the trail and saw maybe one other person the quarter mile I was on the Junior Trail. He asked what I was doing, and I briefly explained why I was carrying all that gear. We parted ways, and I eventually made it back on the Bosque Trail. After a while, I stopped at B Ledge, which is a rock formation overlooking Lake Meridian. It was an amazing spot, so I decided to take a picture. Now, as I left that ledge, the weird things began to happen. These things would continue to intensify as I went down the trail. A quarter mile from the B ledge, I started to encounter large objects blocking the trail path. Several logs seemed to have been dragged onto the trail. Additionally, fallen trees were spread out along the next quarter-mile stretch. Crossing over them was quite difficult, and there were a lot of them. This continued for several hundred feet until the trail steeply went up the side of the mountain. It seems that at some point the rangers had carved out stone stairs into the rock face. However, they were deteriorated, and at this point, hard to traverse. The trail had a long railing made from what looked to be outdoor power cord. The disrepair continued to intensify as I made my way deeper onto the trail. At the start, the trail markers were shiny metallic rectangles with a blue indicator nailed to trees. However, they soon transitioned into just blue spray paint on the bark. I constantly kept getting lost on the trail. Now, I'm not a person who gets lost easily. I've had a lot of hiking experience and consistently went on collections in various state parks. Upon reaching the first stream, I crouched to unpack my rucksack and started to collect larvae using the dipper. The water wasn't that deep. It wasn't flowing and had become stagnant with a deep brownish color. Using my larval dipper, I collected water and strained it for mosquito larvae. I made several collections and ultimately found several species including Culex pipiens, quinquefasciatus, a very common southern species. After taking my samples, I carefully packed my rucksack to ensure the samples wouldn't be disturbed during transit. From experience, if it's too shaky, they won't be able to float at the water's surface and breathe, ultimately leading to their death. It's much easier to identify an adult mosquito versus a larva, and I didn't want to have to identify 100 dead larvae. As I continued to venture forth, the trail started to get worse and worse. It reached a point where I became teed off, and I thought to myself, why the heck does it look this way? What are the rangers doing out here? I started to take GPS-tagged pictures, which I could pass off to the rangers for trail repair operations. At this point, I doubted that any common person, let alone a weekend hiker, would be able to successfully navigate the trail, and I thought it posed a significant safety risk. Continuing onward down the trail, I reached a dense area of woods. It seemed that out of nowhere, the trail entered a thick brush and stayed in it for a while. The thick brush had minimal undergrowth but darkened the trail due to the thick canopy created by the overlapping trees. Now, I am a religious person, thinking back. I should have realized that darkness ultimately relates to evil, and should have been forewarned of continuing. Entering those dense woods seemed to have transformed everything around me, not physically, but in a sense where it felt different. The bird calls disappeared, the insects were silent, and the trees were not rustling anymore. Slightly alarmed, I continued onward. I was approximately an eighth of the way through the Bosque Trail and had several more streams needed to be collected, which would take several hours. By then, it was 1 p.m. After a while, I felt as if I was being watched, and I started to get very anxious. I'm not a paranoid person, but I had a very strong feeling I was being watched. I usually don't get feelings like this, so when I experience them, it's usually wise to trust them. I scanned the area and didn't see anything, so I continued onward. There was still no noise, so I increased my pace so I could get out of this creepy area quickly. Soon I reached a second stream and decided to sample it. Like the first, the water was dark and stagnant. I unpacked my gear and quickly worked to collect samples. I found a few varied insect larvae, including several mosquito larvae and several dragonfly larvae. I removed the dragonfly larvae as they kill mosquito larvae, and if I had left them all, the mosquitoes would have been dead before I returned to campus. As I was packing up, I started to smell a stagnant copper smell. It's hard to explain, but the best explanation is a mixture of blood, roadkill, and death. I'm having a difficult time writing this next statement, but I'll give it my best go. As a man of science, I've learned a lot about the biology of living creatures. I've been able to extract mosquito blood meals and determine the blood meal host species using mitochondrial DNA. I've gene edited and made transgenic mosquitoes with edited receptors. I believe in a rational explanation for everything, as I've experienced a structured order to nature. At first, I freaked out a little bit internally, but had a strong belief that some armadillo decided to die near the trail, and his decomposing corpse was responsible for the smell. The trail was still in a thick part of brush, so not seeing a corpse wasn't too alarming. I continued down the trail, heading toward the northern bend in the Bosque Trail, which can be seen on the trail map. Upon reaching the northern bend, I stopped for a few seconds. I still felt like I was being followed, but I couldn't smell the stagnant copper anymore. So I partially relaxed, looking at the map, then continued onward, southwestward, down the trail. After a short while, the smell returned. I was far enough from the stream that it would be very unlikely that it wafted this far. This startled and concerned me, as it isn't normal for so many corpses to be near trails, and I've never experienced something like this before. I reached a small bridge and the thick forest started to clear out, where I could see for a short distance between the trees. I stopped for a minute to look at the map on my phone as the trail had sort of dissipated. The bridge had a small stream running underneath it, but I reluctantly still felt awkward, so I didn't sample it. While looking for where the trail continued, I found a large black object standing in my peripheral vision, about 300 feet away. My eyes adjusted to it, and the image focused into what appeared to be a person standing 6 feet tall. However, the face was wrong, and it was covered in fur, not clothing. I looked away for a second and looked back. The object had disappeared. Inside, I was freaking out, but soon I found where the trail started back up, and the object was standing in the opposite direction when I saw it. I noped down the trail and ensured I kept my eyes scanning near where I saw that object. My biggest concern at this point was something was following me, possibly a large animal, and I'd rather not make the 6 o'clock news. While continuing down the trail, the smell still lingered, and I saw it again, still about 300 feet away. This time I noticed that it was some sort of animal. I assumed it was a deer standing on its back feet. I stopped to observe it, and I noticed it was walking on 2 feet, very awkwardly, and the fur seemed to have large missing spots. I knew it wasn't humans, as humans don't walk that way, not even if they're injured. It had a very primal, animalistic walk. I'd blinked and at some point it disappeared. I got really spooked and almost started sprinting down the trail. I covered a mile of harsh terrain in about 5 minutes. I made it to a clearing where I could see across the lake and toward where I'd parked. At this point, I could hear something from the direction I came in. It seemed to be slowly getting louder.
Bill, where'd go? Bill, go you.
My mind pieced together that it was saying, "Bill, where'd you go?" I've no clue who Bill is, and the voice didn't sound human. It was as if an animal's voice box was being forced to pronounce human words. It sounded raspy and primal. This scared the absolute ever-loving crap out of me. I kept a steady pace down the trail. I kept scanning my surroundings and cursing at myself for not bringing my 9mm. The smell intensified, and I'm pretty sure it was following me closely. I made due diligence to ensure I wasn't being outmaneuvered or flanked. Whatever it was hunting me, and I had around 70 pounds of gear on me. Ultimately, I was a slow-moving target. I eventually made it to the eastern campsites marked with a picnic bench on the map and felt a sigh of relief. I'm not sure if these things hunt in open terrain, but I would have a good view of it if it left the tree line. To my surprise, there was an older middle-aged lady camped out there. She had a dog with her, and the dog was going absolutely nuts barking. At first, I thought I spooked the dog, but after looking at it for a while, it was barking at something in the tree line, not me. After a while, it whimpered and ran away from the tree line and toward the lady's tent. She called out his name. Let's say it was Fido because I can't remember it exactly. I gave a distant hello wave and continued to awkwardly run down the trail carrying my gear. It was quite peaceful and quiet for a short distance down the trail, and eventually I reached a road. I felt guilty about how that lady was probably going to get eaten by whatever that was, and I felt fortunate that I escaped. About half an hour later, I stumbled out onto a forest service road. The trail seemed to wind onto the road and just abruptly end. Now, from my recollection, this is the road on the southwestern corner of the map, which parallels the trail. The smell began to come back and I started to panic again. This time I could hear,
"Where, Fido?"
This really freaked me out, because whatever was saying that was mirroring what the lady had said. Now, the trail didn't have a good indicator of where it started back up. I was freaking out as the noise was increasing. I started to head where I thought north was on the road, and eventually I figured out it was the wrong way as it didn't follow the contour of the road on the map. I double-timed it back, finding a park ranger's truck driving down the road towards me. I flagged him down and asked him where the Bosque Trail started back up. To my surprise, the trail actually backs onto the road, where you have to walk down the road following spray-painted dots, and eventually it goes back into the woods. I'm sure the ranger knew what was up, as he was very brief and told me to stay on the trails. I asked him if there were any predators in the woods, which I should worry about. His eyes got real big and he told me to stay on the trails again, not to deviate, and to probably call it a day. He took off speeding down the road, and I awkwardly sprinted southward, eventually finding the trail again. The whole time in the distance, I could hear,
"Where trail back start?"
That thing was mocking me and was stalking me while I talked to the ranger. I hauled tail down the trail and eventually reached a clearing. This clearing being the southern bend of the trail, where it curves off east into a straight line. The area was quite open, almost reminding me of a rice field, as there were swamps on either sides of the trail, and it was elevated on a grass mound 8 feet up and 10 feet wide. I continued in a sprint across the mound and reached the end of the trail where it looped to my car. When I made it to the bend, which led toward where I parked, I stopped and looked back. It was standing on the mound near the forest opening, maybe 200 feet away, just staring at me. It wasn't on 2 legs anymore, it was on all 4s. The face honestly looked like the descriptions I've seen before of skinwalkers. It was sunken in, red dots and black eyes. It also seemed to be smirking. I booked it to my car, threw my ruck in the trunk, and literally didn't stop until I reached my campus. Now, I'm not sure if it's real. I'd packed a good meal, lots of water, and wasn't dehydrated. I'm in good mental health, or as best as I can be in a PhD program. It wasn't a deer, a bear, or anything I've seen before. Since then, I've not wanted to go in the woods, or go collecting, rightfully so, without another person. I'm sorry if this was uneventful, but I really wanted to get it off my chest. Sick people are out there. From Jeremy A. Back in 2018, I had moved my family into a new developing neighborhood. We finally had enough money to put a down payment on a house and move out of the apartment we had been living in for so long. My wife had recently gotten a job, and together, we were able to achieve a comfortable living. At least, only for the first few weeks that we had moved in. I've got 2 boys, one is 11, the other is 13. It's a blessing in disguise when I'm at work and my wife needs help with groceries. Otherwise, they can be troublemakers sometimes. That's beside the point of the story, though. This takes place soon after we had moved in and gotten comfortable in our new home. Our neighborhood was at the stage of development, where they were still clearing forest and making dirt trails all around. By no means was it anywhere near being complete. There was a lot of forested wilderness surrounding our newly made home along with the others on our block. During the evening and on some weekends, there weren't many, if not any, construction workers out and about. That's when I'd usually take some time to go on walks around the forested areas of the neighborhood, with my wife or with the whole family. My 2 kids had been gifted a quad by my wife's parents at the time we had moved. Her side had some money. We figured it would be fine, since we still lived in an underdeveloped area, with not too many neighbors to complain. Additionally, the general area was rural, so there was a lot of places to go, besides inside the neighborhood itself. Obviously, there were ground rules. They were not allowed to ride where construction was taking place, and they had to avoid anywhere that had construction workers doing their jobs. And most importantly, they were not allowed to take off without our knowledge, and they couldn't go very far, maybe a few miles away. I remember one afternoon the 2 boys were at home playing video games. My wife and I had gone out for a stroll in a new area of the neighborhood. We found a small trail some way into the woods that we had begun to follow. We made an effort to go out at least once every other day on a walk or hike to get exercise and stay in shape. Since this was still a new area, we enjoyed finding new places to explore. We had walked a good amount into the woods at this point, a few miles at least. We had continued into the trail until it had kind of broken off and stopped. There was no real designated path to follow now, but we continued in a direction that appeared to be a bit more treaded down than the rest of the landscape. We eventually came to a clearing in the middle of nowhere. No distinct entrance or exit trail from this area. The first thing we picked up on were the huge trash piles scattered around, some of it just random junk piled together, and other stuff grouped in black bags. It wasn't odd at first, but it definitely had no connection to the neighborhood or construction. I'd wondered who put all this stuff here. The first few apparent things I saw here were an old torn-up couch and a toboggan among the scattered piles in their own specific locations. The funny thing was, it was the middle of summer and it was ironic seeing a toboggan in the middle of the woods. It was at this point that I noticed the couch had 2 trash bags sitting on top of it. One was tied while the other one seemed to have been ripped open, forcefully at one point. Nothing seemed to have come out, but I was a little interested to see what was inside. Nothing smelled bad in this area, and the trash all around just seemed to be old household junk, so I figured why not take a peek. Besides, you know the old saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. I walked over with my wife behind me, notably a little skeptical. I pried open the bag a little more. The bag was stuffed with something. It came to the point where I'd made a big enough gap for whatever was inside to start falling out. It was the last thing I expected to come out. A bunch of old dolls. Not your typical Barbie and Ken dolls either. These dolls were vintage. I nearly soiled myself when the bag had begun to pour out with these things. The bag smelled like oldness. I'm not sure how to word it, but you know what I'm talking about. That stale, old odor that often accompanies antiques and relics that you would find deep in the attic of your grandparents' home. My wife began to laugh. Apparently, she was more comfortable with dolls because she had grown up playing with them. I've always had a bit of uneasiness with them. They just creeped me out. We poked around some of the other stuff in the area, but didn't find anything else besides a few select antiques. I was curious to find out how all of this stuff ended up here, but I knew I'd probably never find out. We decided enough was enough and headed back to the neighborhood. As we left the clearing, I could swear I heard the faintest sound, like a child laughing coming from deeper in the woods. I got goosebumps and kind of froze up, asking my wife if she heard that. To which she responded no. We held our stance there a moment longer to see if we'd hear it again, but we didn't. It was one of those sounds that's so faint, it takes a second time hearing it to confirm you actually heard something in the first place. It was a bit unnerving, but I brushed it off. I guess it was just my nerves getting the best of me. It took us about an hour and a half to walk to that clearing and an hour to get back, since we knew our way around this trail a bit better now. We discussed our findings on the way home, my wife continuing to tease me about those stupid dolls. The next few days carried on normally. After those few days, something strange had happened. One night after supper, we had gotten our kids to sleep and began to watch a movie on our own. It was around midnight that we had finally gone up to bed. We'd gotten all settled in to rest, and suddenly, minutes later, out of nowhere, multiple rings of our doorbell made me jump out of my skin. It was like someone was trying to wake us up and scare us. My wife was startled, asking who in the world would be here at this time. Now, my wife wasn't exactly big on surprises, and she scared easily in situations like this. I knew I'd have to go down there and check it out myself. As much as I didn't want to, I forced myself to get out of bed, and first check through the upstairs window to see my driveway. There was nothing there, meaning either the person was still there or had run off. I whispered to my 2 sons across the hallway who had awakened, saying, "Stay in bed." I walked down the stairs with my wife trailing a few feet behind me. I opened the door to be greeted by blackness. There was no one. I went into the closet to grab my pistol and walked out with it in hand, ready for the worst. Still, there was no one out there. It was dead silent with no light illuminating a presence. I said nothing. All I did was walk back inside and tell my wife whoever was out there was gone now. I stayed up the rest of the night while my family slept, just to be cautious. No one came back. The next day was normal, but we were out for most of the day. I had dropped the boys off at a summer camp, and my wife and I went out for the day. We eventually came home to relax for a bit before picking up the boys. After we came to pick them up, we went out to eat. We arrived back in the evening after dark. As we walked up to the front porch, I heard one of my sons exclaim, "Hey Dad, look, a package." My wife and I exchanged confused glances. Neither of us had ordered anything, and we couldn't think of a reason why there was a package out on the front porch. It was dark, and we hadn't installed a front light yet. My son handed me the package, and upon further inspection, I knew something was seriously wrong here. It wasn't a package. It was some sort of really old board game. I brought it inside and set it down on the table. My wife told the 2 boys to go upstairs and said we would be there in a moment. Unsuspecting, they went upstairs, unaware of the bizarreness of the situation. On the box was a label, Atomic Energy Lab. There was a sticker that was placed on the box written in poor handwriting, "For your boys." I opened the box and stuff was missing inside of it. The stuff that was in it, however, was a bunch of old, unfamiliar scientific instruments. I was confused, and I looked it up online. This was no ordinary game. It was old, almost a century. The box was in poor condition, but it was still sturdy enough to hold everything inside of it. Apparently, I found it on some sort of list for banned historical toys on some website. To be exact, the name of this toy or whatever was the Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Laboratory. What kind of sick joke was this? Apparently, there were samples of uranium in this science experiment kit. How could someone possibly have gotten their hands on something this old? And why would they leave it at our front door? We reported it to the police, who took it from us, but couldn't really do much else. The only lead we had was to check out the area where we'd found the dolls, since those looked old too, but the chances of these 2 things being connected just seemed all too distant. Nonetheless, we told them about it, and they checked it out a few days later. We called back for further information. What they told us was probably the most disturbing news I've ever received in my lifetime. The police officer's words went along the lines of, "You're lucky you never stepped foot in that clearing again after that. Me and my team were shocked. Dolls hanging from trees and strewn about the ground. Definitely not how it looked when you guys were there, huh? The dolls on the ground were stomped and dismembered. There was a Ouija board on the ground and a couple bags filled with old animal bones, we discovered. Everything else in the area seemed to have been set on fire with gasoline and turned to rubble. There were no houses anywhere nearby, but further down in the forest we actually found an abandoned house. Did you guys happen to see that?" I was dumbstruck. I remember further down the trail back when I heard the laughter. I had tears in my eyes now. I was in shock. We responded no. He continued on and mentioned how the abandoned house had one unique feature, a doll in each room. We thanked him, and he said he'd place a patrol car in the neighborhood for the next few weeks to help keep our peace of mind. Regardless, we were both very shaken. We did our best to prevent our kids from finding any of this out, and to this day it's worked. We believe it's better to hold off on telling them the truth about all that happened here until they get a bit older. For a while, nothing happened after that. We still decided to move though, a month later. Not far, but about 30 minutes away in an already established neighborhood. The last thing that happened before we left took place in the final week of us living there, while we were preparing to move. Once again at around midnight, someone had rung our doorbell. Only once this time. I hadn't answered it. All my wife and I did was bring our 2 sons to our room to sleep for the night and have the doors locked. The next morning, I got up early to discover one last thing on the doorstep. The head of one of those old dolls. Nothing else. We threw it out and pretended it never happened. I just can't imagine how messed up some people are. Who could it have been, though? It made no sense. Was someone watching us in those woods? Was it a sick neighbor? I'll never be able to say for sure. All I can say is don't go into places that look best to avoid altogether. A lesson I've learned to remember for the rest of my life. As I mentioned before, we did our best to prevent our kids from finding out about any of this, and to this day it has worked. We believe it's better to hold off on telling them the truth about everything that happened there until they're older, so they can handle the truth about how different this world is from their innocent and bulletproof perspective. I can't believe someone would be screwed up enough to try and sabotage 2 kids' childhoods like that. Thankfully, it wasn't the case for us, and for anyone listening. I hope it never ends up that way for your kids. Always be cautious out there, and stay safe. Lights in the Desert, from Skip McGrip 3. As a child and throughout my teenage years, my parents and I would travel to their hometown in a desert valley in Mexico. I know that's a broad description that could mean a lot of different places in Mexico, and that's as much information as I can give about the location. I just think it's important to establish a bit of context for the story. It's a small village. Back then it had about 300 residents max. The people who lived there were largely sheltered from the modern world, with electricity only being scarcely available, and usually only used to draw water from wells by the lucky few who owned electric water pumps, as well as light a few street lamps on the main dirt road that passed through the center of town. Very few people had cars that worked, and of course, those that did work were in rough condition. Women still aren't allowed to drive in that area and the surrounding villages. There's also a loudspeaker in the center of the town that can be heard throughout the valley that is used to make public announcements. It was seldom used, usually only for emergencies. The homes of most of the town residents were quite primitive. The homes were made of adobe, mud bricks, with clay shingles on the roofs, and still are to this day. Only a few could afford concrete, and even then, it was only used to coat the outside of the adobe to extend its life. The houses only had 2 or 3 exterior walls, meaning that half of the dwelling is open air and exposed. There might be a few bedrooms with dividing walls, but the living rooms, dining rooms, and other common areas are not enclosed by walls. This meant that we basically lived outside during our stays, just like everybody else. I think it's because of this constant connection with nature and the elements that I experienced a lot of weird things out there in the desert of Mexico. One night while eating in the town center with my good friend, we were about 12 or 13 at the time, a group of men rode up to our table, which was outside, basically in the road, and offered us both jobs moving cattle. It's not uncommon for kids to accept jobs like this on the spot. In fact, that year my bud and I managed to find work almost every day. We were usually either paid with money or a full meal, and a 6-pack of beer in the evenings. So we finished our food quickly and followed them to the edge of town, where they had horses waiting for us. We mounted up and followed the rest of the men out into the desert. It was a clear night, with enough moonlight to not need any flashlights. Either way, we were strictly told no lights. That area of Mexico is pretty desolate and scarcely populated, so the stars out there were amazing. On our long trek to our destination, we had plenty of time to look upwards and gaze at the stars. Seeing shooting stars every night out there is normal, so we competed to see who could count the most before the night was done. "There goes one of the slow ones," said my friend, in Spanish of course. "What?" I replied, not having the slightest idea of what he meant. He pointed up and said, "Look, right there." His finger moved across the sky. "Oh," I said, understanding now what he was talking about. "It's a satellite." He looked down from the sky and over at me with a confused expression. It turns out he had never heard the Spanish word for satellite and didn't understand what I was talking about. I explained to him as best as I could what satellites were and what we use them for, and how we shoot them into space and how the solar panels sometimes reflect light down to us and so on. It was almost a completely foreign concept to him, and I could tell it was difficult for him to grasp the idea. We rode on in silence for a while with our eyes pointed upward. As I looked at the sky, taking in as much as I could, I saw a star appear out of nowhere. A star literally just turned on in front of me. "Hey, did you see that?" asked my friend, pointing up once again. "Yeah, that was weird," I said. "Keep looking. There's always more," he said, excitedly. So I kept an eye on the new star and its little area of space surrounding it. And sure enough, pop, another one appeared out of the darkness. What could that be? I thought. I tried rationalizing it and tried to make sense of it, but I couldn't. They didn't move or anything, but they were visibly brighter than any of the stars near them. We saw one more appear that night, and as far as I know, they never went out, or turned out, or disappeared. Since that night, I've witnessed a handful of these stars or lights that just appear in the night sky of Mexico, and I've even seen one appear right above the horizon that blinked every now and then. It didn't twinkle and blur like a normal star would. It was a solid on and off. I witnessed this in front of my older brother while we stood on a very tall hill near the edge of town. I told him about it, and he stood up on an old wooden bench to get a better look, but it never blinked while he watched it. Oddly enough, an earthquake rolled through the valley at that exact moment. It didn't tear houses down or crack the earth apart. It was a very mild one. But it was the only earthquake I've ever felt, and it terrified me. Once it rolled through and the land stopped shaking, I looked back at the horizon to see the star blink again, but now I couldn't find it at all. Anyway, back to that night with my pal. I asked him what he thought they were, but he just shrugged. After about 2 hours of riding in the moonlight, we arrived at the property line of one of the men. His entire property was fenced in with barbed wire, with the exception of this really long gate. The owner opened it and gave us all orders and positions to take along the giant herd of cattle. We led the cattle away from the ranch for only about an hour, but we rode fast over hills and brush. It was an exciting night of excellent work, with an excellent horse. Once we made it to the owner's new stretch of land, he instructed us to head back to town and leave the horses with someone who would be waiting for us and paid us very well. My friend and I gladly took our payment, and we started heading back to town. We were in no hurry since it was already late in the night, and figured we could just sleep in the next morning. Although that would likely not be possible because of the noise created by people out and about once the sun rises. But we would be content enough to stay in bed until 6 or 7 a.m. So we rode back to town at a very comfortable pace for both of us and the horses, again with our eyes looking upwards for most of the ride. That was until we heard a strange sound that rolled over the hills. It alarmed us, because it was a very familiar sound, yet it was unlike anything I'd ever heard. When out on the bare hills of the rocky desert, if you shoot any type of firearm, the initial bang of the round going off quickly dissipates, and what remains is this roaring echo that constantly fills the air for a few seconds and then suddenly stops. The echo doesn't fade away like you would expect it to, it just stops. This prolonged echo is what we heard that night. The only thing is, there was no bang. There was no audible source of the echo. The only sound in the air was a rumbling echo that would grow and then suddenly stop. Initially, we thought someone was firing at us. It wouldn't have been the first time. But we pretty much figured it wasn't gunfire, from the lack of any sound indicating a gunshot. But the sound was getting louder and louder, and it even seemed to be getting closer. The fluctuations in the sound were becoming clearer every time we heard it. We stood around, just listening to the phenomenon, trying to figure out what exactly it was, but it was nothing we'd ever heard before. This feeling that it was getting closer to us started to make me nervous and scared. "Let's go," I said to my friend. He pulled on his reins, turning his horse around, and stood up on his stirrups and whipped his horse. They took off like a bullet. I expected him to agree with my recommendation to get going, but I didn't expect him to take off so suddenly and without saying anything. The way he turned around and sped off in the blink of an eye really scared me. Did he see something that I didn't? Is there something he knows that I don't? I wondered. These thoughts pierced my chest with fear and panic, and I too rode that horse as fast as I could. I didn't know my way back to town all that well, but I followed my friend's dust, and we both made it back safely. A few days later, while walking through town with my bud, the loudspeaker rang, and the announcer notified the town that a very large herd of cattle was recently stolen from Pico's ranch, and he was looking for any information about anyone who was involved. Pico, at the time, was the head of the drug smugglers in the region. His name wasn't Pico, but I'm not about to use his real name, or nickname. We both stopped in our tracks and looked at each other. He burst out laughing and almost fell over in the street. I didn't take the news so lightly, though. I had just helped steal from a very dangerous group of people that I had done a very good job of avoiding up until then. Don't worry," he said. "There's no way they could know it was us. It was dark, and none of those guys we were with even live around here. They were complete strangers." Still, I was very deeply worried, and was on edge for the rest of my time there during that vacation. Now, as an adult and a father, I think back to that night and feel so disturbingly uneasy. Things could have turned out very badly. My friend was right. I didn't know those people. They were indeed complete strangers. They could have been cartel members themselves looking for an easy way to take hostages or recruits. I could have easily disappeared without a trace. Sometimes I wonder if my friend knew all along what we were getting into. Maybe he knew the risks, but also knew we would be very well rewarded and was willing to accept those risks. A bleak outlook on life and low expectations will do that to a boy. I also wonder if the events that took place that night had anything to do with his death. Chased by a Skinwalker, from Eris Black. I'm someone who's a firm believer in the paranormal. I've had tales passed down through my family. I've spent time reading about different types of paranormal folklore, and I listen to people's stories online frequently. I've always had a deep fascination for it, because I've even had my own experiences in the past. There's one experience I had recently that will always stick with me, especially when I prepare to go out on my nightly summer and fall hikes. I live in a small rural town in upstate New York. I'm just a stone's throw away from the Canadian border. My town is surrounded by vast farmlands and thick, sweeping forests. It's not uncommon to be met by our local flora and fauna if you choose to walk along the winding paths and roads near the tree line. I often prefer to walk at night, due to the bustling traffic during the day in the summer and fall seasons. In spite of being a small town in the middle of nowhere, we receive a lot of tourists from the south. One particular night, I decided to go out like I usually did. I was excited because it was the first time in a while that we had cooler temperatures. It had been hot and humid prior. I decided to bring my younger sister and her friend, who was spending the night, along with me. For privacy reasons, I'll refer to my sister as A and her friend as J. A and J were happy as always to join me on the adventure. Before leaving, we all made sure to gather important supplies. A was dressed in all black, so she was in charge of wearing my father's reflective PT sash and manning the LED flashlight. J was in charge of carrying a string bag full of water bottles and a few snacks. I stuffed my pockets with my compass, phone, and utility knife. Once we were ready, we practically skipped down the driveway. Upon breaking off my gravel drive and treading asphalt, the three of us paused a moment to discuss which direction we wanted to walk in. I had decided to take us south from our location to the road that leads directly to an old abandoned train station. From there, we would continue straight until we hit a nature trail I found. We resumed walking when I suddenly had a feeling of foreboding in the pit of my stomach. I usually get this feeling when I sense that we might encounter something dangerous along the way. It wouldn't be the first time we'd had a run-in with our local coyotes or even heard the scream of a migrating mountain cat. I jogged back to my front porch to equip myself with a large, sharpened stick that I kept. Jay thought I was being paranoid, but I'm usually right when I trust my gut. From there, we made our trek down the road, laughing and talking about random things. We eventually came up on the section of the road that broke off into surrounding forest. It was pitch black, as there were no longer any streetlights illuminating our path. A asked if we should turn on the flashlight, but I declined. Our eyes were already well adjusted to the dark, and we needed to conserve battery power for the trail. We attempted to continue some conversation, but the sound of the crickets was deafening as we passed the thick woodland. The blaring of their chirping was so intense that my ears were beginning to ring. J and A got a little ahead of me as I paused a moment to block my ears and stop the ringing. Soon after uncovering my ears, I noticed it was jarringly silent around me, save for a small sound that could be heard about 20 yards from where we were standing. Hastily, I caught up with the girls and told them to be quiet for a moment. J and A simultaneously bombarded me with questions, but I shushed them with a hiss. I perked up my ears and listened more closely to the cry that was coming from the bushes in front of us. It sounded like a mountain lion cub. I felt my body tense up as I came to the realization that if a cub was there, then the mother was not far behind. This explained the sudden silence in the air. Jay urged us to turn back, but we were already halfway to our destination. I raised my stick, nudging them both to get in front of me and to walk slowly and quietly. I would be their eyes from the back if we were being stalked by the adult cat. That was the longest 20 yards we've ever walked. Bit by bit, we tiptoed closer to the sound of the cries. Jay was understandably frightened. We had a large predator, potentially watching our every move, and we were about to pass its baby. It wasn't long before the cries were just to the left of us, in the brush. I walked behind the girls, partially turned sideways. I glanced over my shoulder frequently with my stick raised defensively to be sure we weren't being followed. The sound was behind us shortly as we continued our slow pace to pass it. We're almost there, guys. Once we're away from it, we can just keep walking, I said with a whisper. We were about 4 feet away from the cub when suddenly the cries morphed into a low, deliberate groan. I felt my heart practically leap into my throat when a sharp cackle erupted from the darkness. It sounded like a strange whooping noise at first. The voice of the creature was unnatural. It was a garbled, distorted combination of a human laughing and a coyote howling. There was no time to find out what this thing was. We needed to get out of there, and fast. I practically shoved the girls as I commanded them to run, the urgency thick in my tone. The three of us broke into a panicked sprint down the long, dark road, the cackling still behind us. The volume never decreased, as the creature kept pace with us. I could hear the sound of something large snapping twigs as it whipped through the bush. Jay froze a few times in place, each time the thing would screech at us, much to my sister's dismay as she pushed her. I barked at them to keep running, and not to stop until we reached the farmhouse that was coming into view in a clearing. I could see their powerful porch lights from where we were. As we approached the break in the trees, I did what any dumb person would do in a horror film. I glanced back over my shoulder to get a look at the thing. I deeply regretted my decision. At first, all I saw were a pair of luminescent yellow eyes staring daggers into my soul. Then I saw a large shadow with elongated limbs emerge from the tree line, which I would later come to find was what my sister also saw. That was all I needed to see before I snapped my head back around and bolted forward with even more urgency. I don't usually have enough stamina to run that long, but adrenaline does incredible things. The three of us pounded into the circle of light provided by the farmhouse before slowing to a stop. I noticed that after reaching the clearing, the noises from the creature had slowly died down. We all decided to sit down as a wave of exhaustion encumbered us. My lungs burned as I struggled to steady my breathing. Jay was as pale as a sheet as she turned to me and asked, "What the heck was that thing?" I didn't know how to respond. My mind was reeling from the whole situation itself. It was probably a squawker, A suggested. She often referred to those creatures like that because speaking their name would bring them to us. After a few moments, I glanced again in the direction we came. I begrudgingly stood up, thinking to myself, it was too dangerous to try to go back that way to get home, but it was the only way. I dug my cell phone from my pocket and decided it would be best to call my father to come pick us up in the truck. When he answered, he simply laughed and asked if we walked too far again. I said we decided to try running and tired ourselves out and that we needed him to come get us. He agreed and hung up the phone. We didn't dare leave the protection of the porch light. It was our only sense of safety from the thing that was lurking in the trees. It wasn't long before the headlights of my truck pierced the darkness. The three of us stood up and waved my father over. We piled into the truck soon after. All of us looked like we had seen a ghost, which piqued my father's interest, but none of us could bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. We skirted his questions as we were driven home. The next day, I started talking to one of my cousins online about the situation. He said it was weird, because what I encountered is usually spotted in the Southwest. Upon asking him what he meant, his answer chilled my bones. You were stalked by a Skinwalker. He explained how to perform a cleansing, being that I had looked into its eyes. It was better to be safe than sorry. That night I followed the steps my cousin gave me, and then sat up for a while in my bed. I haven't encountered anything like that since, and I hope it continues to stay that way. To this day, I don't understand why it was there, or why it targeted us. But now I'm extra cautious when I go out at night. I carry an iron blade on me, just in case.
Backwoods Ghost Story by Redneck from Virginia. When I was young, I used to live in the backwoods of Pulaski, Virginia. I lived in a relatively large house, and we lived rather close to my grandparents, which, being a kid, I really loved. Ever since I was a kid, there were days that I would stay with my mother and some days that I'd stay with my father. On this particular night, it was a day when I was with my mother and my grandparents came over, who I will call Pa and Granny. Pa and Granny had come to the house, and we decided to go out for pizza. When we got back home after eating, we all decided to go downstairs and watch some TV. So me, my mother, Pa, and Granny went downstairs and turned the TV on. We were downstairs for about 25 minutes. At one point, my granny had to go use the bathroom. She went up to the bathroom, and after she was done, she came back downstairs. But I immediately noticed that she was milk white. She looked like she had seen something horrible, so she told us all what happened. She said that after she had used the bathroom, she stopped for a moment to look in the mirror and to fix her hair. But at one point, she looked away from the mirror for one moment, and she told us that when she looked back up, she said she saw a woman in the mirror, a woman staring right into my granny's eyes. My granny said she wasn't scared, but very nervous, and as she looked the woman in the eyes, the lady's mouth began to twitch until it formed an eerie, hesitant smile that twitched constantly at the edges. The moment my granny blinked, the woman was gone. She said that when she came back downstairs, she felt very uneasy, and as I said before, she was white as snow. All the redness and color had been drained from her body. My mother even said that she saw truth in her eyes as she told the story, and believed her wholeheartedly. But being a kid, I wasn't sure what to think. All I knew was that I was now scared of this place. After about a half hour of nervously watching the TV, my Pa and Granny went home, and unable to take what my grandma said off of my mind, I decided to sleep in my mom's room for that week. There haven't been any more sightings since then, and these days we no longer live in the house in the backwoods. Dogman Driven Off by Blackburn. This is a story told by my grandmother, one that my aunt later corroborated separately. Now, my grandparents' home is in the backwoods of Virginia, extremely thick forest all around, with hilly terrain in all directions. You have to get on a dirt path and follow it for about half a mile to get to a gravel-covered side road, and then follow that for about half an hour to reach a very small town just across the North Carolina border. If you go a short ways north, you'll find yourself at the Blue Ridge Mountains and Parkway that lead up into Appalachia proper. The forest is mostly low-lying shrubs up to around 4 feet high with pine, and a lot of black oak trees making up the canopy. There is a very clear stream about 30 yards from the house. This, along with wild blackberries, tender leaf shrubs, and some apple trees, make it very lucrative for wildlife. The old house itself is a 2-story house built onto an incline of the hill that overlooks it. This story happened back in the 1970s. My aunt thinks it was around 1978, as she was just finishing up high school at the time. My father had graduated college and was going on to the Air Force, so he had already moved out. My grandfather, although he was old enough to retire, liked to remain busy, so he worked his old job as an electrician and power pole technician. He just now got into an advisory role because he was getting up there in years. He had just gotten the contract down in North Carolina, so he was away from the house for about a week and a half. This left only my 17-year-old aunt and my grandmother at the house. As I said, there was usually quite a bit of wildlife in the area. A typical morning for my grandmother was making breakfast, then sitting on her porch watching deer and rabbits eat at the shrubs, Sometimes she would also see or hear a bobcat, fox, or coyote. On one occasion, she even saw a mountain lion and her cubs walking past. One animal she was familiar with in this area was a very large black bear who was often recognized by folks around those parts because it had a white patch on its chest and a hole in his left ear. My grandmother nicknamed him Captain because he had a habit of sitting on his haunches and reaching up with his paws to pick apples, a motion that resembled, at least to my grandma, someone saluting. Captain was a very big black bear, but was not very aggressive unless people aggravated him. He seemed to have a silent agreement with my grandmother and grandfather that if they left him alone, he would leave them alone. He would just stroll by the house every now and then to have some blackberries on the bushes or apples that had fallen down from the tree, which meant he came by quite often, as he was getting too big and old to climb trees much, and the fruit trees around the house were low enough he could just reach up and pick the food. My grandfather guessed he was somewhere in the 500 to 600 pound range and roughly 6 feet tall, as at one point my grandfather measured some of the scratch marks he left on a tree. During the week, my grandmother noticed a fairly sharp decline in the animals coming and going. It was the latter part of summer and a wet season, so most of the plants were full bloom and the leaves were at their tenderest, yet she hadn't seen hide nor hair of any rabbits or deer coming to graze. It was entirely unlike them. A coyote that she had heard yapping every night for the past month just vanished, and a few neighbors, and by neighbors I mean people who lived within 5 miles, who stopped by, told her something had taken their dog and their chicken coop had been attacked. All the chickens were gone. They assumed the mountain lion that lurked about had done it, since it was the only other thing that could feasibly take down a large farm dog. They had seen Captain the day before, but he was sighted in a completely different area, gorging himself on fruits. They checked around but couldn't find anything. The following night, my aunt woke my grandmother up in the middle of the night, telling her that she had heard something banging against the outside of her wall. They waited for morning to check around and found bits and pieces of deer scattered all over the wall and ground. There was a big red smear on the wall as well. Judging from the way the gravel was disturbed, the deer had been walking by the house when something ambushed it, and in the struggle, one or both of them smacked into the wall. My grandmother, having grown up in the woods, was familiar with predators and their methods. Mountain lions tend to jump on the back of their prey, raking their claws across the flanks to hold onto them as they bite. Black bears will usually break the neck or crush the back with their paws while biting the head. And the rare occasions coyotes attacked deer, they usually do it by biting down on the inside of the leg and twisting to rip the muscle and arteries. This prey clearly had the throat ripped out, and there weren't any claw marks to be found. The bite was also much more narrow than a cougar's. Plus, it seemed there was only one predator from the way the ground had been disturbed, which didn't make sense for coyotes as they typically hunted in pairs, since just one alone has a very hard time taking down prey, particularly full-grown deer. After disposing of the remains, the next few nights were relatively uneventful, except for the fact several times my aunt or grandmother would be awakened in the middle of the night by the eerie sound of something panting heavily outside. Now, in these woods you can hear a pin drop if it's close enough, and at some points, they could have swore the animal making the panting sound was directly outside the wall, as if it was listening to them sleep. One day, my grandmother was picking some berries when she noticed what appeared to be very large dog tracks going through a mud flat bordering the nearby stream. Thinking it may be the missing farm dog she was told about, who had just run away, she followed those tracks until she heard something loudly growling at her from across the stream. She looked up to see the partially obscured face of what appeared to be a large, extremely bulky, brown-colored coyote or wolf standing in a thicket on the other side of the stream. She quickly began to back away, glancing back only to check her footing on the slope that led down to the stream. When she looked back, she saw the very distinctly canine face in much greater detail, because the animal had just moved out from under its cover. Instead of stepping out of the leaves like she thought it did at first, she soon noticed that it was instead standing up on two legs and peering over the shrubs taller than a man. Now she had seen canines stand upright before. Dogs often do it, foxes do it, coyotes sometimes do it. But it was the size that took her off guard. Being that big, it seemed impossible to be able to keep its balance right like that. She had been to the exact same thicket of shrubs just the other day, and her head only just barely reached the top. My grandmother was around 5'3", but this creature, its head easily cleared the shrubs with a little bit of extra visible. And usually when a predator is making no attempt to hide, it's because it's trying to intimidate someone. My grandmother managed to back away to the hill without turning around, and when she started to get out of sight, the creature stepped out of the thicket on its hind legs. It strolled forward in a very uncanny way that she had trouble describing, but she insisted it never went back down on all fours, seemingly walking naturally on two. Needless to say, she backpedaled to the house. That very same night, my aunt and grandmother heard the panting again, along with a distant howl and scraping sounds. They found the next day the garage door, back door frame, and kitchen window frame all had been torn with deep claw marks on them from something that had been messing with them. This canine creature was seen a few more times across the week by my grandmother and the neighbors, usually on or near the area of my family's property. My aunt finally saw it herself when she saw a pair of fuzzy ears just outside her window. She wasn't startled at first, because she assumed it may be Captain, who had come to her window before sniffing around, and she gradually became accustomed to the big bear over the years. But in the Captain's case, his ears only barely reached the edge of the windowsill, but on this occasion, she could clearly see the top of the owner's head. She quickly realized it was not the bear because of the pointed shape, brown coloring, and the fact that it had two fully intact ears. They also started to detect a very pungent smell on a side door porch, at one time finding what appeared to be urine or some other liquid, suggesting that some new animal had scent marked it to claim their spot. It all came to a frightening head on a Wednesday night when they heard howling in the distance growing closer. My grandmother flipped on a porch light and glimpsed the animal, the canine animal, quickly sprinting across the lawn on its hind legs again, yet another sighting of hers confirming just how big it was. For several hours of the night, they could hear it roaming around the property, pressing against doors like it was trying to find a weak point, trying to find a way inside. They glimpsed at several points eye shine of yellow eyes peering in through the windows, as well as broad, long, fingered paws being pushed against the glass. This was before cell phones, and even 24-hour police service in some rural locations, so no one had a means of immediately calling the police. Instead, my grandmother had to wait arduous minutes on a landline with connection difficulty, trying to call the police station 2 towns over. She was distracted by my aunt screaming, running into the bedroom to get one of the firearms out. She had been sitting in the living room when she felt clicking against the glass. She turned and came face to face with what she called that wolf thing, pressing its face and baring its teeth against the surface with its claws fully outstretched. It was becoming increasingly clear the creature was trying to get into the house and knew they were in there. They heard it panting through a wall before there was the sound of heavy footsteps and a very loud thump. Now, it's not like in the movies when creatures roar, snarl, and hiss constantly no matter what they're doing. My aunt and grandmother hadn't the faintest idea what was going on outside and did not want to investigate until the morning after. They could tell something was antagonizing the beast, as occasional grunts, barks, and rumbles were audible through the blackness. They found no bodies, but there had clearly been a ferocious altercation. The ground was ripped up in multiple spots. The wall had a dent in it, and there was some oxidized red traces on the grass and dirt. My grandmother also found a trail where something had charged through the shrubs, and saw several vague dog prints and wider tracks moving the same direction. The usual animals all seemed to finally come back by the end of the week, and the strange and terrifying howls stopped. When my grandfather came back home, he, my aunt, and some neighbors surveyed the area to make sure the wolf creature was gone. Evidently, the neighbors had also heard howls around their property at night, and that stopped recently too. They could not find it despite surveying the entire area, although they did find what looked like tracks leading out of the property and running off into the mountains. Several days later, my grandmother saw Captain again, marking his territory by rubbing up against a tree in their yard, then scratching his back on it. He had several cuts on his muzzle, was missing patches of fur, and had some healed bite wounds on his arm, and the hole in his ear had been torn open to the point he was missing half the ear flap. But other than that, and a slight limp that went away with time, Captain was fine, but he had obviously been in quite the struggle. When my grandpa was told about the urine-like smell on the doorstep when the wolf creature was running amok, my grandpa figured it was trying to claim the territory here. Usually, black bears are relatively docile, but evidently Captain took issue with this, some newcomer imposing on his space and became aggressive. So what my grandmother and aunt maybe heard that night was the bear charging while it was distracted and engaging the intruder. While the wolf-looking creature was taller, it did seem skinnier and apparently decided it wasn't worth claiming this spot if it meant having to square off with a quarter-ton of claws and teeth. As a sort of thank you, and to help him recover his strength quicker, my grandmother trimmed the apple trees to down all the fruit and let the bear enjoy himself without feeding him directly. Winter would be in a few months after all, and she wanted him fattened up good and well, so that he could stick around for the next year or two, just in case. Native American Story by Anonymous. I live on the Menominee Reservation located in Wisconsin. Growing up around here, paranormal and mysterious activity is something that most of us, and honestly Native Americans in general like myself, have grown accustomed to. We have our own local police force, and I was told this story through one of the cops there, who had worked for the local force for quite some time. How our reservation is laid out, there are a lot of tribal housing areas, and it's all just tons and tons of woods and trees around here, which is basically what the tribe is known for. Anyway, there was a night where this officer and his partner were called to an initially thought domestic violence call. It's a pretty normal thing around here, unfortunately. So the individual who had made the call explained that they kept hearing people screaming, fighting, breaking and shattering glass within this residential area. So the two officers were sent over. They arrived at the residence within a few minutes, and as they approached the house, they too began to hear the screaming. It was like kids crying, and it sounded like they were destroying the place from the inside. The officers knew they had to engage and calm the situation. As they knocked on the door, they could still hear the extremely loud ruckus. After no response and the noises only getting louder, they had to bust the door down. When they entered the residence, it was completely dark, and the officers had flashed their lights everywhere and did not find a single piece of evidence that anything violent had taken place. In fact, the entire residence was empty. Right after that, both of the officers had left and were extremely creeped out from the experience. They don't really talk about it from the best of my knowledge, which is surprising considering how much weird stuff happens in this area. Gagged by Wood Spirits by Moonchild. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Finland. I had this experience about 4 years ago now, when I lived in Lapland. Our house was deep in the woods, located near this dense foresty hill where I used to go take long walks. It was winter then, and there was a lot of snow on the ground. I was going up that hill once again, trying to get some fresh air and some exercise. I was not planning on staying long, because it was extremely cold out. Even so, I was waiting in the snow in the middle of the woods, and I still wasn't too far from my house. Anyway, every time I spend time in nature, I totally lose my sense of time. And that's what ended up happening to me that day as well. Not to mention, that forest in particular always gave me weird vibes. It was as if someone was watching me every minute, everywhere I go, and I'm kind of scared to deviate from the path or make much noise, in case whatever I feel is watching me decides to do something different. I want to be respectful, you know? But I believe that there's an ancient creature that lives on this very hill, because the hill's named is Onas, and that creature is known locally as Onas Uko. I believe what I feel up on that hill is the presence of the Uko. So I was searching for one trail that day that I knew to be near. I wanted to get out of the snow and walk on the trail, because it was stopping me from moving faster. Still, for some weird reason, I couldn't spot the trail no matter how I was searching. It took me maybe an hour to find it, even though it should have been just right there. Then I realized this was not the trail I was actually looking for. I was maybe 3 miles away from my home now, and there's no way I could have made it that far. Remember, I was used to these woods and was in them almost every day. I was freezing by then and extremely confused and worried. I had to find the right trail soon and walk all the way back home. If I didn't, I'd freeze out here. And I've heard that some spirits that live in the woods can trick or mislead people. They're not evil per se, just really impish. And that's an old belief. I strongly believe that these spirits had something to do with my experience that day, getting me lost. And if I'd gotten any more lost than that, I may not be here to type this story. The Creature That Followed Us Home by Alex P. I never believed in monsters or the paranormal, but this has been a rude awakening for me. It was the beginning of summer, and me and my friend Leo were extremely excited. When the last day of school let out that year, we had plans to hang out and explore the dense woods surrounding Leo's house. When we made it to his place, we of course ate first, as we were always starving after school. We hung out there for a while. After some time, we left to go to the park, and by then it was 3:30. We got to the park and decided just to walk along the trails for a little while. Well, we lost track of time, and before we knew it, we were extremely deep into the woods, so far that the official trails had stopped, and we were just walking through wilderness. It was already 6 p.m. by then, according to my watch, and we had a long walk to get back home. I said to Leo, We should probably get going before it gets really dark. We began to walk, and after a little time we were nearing the front of the park, where we had started. It took us an hour and 45 minutes to get there, and it was nearly dark. I said to Leo, "We still got about 20 minutes walk, so let's speed up." "Calm down, we'll make it there, dark or not," he said to me. We continued on at a steady walking pace. 15 minutes later, the sun was below the tree line. It was pitch black, and we were still stuck in the woods. At that point, I started jogging, trying to get Leo to do it with me. We both began to half speed walk and half jog when we heard loud rustling noises from our left, which caused us to pause for a moment. We both knew it couldn't have been the wind. That day had been extremely calm. The trees around us were extremely still, not so much as a gust or breeze blowing past them. What caused that rustling was animal in origin. After we watched and waited for a moment, I tapped Leo on the shoulder and said we needed to keep going. We continued on, but were soon stopping again when we saw a flash of white from our left. It looked like eye shine. And these eyes were not just regular eyes, they were misshapen, like extremely slim, with a long black line through the middle. We saw them darting around us, and knew we could not take this lightly. We began to run full speed back to his house. Once we made it to Leo's place, we went inside to calm down and reevaluate what happened. We were so scared and confused, and we wanted a non-creepy explanation as to what happened. Being either brave or stupid, we decided it would be fun to go outside to the trampoline to keep watch for the thing. Like a couple of boys our age were going to do anything about it. Once Leo agreed, we went outside, trying to find those piercing eyes. Eventually, we forgot about it and started playing on the trampoline. 5 minutes into us jumping around, we began hearing noises from the far right corner of the yard. That went on for about 10 seconds, and neither me nor Leo could take our eyes off of the area. Personally, my heart was pounding right out of my chest. I immediately regretted the idea that we could be brave and face this thing. We hadn't taken it seriously, and we may be paying the price for it. We weren't entirely sure if it was the same thing or something else, at least until the noise stopped and a figure was walking towards us. A figure with extremely thin appendages, crawling on all fours, akin to a gorilla. The creature was so fast that the moment we screamed, it was already running under the trampoline. We both felt it brush up against our feet from below. We jumped off and ran as fast as we could back to his house, not wanting to know if that monstrous thing was following us. We made it to the door and ran inside, locking it behind us. Just as we were catching our breaths, something suddenly banged against the door, as if a fully grown man had thrown its body against it. We looked out the door, but all we saw was a flash of pale skin walking off into the trees. It was unbelievable how fast that thing was. It crawled around on all fours like some child playing like an animal, but it moved as fast as an athletic dog. I was completely surprised it didn't catch us. A few days after that, Leo texted me and said that he had been seeing the eyes of that thing in the tree line near his house, and that when he told his parents, they would simply say it was a cat. He's scared to go outside of his own house now, day or night, and sadly, I can't be there for him, because I'm scared to go back to his place. By the Light of the Moon, from Anonymous. It was only recently that my family and I moved into our first purchased home. Now, debt isn't the greatest thing, but having a mortgage kind of feels like it. We rented forever, never really feeling like we had control over what we lived in, but now we do, and I don't think we could have been happier until the sightings started. We live out in the rural part of a rural town. In front of the house, there's trees for miles, and behind it, more trees for more miles. Yet somehow we can get internet up here, which is a godsend. The one neighbor we have is extremely quiet, so it's really peaceful here. As soon as we moved in and got everything settled in, we wanted to start a garden, planting fresh fruits and vegetables, even bought a couple of rose bushes, which really accented the old fence that was already on the property when we arrived. Everything sounds good so far, I know, but one thing I didn't like about the place was the master bedroom. Sure, it was big enough, but the side of the bed that I slept on was close to a large window. A window that, honestly, kind of creeped me out. That may sound childish for an adult to say, but I'll be frank with you. I don't think I ever got over my childhood fear of the dark. Not entirely. There would be nights where our rotating fan would cause the curtain to kind of lift away from the window, then fall back down, every so often revealing the outside to me, and me to the outside from the glass. I would often lay awake at night sitting there, watching the curtain rise and fall, seeing through the glass, wondering what might appear there one day, wondering what was in the woods beyond the fence that could be looking back. I've always had a morbid mind about things. I am the kind of guy that, if you find me on a cliff's edge, I'm probably thinking, I wonder what it'd be like to just jump off. From that window, you could see the fence and the forest beyond, as well as some of our garden. In the morning, it was quite a delightful sight, something nice to wake up to. Every morning when I rose out of bed, I would first open that curtain and get a good look outside. But I never dared to open that curtain myself at night. This brings me to my first experience with the thing that seemed to haunt our property. My wife was fast asleep. It was around 4 a.m. Something you should know about me is that I've always struggled with sleep problems. They often came at random. I could go weeks with sleeping just fine, and then there would come nights where I just couldn't sleep. No matter how long I sat there with my eyes closed, no matter how comfy I was. It was one of those nights. I had laid there for literally around 6 hours as we went to bed at 10. My eyes had been closed the entire time. I wasn't stressed or anxious or anything. I'm not really sure why I couldn't sleep. God, do I hate nights like that. I wasn't facing the window at that moment, but at one point I decided to flip around to give that side a try. As I did so, I glanced at the window and saw that the curtain was rising, thanks to the fan stirring it up. I quickly, almost instinctively, shut my eyes, because I didn't really want to know what was outside the window. To aid in my feeling of security, I pulled the blankets up to my cheekbones, which caused the blanket to overlap my vision in a way that covered the window. I was snug then, and I tried to go back to sleep. The sound of the ceiling fan and the rotating fan, both whirring, while my wife snored lightly here and there. It was peaceful, but there soon came another sound. It was coming from in front of me, just beyond the wall where the outside was. It was a heavy but slow and deliberate thud, like the footstep of a careful but heavy man. After the third thud, it stopped for a while, and I was trying to come up with explanations as to what it was. Maybe it was a pine cone falling from an especially tall pine tree, which we had plenty of around the property. It could have been a bear, but I didn't think one could get over the fence, not without me hearing it. As it went quiet from that side again, I closed my eyes and focused once more on rest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 20 seconds went by, and the sounds came back. Another slow, steady couple of thuds. They were getting closer to my window. That night was a full moon night, and the way the moon sat in the sky, it beamed almost directly through my window. A pale gray-blue nightlight that would usually help me fall asleep But not that night. As the thuds grew closer to the window, a figure overlapped the moonlight, causing me to see a very detailed silhouette behind that curtain. More than ever, I prayed that the curtain did not rise again. Without even knowing what I was doing, I had lowered the blanket from my cheekbones. I had a full view of the curtain, which now sat motionless against the window like it should have been. Yet I knew at any second the fan would come rotating back around and cause it to rise again. Thanks to the brightness of the moon, this silhouette was very, very clear, looking more like a sharp outline than a blurred shadow. What I saw, it really disturbed me. It was tall. The sharp tips of its ears reached the top of the window, which was nearly to the ceiling. From the top of its head down to its shoulders, it was furry, with long, ragged hair. It looked like a disheveled lion's mane. I could also tell it was standing on two legs, but when I looked down at its legs, I saw a bend in them that was backwards and angular, as if you had someone standing straight up and you kicked their knees in as hard as you could. Seeing this made me swallow hard. I kept looking though, going from its knees to its shoulders, which were broad. It was like some sort of demented incarnation of a burly, bearded mountain man. That's what I was hoping it was. A man. I think dealing with some sort of intruder or peeping Tom would have been much easier to handle in my mind. But then my dog, which we kept in a different room overnight, barked, causing the figure to turn its head at a 90-degree angle. Whatever it was, it had a snout. It was no man. I pulled the blanket back up over my eyes, and I prayed that it would go away. I prayed that this was a nightmare. With a thud, and another few thuds, the figure disappeared, and I heard no more thudding sounds for the remainder of the night, which I did not sleep. Rather, the following day, I slept a couple of hours on the couch. I did tell my wife about this experience, which creeped her out almost as much as I was scared. Having no further experiences for the next couple of months, it was at the back of our minds. Every now and then, I would wonder what it was, but I think by then I'd convinced myself it was a misshapen and exaggerated shadow of some small animal. Nothing to be scared of, I thought. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Every night before bed, I take the dog outside, walk him around the property. We usually go along the fence together, because he enjoys taking in the smells between the fence posts. This night was not a full moon. I remember it being a crescent shape instead, so it was awful dark. I found myself speeding along the fence until I reached where the floodlights are at the corner of the house, which lit up a particular part of the fence, but only that part. The rest of it was quite dark and shadowed. My poor dog, who wasn't on a leash by the way, always felt the need to follow me when we were outside, and since I was power walking my way to the floodlight every lap of the fence, the poor guy felt as if he didn't have enough time to sniff his usual spots. By the 4th or 5th lap, I felt as if I was getting enough steps in. I figured another would do it. I would start one more lap beginning at the floodlight. But I never got that extra lap, because as we made it to the lit corner of the fence, my dog stopped and started to growl. A very subtle and low growl, one that I almost didn't hear at first. It was like he was frightened, too frightened to growl normally. "What's wrong, boy?" I said. He didn't look at me. He kept his eyes glued to one part of the fence. I looked at that part, didn't see anything weird, then looked back. Still, he wouldn't budge. He would only breathe, then continue that low, weird growl. What is with you? I thought. I decided to be a little bit more thorough and walked closely to the fence, having a bit too much bravery thanks to the floodlight. I slapped 2 hands at the top of the fence, preparing to lean over it, until I looked straight ahead at the top of the fence between my hands. I didn't see it before. When I was looking back and forth from my dog's gaze to the fence, I had been tracing or following his eye level, as that's where he'd been looking. But when I placed my hands at the top of that fence, there was a third hand in between mine. One whose skin was a pale blue or gray, with patches of gray or silver hair all over almost randomly. And this hand, it was twice as large as mine, whose fingers ended in wretched and almost rotten-looking nails. Sharp nails. I stood frozen, horrified. I couldn't believe I let myself get this close to something this bizarre. What even was it, though? Whatever the hand belonged to, it was using the fence to lower itself and prop itself against. I could hear it. It was sniffing the ground on the other side, getting the scent of something. Keep in mind that this is a privacy fence. It was 6 feet tall. Being a shorter man, about 5'10", I would have to jump, pull myself up, or stand on my tiptoes to be able to look over. But I was not about to do that. If that thing on the other side, crouching down, was too preoccupied to have noticed me and my dog, we were going to keep it that way. I took my boy inside, and we shut the door as quietly as we could. Yet despite how quiet and calm we seemed, my heart was pounding, racing a mile a minute. I don't think it had ever beat so fast. I quickly went to my wife and told her. The two of us ran back to the door, which had a window on it, facing the backyard. I pointed out the hand, and she saw it too, plain as day. But within the next few seconds, that hand slowly sort of just slid down from its position, reminding me a lot of that scene from Jurassic Park when the T-Rex's hand sort of just flops off the wire. We never did see it stand up. Maybe it wasn't 6 feet tall, or maybe it crouched down there longer than we thought it did, and when it did get up to leave, we weren't there to see it. The thought of that really scares me. This brings me to the final sighting I had so far with this thing. At this point, my wife and I were quite aware that there was something creepy, something weird, lurking in our neck of the woods. After that night with the weird hand, we stopped letting the dog out on its own during the day. Day or night, we would be out there to walk with it within the fence. I don't know what I would do if that thing climbed the fence again, if it was the same thing as before, and did something to my dog. But once again, the months go by, and time has this way of making things in the past seem less of a big deal. It can soften trauma, make light of the dramatic, and soon the sightings I had had with this creature became nothing more than coffee table talk with family and friends that we would invite over. It was a joke now. Oh, it was just a man in a werewolf garb trying to scare you. Nah, what you saw was Bigfoot. He just wants his privacy too. Those were the things that were said. I was foolish not to be scared. I started to want to get in shape again. I had put on a decent bit of weight over the recent winter, so I saved up for new running shoes and some running clothes, as well as a Fitbit, and I started to jog the dirt road circle we lived on. It was about a mile-long loop. I would go down the driveway, go right, and eventually I'd come back on the left. One particular day, we were busy in town for way too long, so when I got home, figuring that I could still fit in my nightly mile, I threw on my running clothes and went out. It was about an hour and a half later than usual, and I way overestimated how much more daylight was left. Because halfway through the mile, to my suspense, the sun was down, and it was dark. Imagine yourself alone in the dark on a mountainous road with woods for miles to the left and right. The only way you can go as a half a mile through more bends on the road before finally making it back home. That was the situation I put myself in. Part of me wanted to run as fast as I could the rest of the way, but when I tried, I stopped after a few seconds because my running was so loud, it made it impossible to hear clearly around me, and the thought of not being able to hear around me correctly made me feel more panicked. So instead, I walked lightly. That way I thought I'd be sure I would hear something if it was coming up on me. Luckily for me, it was a brighter, nearly full moon that night. I think it was called a waning gibbous. I can't be sure though. But there was plenty of light to see up and down the road. The trees to my left and right were awfully big, sure, but they didn't really stretch out over the road. With the moon where it was above me, there was enough light to light my way. That's why when I looked back at one point, I saw it all too clearly. That same silhouette I'd seen in bed so long ago. Tall, pointed ears, ragged mane, backwards bent legs. I saw that dark figure standing, quite obviously taller than my privacy fence, about 20 yards away from me. Way too close. It was just standing there. I couldn't tell if it was facing away from me or towards me. I tried to breathe, but choked. I didn't stop walking. I instead started walking backwards, watching this thing. The entire time I repeated the phrase, "Oh no," in my head at least 100 times. As I began taking steps, careful steps, the figure began to walk too, its arms rising and falling at its sides the way a person would walk. So was it a person in a suit? Someone who decided to terrorize me in a very realistic-looking suit for months? Yeah, that's all it was, I reminded myself. So, having convinced myself of that, I called out to the figure as I walked. "That's not funny. You need to leave me alone. Keep it up. I'll dial the cops." I pulled out my smartphone and clicked the lock button, causing the screen to light up. Then I pointed the screen in his or its direction. They didn't flinch, but kept walking, its steps much larger than my own. It was steadily catching up to me. When 20 yards became about 15, I began to make out details. Patchy silver hair all over, skin that was a gray or gray-blue color, hands with long, sharp nails. This was almost certainly the same creature I saw with its hand on the fence that night. Suddenly, it broke into a full run. Mock me all you want, but I screamed like a child as I turned forward again and started to run, but immediately slid on the dirt road, rocks rolling underneath one of my feet, causing me to fall and scrape my right hip. Now on the ground, I faced the thing running at me, and without full control over my panicking body, my palms raised up to my eyes, covering them, as I waited for sharp, nasty nails to dig into me and teeth to bite down into my flesh. But that didn't happen. I listened to its rapid thud, thud, thud in the gravel. It was in front of me, beside me, then beyond me. The creature ran right past me full speed. I uncovered my eyes, almost unsure at first. Then I stood back up and faced ahead. The creature had stopped, now about 30 yards ahead up the road. It was facing me again, I think. Then, after we stared at each other for a couple of moments, it walked off to the left of me and disappeared in the woods. Screw stealthiness at that point. I took off at a full run myself. I didn't stop until I made it through the front door, panting. Once again, I relayed my story to my wife, who was now scared for me, and told me she did not want me to run my mile around the loop, and instead, if I had to keep running, I could do it inside the fence at least. While that would make for a boring run, I agreed. The fence did make me feel safer, and I could bring the dog out there with me. But I'll tell you this, I wasn't about to go outside after dark for a long time. It's been about 9 months now. I would say I'm overdue for another sighting, but I don't think it's coming back. Or maybe I just hope it's not coming back. It never did show any signs of aggression. If anything, it showed signs of curiosity. It was sniffing around my fence and staring me down. To me, it was like it was just checking us out, wondering if these new people in its territory were dangerous, the same way I was wondering if this thing was dangerous. But I'm not going to believe that 100%. I don't want my guard down if I ever see the creature again. I'm afraid if I assume this thing is not out to get me, if I don't take it seriously if I see it again, I could end up a nice, sloppy, wet meal. If I ever do see it again, I'll be sure to let you know. Help me identify this creature. From Dancing Pan. It was 14 years ago. My boyfriend and I went to a graveyard one night. He had told me a story about how he'd seen something weird there. He didn't really want to take me. He even tried to talk me out of it, but I insisted. He said that he had heard voices about the place, and if you go there and sit every night, you'd eventually see it. He said that he had finally seen the thing himself on the 3rd or 4th consecutive night that he had visited. He described it as very tall, man-like, and gray. But he only caught a glimpse of it, and never went back after that, until I made him. I remember him saying he had car trouble when it appeared also, making his escape much more suspenseful. Well, hearing this, I could not resist. I had to see it. We went 3 nights in a row. On the 3rd night was when I finally saw it. We were sitting in the dark with the moon being the only source of light. Man, were we dumb. We should have brought our own light at least. Suddenly, both of us got creeped out. It was actually the first time we felt that way since starting our visits. The air felt different somehow. We immediately changed our minds about the whole ordeal, deciding to leave and maybe not coming back after all. Lo and behold, my car, which was the one we took this time, didn't start. And my car had never had trouble before, not once. And even after this incident, it wouldn't have trouble starting for another several years. But when we tried to start it, it wasn't having it. I'd never been so terrified in my life. My boyfriend was driving that night and kept trying to start it, but nothing happened. Then the headlights flickered and came on full force. We saw it, standing right there in front of the car. It was 7 feet tall at least. It was pale gray. It looked like a moving statue to me. It was so tall it had to bend over to look at us through the windshield. We were freaking out. Finally, the car sort of shifted and started at last. The creature itself darted off so quickly to the left. I knew that if it came to the side windows after us, we'd both be dead within a minute. It was so unbelievably fast, yet huge. Instead, it stood at the side of the car, watching us. It continued to watch as we drove away. The cemetery was laid out where the gravel road went around the whole graveyard in a circle and looped back around so that the entrance was also the exit. We were spinning tires and slinging gravel the whole way around, but when we passed the place where the thing was, it hadn't moved at all. It had been standing there, watching us go around the gravel circle. It just let us leave, but it was looking directly at me. I knew it. It was the passenger side of the car that was facing it, after all. I couldn't really make out any of its features. It was dark, and what had happened so fast, we had panicked. Well, when I looked at this thing, and it looked back at me, I was overcome with a sense of severe sadness, of depression. It was a feeling I'd never felt in my life, but in that moment, these strange emotions became real. It was like everyone and everything I've ever cared for in my whole life was burned right before my very eyes. The pain and hurt was almost tangible. It took my breath away. That night, when I made it home and finally was able to get some sleep, I dreamt of that thing calling me from the graveyard, begging me to come back. But it seemed harmless, it seemed miserable, as if it was stuck in that old cemetery forever, and it was alone, so alone. When I woke up, I was determined to go back to find the creature, but before I could even tell my boyfriend, I got calls from him and 2 of my best friends. I could not believe what they told me. All 3 of them had had nightmares in which that creature had brutally torn them apart and mutilated me. The 2 girls who called me didn't know anything about the graveyard incident. It was so late when I got back home, I hadn't had a chance to tell anyone about it. I just went straight to bed. My boyfriend dreamt that I had gone back to the place because I felt bad for it, so he had driven out there after me. When he got there, he found it ripping me apart. He said it was as if the thing was searching for someone because it wasn't eating, just ripping and tossing pieces of my body away. For a long time, I had dreams about the thing, saying, "I won't hurt you. Come back. Help me. I am suffering." And for a while, honestly, I had to fight the urge to go back, even after 3 people I cared about told me their nightmares where I would die. The pull to go back isn't strong at all anymore. I guess it faded with time, especially with kids and adulting, but I do think about it often. I do kind of get a little itch just to drive out there, and I don't know. It would be dumb, but there's always been a little nagging voice that whispers about the thing we saw that night. Whatever it was, it had a masculine physique, no genitalia, and its eyes were completely black. No iris, no pupil, nothing. Just black, inky nothingness. I've been searching for answers all these years, but the only things I've seen that look remotely like it are wendigos, the pale crawling humanoid ones, not the ones with fur and antlers. Thing is, wendigo are vicious, bloodthirsty. A wendigo wouldn't have let us leave that night, I wouldn't think. The best way I can describe it is it was a statue, one that moved. Does anyone know what it could have been? It's bugged me for nearly 2 decades now, and any answers, any suggestions, would be appreciated. Bigfoot Clown Car, from Jasper H. Right after I graduated high school, sometime in the early 2010s, I had a close group of friends that I did everything with. It consisted of my girlfriend, Ella, and my 2 best friends, Sean and Christian. It was early summer, mid-June, I believe. We decided we wanted to take a road trip and hang out in the mountains. We didn't live that far from the most iconic mountain in our state, so we headed that way, in Sean's beloved Pontiac. He had affectionately named it Banshee. We packed the works, snacks, drinks, and after some pestering on my part, I was a bit of a safety nut, so I brought along some warmer coats, flashlights, and water. We were going to make a night of it, even if it meant driving back home at 1 in the morning, which we were all very accustomed to do at that point in our young adult lives. We ended up driving up an old, infrequently used logging road and parking near what seemed to be a good spot to start our impromptu hike. We parked the Banshee on the side of the road, which was about a foot away from a ditch that was about 5 feet deep and at minimum 10 feet across. On the other side of the ditch was a copse of small trees. Young saplings, no more than 3 inches in diameter. It wasn't really safe to cross the ditch unless you used the narrow trail that cut through the ditch into the woods, so we ended up using that and headed into the woods to start our adventure. We spent the entire afternoon wandering and talking and basically just chewing the fat. Around early evening, we had settled down and started a small fire to keep warm. There was a clearing that we had discovered, and there was a fire pit from previous campers, so we used it to start a new fire. Since summer was only just beginning, the nights were still kind of chilly. This night wasn't any different, and being impulsive young adults, we were beginning to regret coming out without better gear, despite our coats and the fire. It was cold enough that our hands were too numb to open the snacks, so that began to damper our spirits. I was getting especially grumpy, since I hadn't had a lot of sleep the night before. I was getting especially irritable sometime around 9. We had only had junk food in our stomachs, and the smoke from the campfire was giving me a massive headache. At some point, I ended up bickering with Ella over some silly topic that I can't even remember now. I stormed off into the woods to cool off. Even though I knew the fight was silly, it had really upset me, and I was in tears for at least 5 or 10 minutes. I wasn't quiet about it either. When I finally started to calm down, a sound came to my attention. It was a not-so-distant, rhythmic knocking, like someone hitting trees with a stick. I knew it wasn't any of the others, because I was close enough that I could still hear them talking, and I would have heard them approaching, since there was so much debris on the ground. My heart stopped, then started pounding as I listened to the other sounds that began accompanying the knocking. Breathing like a heavy, deep breathing, as if whatever was breathing was getting mad, and I mean angry. The knocking was getting more and more deliberate, intense. It sounded like if whatever was being hit was hit any harder, it would snap. Now, I'm a big fan of myths and the supernatural, and my state is famous for its Bigfoot sightings. Heck, even some of my family have claimed to see Bigfoot. I didn't want to jump to any conclusions, but the first thing I thought of was that Bigfoot communicates by knocking on trees with sticks. My heart was skipping beats. Here I was in the middle of nowhere, and I hadn't had the good grace to grab a flashlight before I stormed off. The knocking, the breathing, it was all getting closer. So, I was out of there. I turned around, heading back the way I came, luckily coming right back to the campsite. The fire had been put out, and my friends were gone. I could hear them calling for me from the direction of the road. I quickly answered them and said that I was coming. The knocking was further away now, but still aggressive and sharp in its retort. I finally made it back to the Banshee, which was idling in the middle of the road. Ella, Sean, and Christian stood near the front of the car, looking just as freaked out as I was. Apparently, they'd heard the knocking too, and decided to call it quits then, thinking that I'd find my way back to the car eventually. Calling me hadn't been an option since there was zero reception out there. I assured them it was fine, but then we had the absolute crap scared out of us. It all happened so quickly, it felt like it was happening in slow motion. There was an eruption of snapping noises, as something huge just casually brushed those saplings aside in the same way a normal person would walk through tall grass. We could see trees snapping like toothpicks in the light from the headlights. The breathing was audible now, along with an angry grunting noise. The next thing we knew, a large humanoid figure, at least 9 feet tall, appeared out of the tree line. It didn't even pause before it leapt over the ditch. It just casually stepped over it, like you would if you were stepping off a curb. It cleared the ditch completely and landed in a crouch in the center of the road, looking at us as it did. We'd been frozen in shock at the sound and the creature's appearance, But when it landed in the middle of the road after jumping the ditch like a kid playing hopscotch, we scrambled, comically so, piling over each other to get into the Banshee. Then we sped away. I remember looking back and seeing it charging after us as we drove away, but it quickly gave up the chase and returned to its woods. We decided after that encounter that we'd just stick to normal, populated areas for hanging out. Areas far away from that thing. The Thing in West Virginia, from Tim R. This story occurred in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Though I was born in Charleston, I moved to Parkersburg when I was 3. I was raised in an isolated area in the mountains. West Virginia is known for its scary monsters and the well-known Mothman. I'm here to tell you about a new type of creature, one you may have never heard of before. I was outside playing with my German Shepherd. I vividly remember it being a nice fall day. All the leaves were golden and the trees were beginning to lose their leaves. Every step I could hear the leaves crunching below me. As I said, I live in an isolated area in the mountains, so my family would have to drive about half an hour to get to town if they wanted groceries or to take me to school. It was evening, so I was bored just running around throwing sticks, as my dog attempted to go get them. I always loved the outdoors from a young age, but this event almost changed it for me. As I was messing around throwing sticks, I noticed a stream heading down the mountain. I went over to it, and my dog soon followed. I sat down on a nearby rock and looked up. I could tell it was going to be dark soon. I then heard a twig snap on the other side of the stream. I looked over to see a small squirrel just looking at me. My dog barked and foolishly ran across the stream, splashing me in the process. I ran after him, but soon lost sight of him. I looked around and found that I was indeed lost myself. I had an uneasy feeling, and I just wanted to be back home. I tried to retrace my steps, but I couldn't seem to find my way back. Every second that uneasy feeling would multiply. I looked around until I found what was giving me that feeling. Until this day, I still regret looking that way. What I saw appeared to be around 8 feet tall. It was skinny and had a weird face, like the face of a bear, but not exactly. The thing had patches of brown fur, but looked to have gotten in a fight with something. It had long, long arms, and that stench that came off of it was insane. I stumbled backwards, and I was just in shock. It seemed like that thing was just as scared of me, though, as it got awkwardly down onto 4 legs and scurried away. The thing reminded me of a stretched-out, hairless grizzly bear. But I'm not even sure if we have grizzlies in West Virginia. Only black bears, I think. And if it was, why did it act that way? Why did it look like that? The thing I encountered made no noise, though. It was silent, and I don't know why. I sat there wondering what I saw, and I finally got the nerve to get up, but my legs were all shaky. I was paranoid. Every minute I was looking behind myself. I tried to run at one point, but I had no sense of direction. I just wanted to run, so I kept going. Eventually, I reached a road. The same road that led me to my house, so I followed it, luckily enough. As I reached almost halfway up the road, my heart sank. I remembered I didn't know where my dog was. I tried to think of an excuse on what to tell my parents about the dog, but what would they think? I walked into my house and went directly to my bedroom. I didn't come out that evening at all. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up in the middle of the night with that same terrified feeling. Thankfully, the next day, my dog found his way back somehow. I was so relieved, but I could tell he was not the same. After that day, I haven't been to those same woods ever again. I've been too scared to even know. I'm 38 now, but I'm still so paranoid. The Eyes. From Brooke D. My sister and I were one day heading out to her friend's house. Apparently, her friend lived out in the country, and there was a supposedly haunted graveyard near their house. So we left about 8:30 or 9 p.m. We would pick him up and visit the graveyard. This happened in October of 2019, by the way. When we got there and were finally driving up his driveway, on both sides of the dirt road there were these long cornfields. I could reach out my window and touch them, they were so close to us. As we pulled into his driveway, we saw this black little animal that looked like a skunk, but it didn't have any white on it. We called it a skunk and left it at that. We picked up her friend and talked for a bit. 5 minutes later, as we were driving back down the dirt road, I was sitting in the back passenger seat, looking out the front window. About 10 feet from the car, I saw something sticking its long, stretched out neck over the corn stalks in the field. These corn stalks are taller than me. I couldn't really see the shape of the head, but I could see its bright eyes, looking and blinking at the car. I didn't say anything. I don't know why. I may have been in shock or just curious. But when we got about 5 feet from it, I saw it slowly move its head back into the field. As we drove by where it was, I tried to search for it from the window, but I couldn't find it. We continued on to the graveyard and didn't see anything else. But even my sister said that she felt as if she was being watched the moment we picked our friend up. I encountered something big. From Dixieland, 1776. I'm a 21-year-old young man, but my story happened when I was 15. I used to live in a rural area in Oklahoma. We lived deep in a valley with forest all around us, basically cutting us off from any other outside cities. There's only a single opening into the rest of the plains. This valley is in a horseshoe shape. On October 8th of 2004, it was a few days after the start of bow season, and I finally got some free time to get in on my grandfather's 900 acres of land. It was early in the morning, around 4:30. I drove out to the location. I began to walk down the man-made trail to my spot, where I began to sit under a tree, waiting and watching the feeder in a nearby clearing on the south side of the massive property. I got comfortable and I sat there, my mind quickly going blank as I was so focused. I sat in the darkness of that forest, occasionally hearing a cow in the distance or a nearby coyote. But at a certain point, there came another sound, movement coming from the other side of the woods. Suddenly, a group of cows and their calves came through and began to graze in the clearing. I sighed. There goes my chance of seeing anything here, I thought. I waited another 15 minutes, just watching the cows graze and hoping something would come up on the feeder. When suddenly one of the cows raised its head, fast and at attention. It began to stare in the tree line at the side of the forest next to me. The cows suddenly trotted off fast in the other direction, the rest of them going at alert too, following the other cow. Together they moved out of that clearing. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, so that's how I saw this happen, and the moonlight helped me as well. I watched the forest tree line for a few seconds, not seeing or hearing anything, until I heard the echoing sound of branches snapping. That's when I saw a large, and I mean huge, as in its fingers were as long as my forearm, hand grasping the tree, and I saw something emerge out of the forest. It was huge. If I had to estimate, it would have been about 21 or 23 feet tall. Its arms were maybe the width of my own, maybe less. but they were extraordinarily long. Despite its lanky and tall appearance, it moved majestically like an ape. Its head came through the leaves and my heart sank. Its face was long and its mouth was similar in shape to the Scream mask. No nose, just slits like a snake, and its eyes were like humans' eyes, but they reflected the little light there was like a dog's eyes. Its feet were long and digitigrade, like a rabbit's leg, or like someone when they try to walk on the balls of their feet. It walked or crawled or whatever you want to call it into the field. It stopped and squatted down to look at something. At this point, it was maybe 50 feet away from me, but I knew it couldn't see me, and I prayed that it never would. I was wearing some very heavy winter camo with no orange. Just when I had thought it was looking in my general direction, it blinked and stood slowly, its eyes darting back and forth in the area that I was. It was like it smelled me somehow, but didn't know where I was. I stayed completely still, and eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the creature bounded away on all fours. I've never seen it again or anything like it, but I just had to share this story. This was mind-blowing and terrifying. Black Sheep Hollow, from Sarah W. This is a story from my great-uncle. It takes place in Clinch, Tennessee, where Cherokee legends run quite deep. I've heard stories of man-eating fish in the river, to monsters that roam the mountains and hills. When my uncle was growing up, he never believed in the paranormal, and would even poke fun at my pawpaw for believing in it. My uncle back then loved to party, so when my pawpaw said, "Grab your girl and let's drive around," he jumped at the opportunity. He called his girlfriend, now wife, up, and 2 other buddies, then they headed off. My uncle sat in the back with his girlfriend and one of his 2 buddies. As they drove alongside trees, the conversation in the vehicle turned to the existence of spirits, and my pawpaw really wanted to prove that they existed, so he takes them down this obscure back road way deep in the woods called Black Sheep Hollow. It is said to be cursed, as told by the Cherokee who used to live there or know of it, and it honestly lives up to the name. A lot of bodies used to be dumped in these parts, especially during the Prohibition, along with doing the deed there. As they get halfway through the ride, my uncle realizes how quiet everything was for the night. Chills went up his spine when he felt immediately that something was wrong. Being raised in the backwoods, you learn to trust those instincts. He begins to pan around looking for something. He passes over his buddy and there he sees it. Someone sitting in the car next to his friend, who had never been there before, and he wasn't familiar at all. It was a big black man with overalls. There was blood covering him from head to toe. That's when he sees where it's coming from. One of his eyes is gone, while the other remaining eye is glowing red. Before my uncle could say a word, his girlfriend screams, causing my pawpaw to hit the brakes hard, sending the 3 in the back sliding into the cab. My uncle looks back up after the sudden stop and sees nothing. The man was gone, vanishing into thin air. Needless to say, my uncle and pawpaw never traveled that road again, and they warned all their kids and grandchildren after that to never go down that road or that deep into the woods. The Humanoid Alligator, from Princeton. This happened a few years ago when I went on a fishing trip with my family at a forested lake area. I was 15 years old. I wasn't really into fishing, but my parents had always insisted. While my family was on one part of the lake, I went to another for some peace and quiet. I let go of my fishing pole, propping it up on a large rock, pulling out my phone, and began to text some friends. I just had to let someone know how bored I was here. My friends and I were texting each other for nearly half an hour when I heard something fall in the woods behind me. That's when I freaked out because I saw the head of an alligator, and I didn't know there were gators out here. But after looking closer, there was something off about it. Some of their features were more human than expected. The eyes were round with round pupils, and the color of its skin was all off. But when it picked itself up, using apparently forearms to stand on hind legs, I had trouble breathing. It must have stood to be about 10 feet tall at least. Its claws were massive and sharp, just like its teeth, which had a red tint to them, as if they were stained with blood. But its eyes were what scared me the most. Again, they were human-like and not reptilian at all. None of its appearance made sense. It took a couple of large and extremely heavy steps to approach me. I could then see its tail as it moved away from the forest, which was the most normal alligator thing about it. It stopped a few yards in front of me. I was too scared to move at all. That's when I saw the creature shake its head at me and smile, as if it was trying to tell me that it meant me no harm. Despite this, I ran full speed back to my family the moment I could move a muscle. They were already done and had been waiting for me, they said. To my dad's annoyance, I never bothered to go back for my fishing pole. I panicked when they tried to make me go back to get it. I told them what I saw, but no one would believe a story like this. Honestly, I don't know what it was, and if anyone could believe me, it would be so comforting, because this experience disturbed me. The Monster of Troll Falls, from Miriam L. If you travel along the Trans-Canada Highway, traveling west from Calgary to Canmore, Alberta, there's an exit that leads to Kananaskis, which is a huge area in the mountains and forests. From there are 2 provincial parks that I camp inside and hike in yearly. One is the Peter Laughead Provincial Park, and the other is the Bow Valley Provincial Park, all where I stayed the most. When I first started camping in this area around 5 years ago, I could feel something weird about the place. It gave off these strange vibes, like something was trying to call for me. But it wasn't anything major at first, and had no problems for the first year I was there. I do admit that I was ignoring it though, dismissing it as something just unexplainable, and trying to remain in my comfort zone. The vast forests and the Rocky Mountains were calming to me after all. Around the 2nd to 3rd year, however, things got peculiar. My mother was in an herbology and gardening course at the time, so myself, my younger sister and stepsister, as well as my stepfather, decided to look around for a small, short hiking place where we could waste some time in the meantime while we waited for my mom to finish up. It was then that my stepfather told us of a deeper hiking trail that he had taken my mother on the previous year when we were visiting relatives. It was called Troll Falls. It was a 3-kilometer hike. It was off the road, leading to the Kananaskis village, part of a much longer hiking trail. My sisters and I agreed to go because we wanted to see the waterfall and the alleged troll face that was in the rocks underneath the falls. At first, I didn't see the face of the troll after we climbed up there, but once we reached the falls, this heavy sinking feeling welled up in my chest and chilled me to my bones. Something felt wrong. My eyes darted around to try and see if there was anything near us, but there was nothing there. We couldn't stay long as we had to make the long walk back in time to pick up my mom, and I didn't argue when we had to leave. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the weird feeling. A couple of years later, once I got my driver's license and moved to Calgary last year, I was able to visit more frequently. I even made some friends who believed my story, as they too had felt the same sensation when they visited there. Over the last year, I began doing extensive research on the paranormal. I even took a ghost hunting course to learn more on spirit communication, as I was more and more convinced that what I had experienced there may have been some sort of haunting. Even though it's never safe to do these investigations alone, I packed a bag with my pendulum, phone, and notes. Then I drove off to Troll Falls alone. It was probably the dumbest decision I'd ever made, but the feeling was growing stronger and more unbearable. It was like something was drawing me there. I had to sate my curiosity. I had to do some kind of investigation. When I made it to the trail, I got out of my car and attempted to speak, hoping to normalize myself with whatever was out there, letting them know that I was going to visit them. And surprisingly, the feeling of dread lessened immediately. And while much of the heaviness stayed firm, it was almost soothing after a while as my fear began to subside. I was beginning to think that this entity was just lonely, and was very happy that someone had at least felt its pained cries of distress. It didn't take long for me to find out that this thing, whatever it actually was, did not like too many people. Because when I was walking through the trails and a nearby busload of 20 to 30 kids stopped and began to climb the same trail, I felt dread and anger re-flood over me. I tried to apologize for them, but becoming afraid again, I turned around and made my way to exit the trail. I could see another lady getting out of her own vehicle. She seemed to be preparing herself to go up a longer trail, but no sooner had I walked by her, we both stopped in our tracks when we heard something terrible. A sudden echoing and booming roar erupted from the woods that I had just exited. It shook the leaves in the trees around us. You could hear the children that had just gotten off the bus starting to scream. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was so deep and guttural, more like a demonic tone than anything. I'd never felt or heard such indignation. I quickly jumped into my car and drove out of there as fast as I could, all the way back to my own home, and once again, I kept this event to myself for a while. You may be wondering, but I know for sure that that was no bear or cougar. It would be physically impossible for those animals to make that sound. I have no doubts in my mind that I was in danger going into that trail, and the further I went, the more risky it was. I do wonder what would have happened if I had just stayed in there. Would it have taken me away? Maybe nothing would happen at all. That event and that sound, they're things that I will never forget. I'm not trying to scare people away from exploring their favorite trails, but at least be cautious and know that there are entities among us that we cannot yet explain. And now a quick message from our sponsor. Mother's Day is creeping up fast and silent like a sinister stalker, so you'd better be more ready than ever. Luckily, there's a great and affordable gift that will leave your mother delighted and all smiles. The Skylight Digital Photo Frame. The Skylight sets up quick and easy in under 60 seconds. Plug it in, connect it to Wi-Fi, and enjoy. Adding photos to the frame is as simple as sending an email. Attach the photo, click send, and the photo appears in the Skylight frame in seconds. The Skylight has a gorgeous screen too, making it look like an especially nice photo frame. You can preload it with plenty of photos to make the best and most personalized gift this Mother's Day. If you get one, you even get a 100% satisfaction guarantee, so if you're not satisfied, you can get a full refund. But we think you will be satisfied. My wife still loves our Skylight, regularly sending new photos to it to keep it up to date with our fur family and cheesy relationship photos. Now, as a special Mother's Day offer, you can get $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame when you text DPP to 484848. That's right, to get $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame, Just text DPP to 484848. That's DPP 484848. Thanks so much to Skylight. The Thing in My Yard, from Matt. I was 15. I lived in an area what people in Georgia would call out in the sticks. Think deep woods. I like to stay up late and play video games with friends most of the time. We don't really go to bed there until 1 or 2 in the morning. One night we were all tired, me especially, as it was a tough day at work that day. It was about 1:30 in the morning. My friend had logged off for a few minutes to go get some food. I'll never forget what happened that night. I remember getting up from my PlayStation and going over to the window. I brushed the blinds out of the way to look outside, as it had been storming, and I wanted to see how bad it was still. Across the street, there is a street lamp that comes on at night. Yes, we have a street lamp way out there. What I saw chilled my blood and froze me to the spot. Directly across from my window was a cherry tree we've had since we moved in. Standing under it, almost 7 feet tall, was a long and thin creature. I say creature because it was pale and too skinny and too tall to be a human. It had no clothes on either, but it didn't have any sort of male or female parts. It took everything I had not to scream, because I knew if I did, this thing would hear me, and who knows what it would do if it did. Its mouth was full of these fangs or tusks, like you'd see from an orc in some fantasy game, but longer and more pointed. I stared at it for a while. I began to back up slowly, trying to lower the blinds to feel more safe and try to ignore that this thing was out there. But suddenly my phone rang. I looked at the phone, then back to the window, and saw that the creature was now closer, and its eyes were open, reflecting a solid red from the moonlight. I ran over, answered the phone, and stayed on the line with my friend, staring at the now closed blinds and hoping that I would not see those red eyes in the window behind it. I never did. I felt lucky, but still afraid. A week later, I was up late painting some models for a tabletop game. The time slipped by, and before I could realize it, it was 2 in the morning. Once again, I decided to look out the window, as by now it was a habit. I'd been checking for that thing every night, absolutely scared that I would see it again. And when I opened those blinds, there it was, pressing itself up against my window. It was too tall for me to see its face, so what I was looking at was its lanky, inhuman chest. I let out a shaky breath as I tried to think of what to do, but I just let go of the blinds and sat paralyzed in my bed for the rest of the night. Sometimes to this day I'll look out my window again, and sometimes I swear I see that thing by the tree, just watching. Creepy Guy in the Woods, from Angela. This took place when I was 11. It was a long time ago, but it still creeps me out. My friend and I were walking down my street when we had the idea to go into the woods by the house and do a bit of exploring. We were bored at the time. To get a picture of it into your mind, this place is half farm and half woods, with hay bales scattered everywhere in the open parts of the field. After we had finished up with our exploration, we were getting ready to walk out of the woods, but something happened. We soon noticed an extremely tall man walking towards us. He was wearing a hoodie with the hood covering his face. We couldn't see him too well because it was sundown. I'm not sure if he noticed us or not. When he looked up, he crouched down behind a hay bale, with his head occasionally popping out from behind it to watch us. We quickly came up with a plan before leaving the woods. When I was within range of the hay bale, I pulled out my phone and pretended to call my dad, who I then pretended was a police officer. I began to talk loud enough and mentioned plenty of keywords for the man to hear, but the man continued to jump from hay bale to hay bale, following and spying on us. What he wanted, I'm not sure, but I wasn't sure my ploy was working. Then, at one point, he simply vanished, probably having gotten up to leave for the few seconds that we hadn't looked. When we no longer saw him, we sprinted at full speed back to the house. We never saw the man again, and to this day we have no clue what he was planning. I wonder what would have happened if we never saw him. If he was just passing by, he wouldn't have followed and spied on us while trying to hide. Ghost sighting from Donovan G. It was my 6th grade year. My friends and I had made this little fort of scrap wood deep in the woods that surrounded my house. My friend Matthew and I were going out to that fort at around 8:30 p.m. Halfway there, I heard something that creeped us out. The sound of a little girl crying. I asked Matthew if he heard that, and he said yeah, he had been hearing it since we first entered the woods, but he thought his mind was playing tricks on him. We were both terrified out of our minds. As we began looking around, we ended up wandering off the path a bit, and I almost fell into a trap door that we found in the ground. I'd never seen this little door before. I pointed at it and asked Matthew, "Dude, do you think that goes anywhere?" He shook his head and demanded that we go back now. But I wanted to go in. I wanted to see what was inside. We pulled the flashlight from his backpack. I opened the door, and instantly the crying of the little girl grew louder. This was where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from right in front of us. The two of us screamed in reply and ran back to the house. We didn't go in the woods again for another month, and to this day, the sound of that little girl's cries are clearer than ever. Structure in the Woods from Hazel's Supernatural Idjit. My cousin and I were having fun for spring break at a deep woods cabin. She was 9 and I was 12. There was a stylized restaurant way out there. After we had finished eating, my aunt let us know that there used to be a swing behind the restaurant in the nearby woods. We were excited, and after she gave us the go-ahead, we decided to go through the back door entrance of the restaurant. We walked down this path for a while, wondering where the swings were. We soon encountered an old and dirty and very ripped up couch sitting by this tall pine tree. We continued on and soon found a swing set along with the slide. However, I no longer felt like going on the swings. I had a feeling of dread washing over me. I looked around as my cousin swung around too, and there we saw it. A monkey bar set with a large black cord wrapped very loosely around the top. A yellow cord was also hung from it with a light fixture at the end. Hanging by its neck from the black cloth was a toy baby doll. A few feet away from that was a human-sized doghouse. This gave me a deep sense of getting the heck out of there. I told my cousin, and she walked over to where I was standing. She then gasped and jumped back. "Do you hear that? There's someone breathing in that doghouse. There's someone in it." Shivers ran down my spine. We then heard a distant, high-pitched whirring sound above us. We turned tail and ran then. I'm 15, and I'm still afraid of going back to that restaurant, still confused as to what we found out there. The sounds around our campfire from Anonymous. It was a summer holiday here in London, UK. We were camping out in the woods. But that entire night, things felt creepy. We tried to lighten up the mood by talking around the campfire, but around midnight, we began hearing someone walking around just in the darkness around us. I called out asking who it was, but never got a reply, and the footsteps continued. The footsteps only stopped so that the loudest and most terrifying scream I'd ever heard could boom around us. It wasn't some unintelligible scream either. It was a feminine scream, calling for us to help her. But when the same voice echoed and repeated the same exact line, the same exact way, from every direction, we all noped out of there. We ran out of the campsite as fast as we could. I don't know if someone was really in trouble out there, or if this was some kind of spirit, but I do know I've rarely been that scared since. Something in the Trees, from Courtney P. Here's a story of what happened to me during what was supposed to be a relaxing horseback ride. It was a cool spring evening after school. I was a senior at the time. I went to my friend's acreage where I keep my horse Jojo. It was after school in February, as this was part of my routine. I would come home from school, do some homework that needed to be done for the next day, and head out to my friend's, Jenna, to practice riding for completions coming up in the summer. This ride began particularly atypical. No one was home at the time. Jenna's mom was usually home working along with Jenna's little brother, but Jenna was at work along with her sister. Her dad, Alan, was working in town and the rest of her family was nowhere to be seen. Now, I'm used to horseback riding around their open acreage by myself, so initially this was not a problem. As soon as I got Jojo from the pasture, I thought I heard something coming from the northwest of the barn. I tied up Joe and started to walk into the barn to get my tack. I stopped in my tracks with my hand on the door when, all of a sudden, I heard what I could only describe as a male scream. The type of scream that comes from someone who is in extreme pain and needs medical attention. I could make out the words, "Help, Courtney, please help me." I rushed past the barn door to the north to see if my friend's dad was in trouble. There's a trail that runs on the north side of the barn that leads to some farm equipment at the edge of the woods, so I thought something may have happened to him. I yelled for him, "Alan? What's wrong?" Only to get the same call in reply, "Please help me, Courtney, please." But that certainly wasn't Alan's voice. I knew I wasn't going crazy because I looked at Jojo and her ears were pointed straight up in the direction of the screaming. Her nostrils flared. All of a sudden, she let out a huge grunt after we both heard another scream, and I booked it into the barn. I grabbed Jojo's bridle and ran out to find her pawing and grunting. "It's all right, Joe, it's all right," I kept repeating, but I think I was actually talking to myself. As soon as I got her tack on, I hopped on her and galloped south toward the house. I decided to try and calm myself down by getting away from the screaming. We trotted down the driveway past the house and to the top of their hill. At about a quarter mile from the barn, I stopped Jojo and stood there, trying to comprehend the sounds we had heard. I turned around, too terrified to want to be anywhere near that place. I had Jojo run back. I put her in the pasture and drove home. The following day started the same. No one was home and I went on a ride. With the day before completely out of my mind, the screams came again, reminding me of everything that had happened. I yelled back again, "Hello? Are you okay?" Then comes the line, "Please help me, Courtney, please." This time it was only about a few yards away. Startled again, I sprinted into the barn, grabbing Jojo's bridle and throwing it on her. We then began to run from the noise again. At the top of the hill was a pasture to the east that contained another small patch of woods. I've ridden there before. While we were standing there, it came again. This time it was coming from the woods at the top of the hill. "Help, please," it said. Some family friends live right next to that patch of woods, but it was none of their voices. I sat straight up from her back and grabbed my reins in my right hand and part of her mane in my left for comfort. "Hello?" I yelled at the desolate woods, expecting an answer back. "Are you okay? Is someone there?" I was terrified, but I needed something other than "help me, please." "Come on, Joe," I said shakily. I gave her a click and headed back down the gravel driveway to the barn, but the screaming never stopped. Jojo had barely taken 2 steps when they came again. "Please help me, Courtney. Please help." Just remembering this event made me shake. I still can't get the sound out of my head. The ride back to the barn took us about 10 minutes, and over that span of time the screaming happened 5 more times. I decided to see what was going on, so Joe and I walked down the north trail behind the barn. I saw movement at the edge of the woods, then came more screaming. A deer came sprinting out of the woods into the field to the right of us. I live in the Midwest and I've seen plenty of deer before, but I've never seen one sprint like that. There was something in the woods spooking it. "Crap," I said as the deer sprinted by. Jojo did not want to go any further on that trail. I didn't either, but I needed to see if I could find the culprit of these screams. "Come on, Joe." She listened, and we started a wary ride to something we should have been running from. The screams continued, getting louder and louder with each step Joe took. The closer we got to the edge of the woods, the louder the screams got. But when we made it to the edge of the woods, the screaming just stopped. I heard a whisper instead, as if there were someone standing behind Joe and I. It was a somewhat high-pitched but still masculine voice. "Will you please help me?" Joe sprinted away with me holding on for dear life. She must have heard it too. I turned my head to find nothing there but more rustling trees. We got back to the pasture, and I immediately threw open the gate, taking off Joe's bridle and giving Joe a pat, then headed out to the pasture. I made sure to let Joe know that I was thankful and that I loved her. Right before I got into my car, I heard Joe run to the opposite side of the pasture and begin to neigh, then run back to the gate that I was just at. "No, you need to help me," was the last thing I heard before I got in my car to drive away, and I didn't look back. I went for a ride just yesterday, 6 months after those events, just Jojo and I again. There was no screaming this time, but she would not go anywhere near those woods.
I will never walk alone in the woods. From Anonymous. I was never scared to explore the woods alone as a kid. I would actually get a little excited if there were creepy sounds like cracking branches or a rustling of the leaves. It gave my imagination a chance to grow. In 1984, as a 13-year-old boy, I didn't spend my time in front of a computer or playing video games. The smartphone would just be a thing of our imaginations back then. I spent my days exploring and creating new worlds in the fields and forests near my southern Arkansas home. Sometimes I'd invite my best friend, but most days I was alone. My dad traveled for work and was gone for weeks at a time, while my mom was always busy at home doing housework and taking care of my baby sister. I guess the best place to start is Memorial Weekend. My mom was in the hospital with some complications from giving birth to my baby sister. My dad had not made it back home from his last trip yet, so I stayed at my best friend Randy's house for a few days. He only lived about a mile down the gravel road from our house. I had a vivid imagination, but Randy, well, let's just say he liked to venture into the darkest areas of fantasy. He was always trying to find new ways to scare the heck out of me. Randy had a fascination with heavy metal and the occult. He was also curious about ghosts and talking to the dead. That evening after dinner, he had this bright idea to have a seance in an old Civil War-era cemetery that was in the woods halfway between my house and his. I'm sure he had no idea what he was doing, and was making it up along the way. He swiped a couple of candles from his mom's cupboard and an aluminum pie pan, and we headed down the road. We arrived at the cemetery a little after noon. The ground was soggy from a morning rain shower, and the sky was overcast. It was a nice setting for two young boys who wanted to scare themselves. We decided on a spot in front of a small cracked headstone that read Reginald Young, 1846 to 1863. It didn't say whether the young man was a soldier or not, but by the math he was 17 when he died. Randy told me that we needed to prick our fingers and drip blood into the pan as an offering to the spirits. So he pulled out his pocket knife, and we both pricked our fingers with the tip of the tiny knife. After we both had dripped a few drops of blood into the pan, Randy held it over one of the candles until it began to bubble. As we sat there, watching that bit of blood cook, Randy spoke to Reginald out loud, asking him to let us know if he was there. We waited quietly for a couple of minutes, and even though I was skeptical and a little amused, I was also slightly on edge, because we were doing something that I was always taught was wrong and dangerous. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder that made Randy drop the pan. It was followed by a deep rolling roar that sounded to me like an angry spirit whispering, "Right." We didn't give that horrible sound a second thought. Randy had dropped the pan, and we were both on our feet in seconds, breaking into a dead run through the woods. I've no idea why we didn't head back to the road. I guess we were so scared, we just weren't thinking clearly. I ran for what only seemed like minutes when I finally calmed myself. I bent over and put my hands on my knees to catch my breath. I started to laugh when I realized how ridiculous we both were. However, when I turned to say as much to Randy, he was not behind me. I looked around and I did not find him anywhere. I yelled for him, "Randy!" but the only sound I heard was the creaking of branches. We must have gotten separated. I was sure he had been right behind me. The only thing I could do was to head back to his house and make sure he made it home. I calmly started walking in the direction I thought we'd come from, back towards the road. But I walked and started to realize that none of my surroundings were familiar. No one had ever taught me to just stay in one place and wait. I'd played in the woods my whole life. I was sure I'd find my way out. As evening approached, more rain moved in. I was starting to get cold because I was soaked clean to my skin. I topped a small hill, hoping to figure out where I was. There I spotted an old abandoned car. It was rusty and one of the doors was missing. The seats were shredded and springs were sticking out in places. The roof was all dented up, but it didn't seem to be leaking, so I crawled in and curled up in the back seat and tried to get warm. At some point, I dozed off. I guess all the excitement and stress of realizing I was lost had worn me out. I'm not sure what woke me, but I was suddenly aware of a horrible smell. It was like a skunk but mixed with rotting meat. I sat up and covered my nose. I was a little scared to investigate, unsure of what I would encounter.
but I slowly climbed out of the car to look around. It was quite dark by then. I didn't see anything in the near vicinity, but as I slowly regained my senses, I could hear a sound coming from somewhere through the trees. It sounded like one step followed by a dragging sound, and then another step. It kept repeating and seemed to be getting closer. I was cold and tired, and I'd already been through a lot. The tough kid in me had pretty much vanished at this point. I looked around for a place to hide. The car was too open with the broken door and busted windows, and it was getting too dark to run. Not to mention I was scared I would run into whatever that was in the woods. So I did something that I probably wouldn't have under any other circumstance. I walked around to the trunk of the car, and I tested it to see if I could get it open. Luckily, the latch had been busted long ago. I lifted it up and carefully crawled inside. I slowly lowered the lid and waited. The smell of mildew and rust was strong, but not as strong as the horrible smell coming from the outside of the car. I lay there still as I could be, and I listened. The sound of whatever was coming through the woods had stopped. I waited a few more minutes and began to lift the trunk slowly. As I held it open, just enough to almost stick my head out, I heard it again. This time, it was closer. Maybe even as close as the front of the car. I lowered the lid quietly and tried to hold my breath. It occurred to me that it could be Randy. Maybe he had finally caught up to me. But why did he smell so awful? It would be safer to wait and listen than to try to take a peek. So I lay there and listened to the drag step sound approaching. My heart was already racing, but just when I thought I couldn't be more scared, a loud thud, like a huge fist, hit the top of the car. Almost instantly, the drag step was joined by a scratching sound like nails on a chalkboard. That scratching sound was coming right across the top of the car and headed for the trunk. The scratching started to sound more like knives on a glass window and grew louder and louder. Just when the sound was right above me, it quickly stopped. I listened, trying to intensify my hearing with sheer willpower, but there was nothing. I could hear no scratching, no steps, no crickets or branches blowing in the wind. All I could hear was my heart pounding. The hairs on the back of my neck felt as if they were crawling, and I was overwhelmed with the feeling that someone was looking at me. The only thing I could see from inside that trunk was the light coming from the hole where the latch should have been. As I fixed my eyes on that light, something moved in front of it. I raised up just a hair, and my eyes strained to adjust. I realized there was an eye looking back at me. It didn't look human. Those eyes were red and bloodshot, and the pupils were elongated. I threw my body back into the trunk as far as I could go, and I let out a scream so loud it temporarily deafened me. It felt like a dream, where you scream at the top of your lungs but nothing comes out. My screams were silenced for a moment as a thud hit the trunk so hard that the whole car bounced. As I started to scream again, I could hear something screaming with me, or it may have been a roar. It was hard to tell. The lid to the trunk caved in, but not enough to touch me. My screams were replaced by cries, and I felt as if I was going to drown in my own tears, when I realized that the banging and bouncing had stopped. As the seconds trickled into minutes, I awaited with sobs that turned into hiccups, and eventually, I fell into an exhausted sleep. I'm not sure how long it was until my eyes opened again, but I do remember the first sound I heard. I heard my father's voice yelling my name. I slowly opened my swollen eyes and cleared the fog from my mind. My heart raced again, but this time with relief and excitement. I started to yell and bang on the lid of the trunk as loud and hard as I could. It took them another hour to get me out of that trunk. It had been caved in from the outside and had gotten stuck. No one could figure out how I got in there, or how it had gotten caved in. After I told them my story, they searched the area, but they could not find any signs that anyone had been in the area. Even my footprints had been washed away. The car had a few branches lying on it from the rainstorm the evening before, and still looked like it had been there for years, but one thing was different. There were grooves in the ground where it looked like the car had been moved a few inches. Randy was safe. He was with my dad when he and the search party found me that day. He was the one that found them, and the hoof prints. These bizarre prints made a complete circle around the car. Of course, the adults credited this to the livestock that had gotten loose during the rainstorm, but Randy and I had other suspicions. I miss the peace and adventure that I used to find in the forest. I will treasure those youthful memories. However, even as an adult, I still have nightmares about that night. On many nights, that red bloodshot eye is the last thing I see before I wake from these horrible dreams. I'll never try to contact the dead again, or spend rainy days in the cemetery. But most of all, I'll never walk in the woods alone. The Keeper of the Forest Track, from Finn's Son. This story was told to me by my dad a few summers ago, when I asked if he knew anyone who had experienced anything supernatural. I'm writing this from memory, so some details might be missing, as I didn't experience any of this myself. As a kid, my dad used to live on a farm, which was located pretty close to my current home. Leading to the house, there was about a kilometer-long track that went through the forest. One autumn day, when my dad was around 6 to 7 years old, he was wandering along the track away from the house, when, in the midway, a pitch-black creature appeared, approximately 100 meters before him. The being was the same size as an adult, completely black, and its body resembled that of the grok from the Finnish stories called the Moomins. The legs, nose, and mouth were not visible, but it did have black and round, empty eye sockets, with a grayish color surrounding them. The creature didn't make any sound, it just stared, and it only moved if you looked away or moved yourself. It would stop immediately if you looked straight at it. Horrified, my dad stared at it for a while, before sprinting back home. According to him, the creature followed at jogging speed, with these weird bouncing hops. But before reaching the house, the thing would disappear. Dad never told anyone, because he felt like no one would believe him. This incident wasn't the last one, as the creature would frequently appear as my dad walked along that path. As soon as there was only about 10 meters in between him and the creature, Dad would make his escape, and as always, the creature would be gone just before he made it home. Soon after all this had started, he wouldn't go near that trail, unless it was absolutely necessary, and fortunately, the school was the opposite direction. One day his father asked him to chop some firewood near the track. Dad told me how scared he was the whole time, and how he kept glancing around as he was hacking at the logs. Just for a few seconds he lowered his gaze, and as he looked back up, the very same pitch-black creature was right in front of him, staring straight at my dad. He dropped the axe and ran as fast as he could, without daring to look back. Just as my dad was starting to doubt himself, he overheard the boy from the nearby farm telling people at school about how he was one day throwing some rocks against a barn's wall, when from around the corner, a black creature appeared. The boy was startled, and by instinct he threw a rock at it, which caused it to disappear. Dad never told this boy about his experiences, and to this day, that boy doesn't know that my dad had seen the same creature. Even though the being didn't make an appearance that fall and winter, and actually ever since, he told me he was terrified of encountering it again on the path for many years to come. He was left with some trauma. He told me how some holes in a carriage reminded him of the creature's eyes, and that made him scared in that very moment. On another occasion, a picture in a newspaper of a sniper made him anxious because the rifleman loosely resembled the black being on the road. When my dad first saw the picture of the Groke, he said Tove Jansson, the creator of the Moomins, sure as heck knew what a boogeyman looks like. For years, I wondered what he meant by that, but now I know. Catai Night Hike Terror, Colorado, from Nagi Naoe 101. Traditionally, Girl Scouts do this hike at night. As a kid, I particularly remember it, and also remember the terrors it caused myself and some others. How it is done is during the day the older scouts, usually between the ages of 15 to 18, start to prepare with the leaders. They cut out large yellow cat's eyes from construction paper and have phrases written on the paper. They staple the papers to various spots in the hike during the day. Usually, this hike is done as a partner hike, with one leader to every 4 or 5 girls, and we're given flashlights. So, how does this become scary? Well, the trail is haunted. Flying G Ranch in Colorado is historically a working farm and horse rescue. It has since shut down due to a fire. But while working the trail used for the Cat's Eye hike, I used a stagecoach trail and went to each different area of the camp. So each area would have different parts of the trail going through it. I hated going to even use the bathroom, because we always heard a strange roar, like a mountain lion, which in the history of the camp there had never been one there that close. But during the hike, you would hear something. The Cat's Eye hike was always a warm-up for brownies and juniors, just a test to see how brave we really were. And for me, this one night as a junior proved to be the worst ever. I was teamed with guests, specifically Tiger Scouts from a neighboring Boy Scout camp. These kids could barely be 7. I was hoping I didn't get lead, but since I had a better flashlight, that was gonna be me. I had one adult leader, and he was not even aware of how this hike worked. That night, I could have sworn something else was with us. There was the usual sounds the girls make during the hike. There was one kid I swear was crying. Now, we read off each plaque as we go along, and the strange sounds were getting louder. Suddenly, I hear something much worse than an actual roar. The adult leader heard me whisper, "We need to head back." Before he asked, another troop leader met up with us and guided us back to the lodge. We heard a loud crash and then a popping sound. We were soon back at the door to the lodge, with the leaders from both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts informing us 2 very large mountain lions must have been in the camp. We were told to stay inside, and our stuff was brought from the various campgrounds to us. The Boy Scouts were packed into their buses and they left. I kept my thoughts to myself about what I felt and saw. Several of us girls remember red eyes watching us when we walked that trail, and we remember that on that Cat's Eye hike, We were scared away by something much worse than mountain lions in the forest. We just never said what it was. We never talked about it. We never found out what was in our camp. But to this day, I'm convinced that Fly G Ranch has a Skinwalker, not a mountain lion. The following story was narrated in a previous video, in which I walked around the woods and discussed some stories off the cuff without any retakes, so I'm retelling it here in my usual recording style, for those who may have missed it. The Haunted Forest Behind Dan's Building, from WEPD 1985. Daniel was my childhood best friend from my neighborhood, and he lived in the building next to mine in the year 1993, if I recall correctly. We all called him Dan for short. This is his story, and he swears it's totally true. Since Dan was 8 or 9 years old, his mother, his stepfather, and him moved to a small neighborhood in a city in South America, which is located in a valley and is surrounded by a big mountain on all sides. The neighborhood was on the east side of the city on a dead-end street of a closed neighborhood, but there were a lot of green areas all around it, such as small hills with big and small trees, plants, flowers, grass, 2 parks, and a sports court. When Dan and his family moved to the neighborhood, he was very happy, because when they were getting there in his mom's car, he would see a lot of places where he could play. As a kid, that was very exciting to him. Even though the hills, woods, and plants that surrounded Dan's new neighborhood looked really nice during the day, and while the sun was up, they looked very dark and creepy at night, and he thought they were a little too scary. He swears he felt an ominous presence from those woods at night. At that age, Dan was afraid of many things: the dark, the woods, wolves, black dogs and cats, spiders, sharks, you name it, just like me. But it may have been partly because he was a total mama's boy at 5 years old, and for most of his life. When Dan and I met for the first time, we were both playing in the park while our babysitters were watching us. After talking to each other for a while, we immediately bonded and became friends. We had a lot in common. We began to talk about our favorite TV shows and movies, like Star Wars or Dragon Ball Z and the X-Men cartoons and Ninja Turtles, among many others. So we used to play by pretending we were superheroes or some other cartoon character, while running around using the merry-go-round, the slides, the swings, and funny enough, we both had plastic lightsabers. So we fought as if we were Jedi or Ninja Turtles. But we never stayed in the park once the sun went down. Our babysitters didn't let us, or we would be too scared of the woods to stick around. Dan wasn't my only friend in the neighborhood. I began to introduce him to my other friends who lived in my building, nearby buildings, and houses. We all became great friends as the months went by, because almost every afternoon we played sports, played in the park, played Nintendo, climbed the hills and woods behind our buildings during the day. We did everything together. The neighborhood kids liked to joke around by saying that the woods behind the buildings were haunted. At the time, we played hide and seek or cops and robbers, so we'd be running around the street until 7. That was our curfew, and we had to do our boring homework. But Dan and I went to bed late at night in secret while we talked quietly on the phone. That night at about 9 or 10 p.m., Dan asked me the following. "Did you watch X-Men today?" "Yeah, dude, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Did you see the fight against Apocalypse and the 4 Horsemen?" "Yeah, dude, that fight was awesome. I loved it. But talking about something else, have you heard some creepy noises behind your building at night?" "No, bro, I'm a deep sleeper, so I usually black out everything around me." "Wow, I wish I were that lucky. I usually can hear footsteps in those woods at night, and I also sleepwalk from time to time. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go to sleep. See you tomorrow, and take care." "Sure thing. Talk tomorrow, and take care too." Dan hung up his favorite hamburger-shaped phone sat down in bed, and grabbed an old fantasy book about dragons that was on his nightstand. He started to read until he began to close his eyes and drift off. He fell into a deep sleep, and he thought he was dreaming. In what he thought was a dream, Dan could hear the crickets in the forest, but he was awakened by some strange steps walking around the forest and the leaves crunching beneath them. It was like some person or animal was walking in the woods. There are a lot of cats in our neighborhood, so he thought it was one of those cats. Maybe it was a possum or owl. All of a sudden, he heard a low whisper that beckoned him, saying,
"Daniel, it's Professor X. The X-Men need your help. Come to the woods and help us."
This strange yet familiar voice was so similar to the professor's voice from his favorite cartoon, and it sounded like it was right outside his window. Since he was a naive and innocent child, he decided to get out of bed, put on his jacket and boots. He took his glasses, then exited the apartment, going to the ground floor. Once he was on the ground floor, he walked to his building's parking lot. He felt a little chill, so he rubbed his shoulders with his hands. The voice kept calling out to him, "Help the X-Men, Dan." Somehow he felt extremely attracted to this voice like a metal to magnets. He couldn't get it out of his head. He took a small leap to get on top of a small hill. He felt scared, but kept walking into the dark and creepy woods. As he walked, he heard footsteps and leaves crunching besides his. They sounded like they were approaching his position. In that moment, he stopped walking so he could hear the steps more clearly. He thought it was some crazy person or animal that was insane enough to walk in the woods in the middle of the night. There are a lot of cats in our neighborhood. Dan then figured it was one of those cats. Once again, maybe a possum or an owl. But then he heard a noise that sounded like a roar. He thought it sounded very similar to the sounds the dinosaurs make in the movie Jurassic Park. He had seen it in a theater a few weeks before, and the fast steps from someone or something began to run in his direction. Dan broke out of his trance. He looked around, and his little kid's mind felt so terrified that he passed out. Fortunately, when he fell to the ground, his body was positioned between a tall tree and a large boulder, so he barely heard how this trickster creature ran next to him, circled his location, smelling the air to get his scent, but he guessed it decided to leave. Dan assumed he had passed out for several hours, because he was awakened by the sound of a woodpecker, cicadas, and birds that were on a nearby tree, as well as the heat and glare of the sun on his face. He rubbed his eyes and opened them, looking all around him. He was in shock and felt horrified when he looked at his Spider-Man watch and saw it was 6 a.m. He had awakened in the middle of a forest. He thought he was going to wake up in his bed because, like I said, he assumed he was dreaming. But he had been sleepwalking inside the forest in order to follow that beckoning voice. He saw how his clothes were full of fallen leaves, so Dan quickly stood up, brushing the leaves from his arms and legs. Then he ran away from that creepy forest, which looked normal during the day. He climbed down the forest until he got to the parking lot. He ran to his building's door and opened it, running into the elevator. He saw himself in the mirror and could not believe what had happened to him. Dan got to his apartment's door. He opened it silently, tiptoeing inside the apartment's hallway, and he saw that thankfully his mother had not awakened yet, since she would never believe what had happened. So he went to bed and stared at the ceiling, trying to process what had occurred last night. Now he completely believed his parents when they told him not to talk or listen to strangers, especially if they are in the middle of a dark and creepy forest. Dan had so many questions. He thought to himself, how did this creature imitate Professor X's voice? How did it know I would listen to it? How did it know I loved the X-Men cartoon? Maybe he would never find out, or maybe he would. Who knows?
River, from Guardian Tales. I grew up in a house just above a river in Washington State, which is where the following events occurred. I am the youngest of 4 children. When I was 12 years old, my oldest sibling was no longer living with us, and none of the other children had any experiences with paranormal things of any kind while living in the house. Our house was isolated from everyone. We were literally surrounded by heavily forested woods. I grew up in the quiet of this forest, always alert for bear and elk when out exploring, and falling asleep to the rushing sound of the river at night. I remember only feeling safe when I was out in these woods alone. My father was abusive to me and my siblings and my mother. He was especially cruel to our pets and would often injure them in front of us. I hated him. When I was 10 years old, he became ill and went to see the doctor, and that's where he learned he had acute lymphocytic leukemia and was given approximately 6 months to live. He lived for another 2 years though, one day passing away at home. He was buried on the property where he passed. Cremated, his ashes were set into a huge rock, which set below our house in full view in the path of the river. A friend of the family came and drilled a hole into the rock and set the urn inside, then cemented the hole over, leaving it smooth with no inscription. There was no funeral, no memorial service of any kind held. His ashes remain there to this day. Shortly after my father's death, I was alone in the house in the early evening, sitting curled up on the couch, reading. We had a dog at the time named Pete. He was half black Labrador and half Irish setter. He was a rather large dog, weighing about 100 pounds, and he looked like an overgrown black Irish setter. Pete was sleeping on the floor at my feet, and across from and to the left a bit from us was the overstuffed chair which had been my father's favorite. I was quietly reading, and Pete was asleep, when I suddenly felt a presence in the room with us. I looked over at the empty chair, and I could see that the seat cushion had compressed several inches, as though someone was sitting there right now. The sense of not being alone continued, but I didn't feel afraid. I decided to ignore the phenomena and went back to my book. My lack of fear may have been because I could sense no animosity or danger in the presence. It was just there. I remember telling myself that it was just my imagination, and I probably would have believed that, except for Pete. Pete suddenly awoke from a sound slumber and looked over at the empty chair. I remained where I was, quietly watching to see what he would do. He watched that chair for a minute, and then began wagging his tail while lying down, thumping it on the floor. He got up, went over to the chair, and lay down again, curling himself as though to accommodate feet I couldn't see. He continued to look upward at the chair, while thumping his tail on the floor again. I don't know what he saw. I couldn't see what he did, but I did clearly see the long hair on his neck and shoulders get repeatedly smoothed down in a rhythmic motion, as though someone were petting him. Eventually, the presence went away. Pete went back to sleep, and I continued to read. First night at the cabin. From Anonymous. It was mid to late August 2016. We had just closed on the purchase of a 1.5-story log cabin bordering the Ouachita National Forest. This was a property with about 15 wooded acres, 2 ponds, and a wet weather creek. I'd fallen in love with the area on the drive to see the property. Driving along the winding mountain highways, I couldn't imagine anything more beautiful to look at than the tree-covered mountaintops. What I saw was a rolling sea of trees, a welcome distraction from the shoulderless edges that dropped off into dark, creepy, rocky woods below. The air felt different out here. It was lighter and easier to breathe. I was ready to begin unloading things as soon as we signed the papers to close and were handed the keys. After unloading some of my things, my 8-year-old son and I were back on the road to load up some more things, and then drive to pick up my father the next day to show him our new cabin. Once we arrived, it was already pretty late in the evening. Due to our long drive, we were all ready to call it a night. My father passed out in an oversized quilted hammock in the living room, and my son and I had a queen-sized air mattress in the master bedroom upstairs. We hadn't been in bed long before I heard what I presumed to be some unusual birds making a woot sound. There were 3 distinct vocalizations. I wondered what kind of bird these sounds were from, and why was it so loud at this late hour? Soon I heard little things hitting the glass, as if swarms of bugs were flying into the glass, possibly at the sliding glass door to the back deck. It continued, and it seemed excessive. I went to look to see what it was, and little twigs and pebbles were hitting the deck after bouncing off the glass. I heard something rather large coming from the tree line behind the cabin. I could also hear branches breaking, leaves rustling, and I kept hearing thuds, which sounded like large rocks were being tossed or pounded into the ground. It was so unexpected, but I thought there were many animals accustomed to the property being vacant. It could be a black bear, I thought. However, I then heard the knocking sounds. This was unmistakably the sound of a piece of wood being used to knock into a tree. At that point, all I could think of was Bigfoot. There was a very heavy downpour coming down around 11:30 p.m. There could have been lightning and thunder, but I didn't really notice. This rain was so heavy, I couldn't be certain if those things were still out there. The noises seemed to have stopped. I didn't even attempt to sleep because I was thinking so many things about what had just taken place. And to be quite honest, I had never actually believed in Bigfoot stories or those shows on TV. But did Bigfoot really knock on trees? That always seemed so far-fetched to me. And did Bigfoot make weird hoot and holler sounds? If not a Bigfoot, then what really was it? Finally, the rain stopped, and it still seemed peaceful outside. At least for a while. It wasn't long before the branches breaking and tree-splitting sounds began again. Another set of loud and aggressive knocking came again on the trees just in front of the cabin, below where we had been the whole night. This was soon followed by a big bam against the cabin wall below. This shook the entire structure and scared the heck out of me. I quickly woke up my son and took him to a room I felt safer to be in. I didn't trust those sliding glass doors, and I don't know why I'd think the flimsy office door was safer, just being out of sight. I turned on the deck light and the front and back porch lights. I opened the upstairs office window and yelled out, "Leave us alone! We're trying to sleep!" I checked all the windows, then opened one slightly to listen. And all was quiet now, except my son, who was complaining that I woke him up at 4:30 a.m. My dad then woke up, checking all the windows. He started to talk to my son. My dad was upset that I didn't wake him up yet. At daylight, he insisted we go out and walk around the cabin, looking for evidence of this wild experience. I didn't see all the broken branches or big rocks that I'd heard the night before, though I did notice later the tree in front of the porch was nearly split in two. That tree's trunk was easily 8 centimeters around. My father is the one who found footprints, which I never would have found myself. They were pressed into the mud through the fallen yellow and brown leaves, and there were 3 of them, 3 very large human-looking footprints. No claws, no nails. There was also an ape-like, juvenile-sized handprint. These prints were going up to the stone walkway leading to my covered, wraparound porch. My dad insisted that it must be a black bear, but has since become a believer, thinking it may have been Bigfoot. As I write this, I'm wondering if that first woot was an announcement of their presence or greeting. It is strange that they stopped harassing us once the lights came on. I also wonder if hearing my voice directed at them had made some kind of impression. There really should be classes on proper Bigfoot etiquette for moving into their neighborhood. From what I hear, they can be pretty bad neighbors, and if you cross them, they'll come for you. Gold Hill Chupacabra from C. Philly 100. This story is from my old roommate and a mutual friend of ours, M and T respectively. I grilled them both individually and had them retell the story. We used to live in a little log cabin up in Gold Hill, Colorado, the first actually profitable mining town in Colorado, and second home to rock star singer-songwriter Stephen Stills of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. We didn't have any running water, but the compound itself is a true Colorado mountain gym, surrounded on all sides by National Forest and BLM. We frequently saw bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions, and black bears wandering around the grounds with nary a care in the world. West of town by a couple of miles is a Forest Service road that takes you out to some pretty massive cliffs. One morning, my two friends, M and T, and their dog Duke Sr. were rock climbing out there. When it started getting dark, they decided to head back to the truck. They somehow got a little turned around and wound up on the wrong ridgeline. They turned around and, to their surprise, there was a black bear on the trail behind them. The bear sauntered off, so M and T retraced their route back up to the proper ridgeline. When they made it to the intersection of the two adjoining ridgelines, they saw what they thought was a mangy mountain lion in the failing light up ahead on the hillside. M rushed towards it with his flashlight and shotgun to get a better look. The supposed mountain lion jumped back behind some rocks, and when M got around the corner to get a better look at it, he saw this was no mountain lion at all, but some kind of creepy, cat-like, flesh-covered creature with skinny arms and legs and razor-sharp claws on its flesh-covered hands. The beast, being cornered, then did something truly strange. It closed one eye, and the remaining open eye started changing colors. It then lifted up its forearms, which had some sort of flesh-like wing flaps, almost like a flying squirrel, connecting from the arms to the body. Then it leapt up into a tree a good 15 to 20 feet away. M followed the thing with his flashlight as it began to jump from tree to tree, never taking its one eye off of him, until soon it was out of sight. During this encounter, Duke Sr. had run away, and when M&T got back to their truck, Duke Sr. was in the bed of the truck, and that thing was in there with him. M ran to the back of the truck, the creature jumping out and running off into the woods. Duke Sr., a dog that had fearlessly fought off mountain lions and coyotes without so much as a whimper, was now literally shaking with fear. When I asked M what he thought it was, the only thing he could muster was, I don't know, man, a Chupacabra? The Wailing Resident, from Young Atlas. These hauntings happened to my family back in 2005. I was 15 when we lived in a house on top of a hill in Selangor, Malaysia. My dad was a director at one of the main city councils, and we were provided a large bungalow to stay during his tenure. We lived there temporarily while our own house was being renovated. This house was located on top of a hill overlooking the city, with a long stretch of road with 10 individual houses for other officers and some privately owned. At the back was the woods, and people rarely drove there as it was owned by the state police. Each house had 6 rooms and was very spacious. There were no gates between houses. There's a rule here: when a building is left unoccupied for some time, it will be inhabited by otherworldly residents. So some of the houses in that area had families in them, but half of them were always empty. And it seemed my family got one of the haunted ones. My parents' younger sister, the maid, and I lived in that house. I had neighbors living in the house on the left. However, the house on the right had been empty for years. Everyone except my sister experienced some weird happenings. The following was what each of us experienced. 1 month after moving in, things began to happen. At 3:30 a.m. one day, my parents were already up for morning prayer. While my dad was upstairs, my mom went down to the kitchen to make some coffee. The dry kitchen's entrance faced the bottom of the staircase. While she was making coffee with her back facing the entrance, she heard someone walking down the stairs. Then, She felt arms wrap around her abdomen tightly and a resting head on her shoulder with breathing coming down her back. Still groggy from sleep, she let the arms tighten, thinking it was my dad. But then she saw the arms. They were pale, frail, and a bit clammy. The figure was almost the same height as her as well. All these traits did not match my dad. In a panic, she pushed away the figure and turned around. She saw that there was no one there. By then, my dad had just started to come down the stairs. "What's up, honey? You all right?" he said when he reached the bottom. He had an eyebrow raised at my mom's panicked state. "Did you just hug me?" my mom asked. "No," my dad responded. "I just got down here." "Don't mess with me, it's too early for pranks. I swear someone just hugged me," she said nervously. They went quiet for a while, and my dad went around to check the ground floor. He didn't find anything suspicious, so they let it slide. But things were only just beginning. Both my parents were very strong-willed and religious, so I think it liked to challenge them the most. A few weeks after this morning incident, it happened again. The master bedroom had a balcony attached to it. As it was a small space, the balcony only had a wooden door as an entrance. One night at 2 a.m., something began to knock at the balcony door. It started with a soft, continuous knock that woke them both. Then it escalated like someone banging on the door trying to knock it down. "Who's there?" my dad shouted, thinking it might be robbers. What replied chilled them to the bone. Something began to wail at the other side of the door. Quickly getting over his shock, my dad began to get angry and prayed loudly to chase this thing away. The banging reached a peak and stopped. After that deafening sound, there was just silence. Then there came this odd, sweet, flowery scent. They didn't need an explanation to figure out something had visited them. Sometimes on other nights, it was scratching, the sound of sharp nails against that wooden door. The maid's room was the last room in the house, next to the laundry room and the kitchen area. Since the first day of moving in, I got a cold vibe whenever I looked at the dim corridor leading to the maid's room. It was cold, and the darkness under the maid's bed was visible even from the corridor. A few months after moving in, the maid shared with my mom what had been happening around the house when all of us were gone in the morning. Some weird things also happened at night. In the morning, the maid could hear soft footsteps upstairs, and at night, she could hear someone in the kitchen opening the cupboard, clicking the ceramic mugs, and rustling the cutleries. At first, she thought it was one of us, but the kitchen light was never on, and the footsteps could sometimes be heard running in the kitchen. It liked to run across the laundry corridor, stopping in front of the maid's room, then doing it all over again. To her luck, her contract finished a few months later, and I think she was quite glad to be gone. In between my house and the neighbor's house on the left was a mango tree. It was big, reaching up to the second floor, just outside my bedroom window. Back then, I was told that tree had an occupant, or an owner. After 2 years living in that house, the tree had a singular mango fruit. It was average-sized, bright yellow, hung low from the tree, and seemed easy enough to pick. But my mom warned us not to pick it. As the neighbor warned us, sometimes at night an occupant could be seen underneath it. But either the neighbor's son didn't get the memo, or just didn't believe in the superstition, because he decided to pluck it. That midnight, their house was visited by a crying figure. It was standing under the tree and was seen wearing a long white dress, and it had long black hair flowing down its back. Usually it was quiet, but that night it was wailing and began to circle that house. The house had plenty of glass windows and sliding doors. It woke the neighbor's maid when it stood outside her bedroom window. That window's curtains were closed, but the light from the moon was bright enough to outline the figure. Its sobbing voice was clear outside the bedroom window. It began to tap on it, a sharp nail making a clear sound on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Then it wailed. The maid, scared out of her wits, quickly shot up, noped out of the room, and ran upstairs to alert my neighbors. When she reached upstairs, the wailing had stopped, and my neighbors were awoken by their frantic maid. They slowly went down to check the dark ground floor. Unlike my house, their stairs met the dining room with a large sliding door. The sliding door directly faced that mango tree. The ground floor was dark and was only illuminated by the moonlight shone through the sliding door. Then they saw it. Or now it was them, because there were two figures under the tree, one the silhouette of a woman and the other of a child. My neighbor quickly turned on the lights, but the figures had vanished. The very next morning, the sun placed the mango fruit back under the tree. My late grandmother, Nana, had her share of supernatural happenings when she stayed with us. She was 70 years old and stayed at the guest room downstairs, as she was too old to sleep on the first floor. This was after our maid left. Every day she would be alone in the house as my parents went to work and me and my sister were at school. Each time I got home in the afternoon with my mom, we would find Nana sitting quietly in the living room, slightly pale. Later that day, she would complain to my dad that she heard footsteps upstairs, cupboards in the kitchen opening and closing, and she felt a presence watching her from the dark kitchen. Since Nana wasn't the nicest person to my mom, I always brushed it off thinking it was because of her old age, but my parents believed it to be real. As for me, a couple of years after staying there, I started to hear things as well. Maybe I wasn't sensitive enough to detect these things earlier on. 11 p.m. one night when everyone was asleep, I was getting ready for bed. After turning on the radio to a low volume for white noise, I closed my eyes and let slumber take over me. I was just about to doze off when a sharp scream rang out right next to my ear. It was shrill, like a woman being attacked inside my room. My eyes shot open, but my dark room appeared to be empty. My heart seemed to be running a marathon. I quickly got out of bed and turned on my lights. Maybe the radio had an advertisement, I thought, but the radio was playing softly. Then I made the dumbest decision in my life. I opened my bedroom door to check. Maybe my dad was watching TV. But I was greeted with the darkness of the hallway. The atmosphere was still and quiet. There was a tension in the dark that beckoned me to come outside. Instead, I closed the door and I slept with the lights on. After 3 years there, we moved out, but my last encounter at that place really freaked me out. After moving back to our own home, my mom's potted plants still hadn't been transported yet, so after picking me up from school, my mom made a quick detour to the house. We stopped by at the front gate, but my mother forgot to bring the automatic gate's keys. Since the plants were just outside, I offered to climb up the gate and pick them up. As I mentioned, we had neighbors on the left, but the house on the right had been empty for years. When I climbed up the concrete gate, I heard loud noises that made me stop mid-climb. Noises like someone was shaking a glass sliding door violently. I turned towards the noise, and to my horror, it came from the empty house on the right. There, I saw the empty house's dining room sliding door being shaken in its entirety, like someone or something was angry that I was trespassing in the area. I broke from my frozen state, leaping off the concrete gate and running straight into the car. My mom, who had witnessed the event, quickly got in the car too and drove off. She turned to me and asked, "Are you all right?" My face was pale and my hand was shaking. I quietly replied, "Yeah, let's get out of here." It's been more than 10 years, and thankfully our current house is almost paranormal free. We do from time to time talk about the previous house. I'm glad we don't stay there anymore, and I hope the family that lives there now is safe and well. The Thing in My Woods, from Vaudrican. Not long ago, my friend Mix and I were exploring the woods near my house. We both had always felt off when we entered these woods. On this particular occasion, we decided to do a test someone told us about a while ago. We brought 2 compasses, placed them far enough that they wouldn't interfere with each other. The one on the right pointed diagonally to the left, and the one on the left pointed diagonally to the right, so that if you drew a line from them, they would meet a few feet away. We looked at each other and picked up the compasses. As we looked up, we both noticed a shadow around 30 feet away. We joked a little bit about it, but when we looked again, the thing had gotten closer. We tried to ignore it, continuing onward. I mean, we were in the woods. There were tons of different shadows around, so it didn't feel out of the ordinary to us. As we walked deeper into the woods, we heard a dog barking. It sounded like it was in the middle of the woods, so we drew our knives and began walking at a faster pace to find this dog. We knew that this forest was owned by someone, but there wasn't ever anything built in them, so someone's dog barking out here had never happened before. As we got closer to where we thought the dog was, it barked again and again. Every time it barked, it seemed to be further away from us. We decided to stop for a moment and look at our surroundings. That's when we heard footsteps, but they weren't next to each other. Each next step was in a new area. If the first step was in front of us, the next would be behind us. It didn't make sense. It did this until it had walked a circle around us of random steps. As we both tried to calm ourselves down, we heard a twig snap right behind us. We swung around, but found nothing. However, we knew something was watching us and probably following us. We decided to head back to my house, and right as we started walking, we heard those footsteps again. Panicking, we ran. Each time we sped up, the footsteps sped up as well, keeping pace with us. After we got out of the woods, I looked back, and I saw a shadow the size of a man. There was no face, only shadow. This wasn't the first time either of us had seen this thing, but that would be the last time we encountered it. We don't know what was in those woods, but we do know that nothing out there seems to be normal. Dark Occultists at the Hermitage, from Frankie Gotz. This is an encounter I had with a satanic cult, practicing dark occult rituals at a location that my friends and I were at, doing a ghost hunt. We just had picture cameras with us, nothing else. No camcorders or audio recorders. This happened when I was around the age of 18. The year was 2006, give or take. My friends and I had heard about this place called the Hermitage on the outskirts of Hamilton, Ontario. The place has a long history that I cannot fully cover for the sake of time, but there are legends of a suicide that took place on the property. It was a large residence, a huge stone mansion, which is now a ruins in the middle of a forest. The story goes it caught on fire, and now the remnants sit aging in that forest. It has large stone walls and not much more. It has a few forest trails leading to it. And of course, it's believed to be haunted. I've gone to this place a few times before this experience, taking pictures in and around the ruins. But we never caught anything special, and we never experienced anything paranormal there. To be honest, it didn't feel haunted at all. I told some older ghost hunting acquaintances about me doing ghost hunts at the Hermitage, and I was forewarned not to go there late at night because of rumors of cults going there and performing dark rituals involving animal sacrifice. They believed it was haunted by demons and also believed that possibly these people could be dangerous. At the time, I didn't know what to think of it. I told the person that I've already gone there a few times at night and never ran into any Satanists, or whatever you want to call them, and we never experienced any paranormal activity, so I brushed off this warning. Even though we didn't have any frights from ghosts, it was still a cool and eerie place to go at night. When one travels to the Hermitage's entrance, it is blocked off and one cannot park their car in the grounds. But back then, just a little ways away from the location, down the road there was an area to park on the side of the road, enough space for 2 cars. We traveled there in a black van with my baby mama and friends and parked the van at this little parking spot. There were 4 of us. We all got out of the van and proceeded to go into the darkness onto the trail that led to the Hermitage. It was about a 7-minute walk through dark forest. It was actually wintertime as well, so the trails were covered in snow and ice. The trail wasn't all on flat ground either. The trail would bring you up and down hills. It was a little eerie, but nothing too crazy. I didn't feel like we were being watched or anything like that, but walking through a forest in the middle of nowhere late at night is naturally scary in any location, even if it's not haunted. As we finally made it to the Hermitage ruins, we did our normal thing, just walking around, taking pictures, and sometimes talking to the wind, hoping the spirits would hear us in attempts to try to invoke paranormal activity. This involves asking them to make a noise, or for them to show themselves, and sometimes even taunting them. But like the other nights there before, nothing happened, and we didn't capture any cool anomalies in pictures. Now, from what I remember, there are only 2 trails that lead to the Hermitage ruins, but I could be wrong as it's been a while since I've been there. To be honest, after the experience I'm about to share with you, I didn't go there for many years. But if you were to look at the Hermitage from topographic view, like Google Maps or blueprints, picture the entrance from the road being at the bottom, and a trail to the right and a trail to the left. If you were to go to the back of the Hermitage, there is no trail, just dense forest. My baby ma, friends, and I were at the very back because we heard this is where the animal sacrifices occur, so we thought maybe we could capture some activity. Perhaps take a picture of a demon or an animal spirit. We took a bunch of pictures and still nothing. Now here comes the scary part. As we were getting bored of this location, we collectively decided we should head back to the trail we came from to walk through the forest back to the van. As we were making our way towards the trail, we spotted 5 individuals in black robes walking, seemingly in a trance. They were almost robotic, like how soldiers march all synchronistically. All 5 of these guys' legs moved at the same time. It gave off a weird vibe. Then all at once they stopped. We could see the sides of them, as they were turned at a 90-degree angle to the right of us, while being literally right in front of us. I estimated probably only 10 feet from us. A few seconds later, they all turned at the same time. Again, it was very bizarre. It was perfect synchronization. When they turned, they stared at us for a few moments. We couldn't see their faces because it was so dark. We could only see the scary, dark silhouettes of their robes and hoods. I noticed the dude in the middle had what appeared to be 2 long metal bars, one in each hand. As they stared at us, the guy in the middle with the bars started banging the bars together. By the 3rd ding, we made a run for it. We ran to the trail and started running into the forest. Remember, I told you this is in winter, and the trail was covered in ice and snow, and it wasn't flat due to hills. So we were running, slipping, falling. Up until that point, I've never been so scared of human beings in my entire life. I legitimately feared for our lives, because those weird dudes in black robes at like 2 in the morning, in the middle of a forest, gave chase to us through the woods. All the while we slipped and fell and never looked back, our fear only intensifying. I swear, while we ran, there were more of them in those woods. I got glimpses of them peeking their heads out from behind trees. I don't know if my fear produced hallucinations and my eyes were playing tricks on me. It was very dark after all. But I swear, I saw them. We would fall again running down a hill, almost tobogganing down the hill on our butts. It was intense and felt as if ages passed before we got back to the safety of our van. But there was a scary surprise waiting for us at the van. Parked beside our van was a car with what looked to be a deranged woman with blonde hair and bugged-out eyes, turning her high beams on and off repeatedly and frantically, all while giving us this death stare. She looked to be around 30. I theorized she was trying to signal the cult members to our location. We all hopped in the van, and the driver turned on the engine. We backed out and booked it out of there. The lady in the car tailed us, and we didn't lose her until we got to the city, where she slowed down and just turned around. Hearing this, you probably won't get the same feeling of fear that we felt, but being there and experiencing this was literally the scariest moment I've ever had, being terrified of other human beings. I guess I should have listened to my ghost hunting acquaintances. Sometimes it's not the paranormal we should fear, but people who use their free will to commit harm to people and animals. And if you're one of those cult members listening to this who chased us, I hope we never meet again. The Clearing, from Black Cat 1206. One Saturday when I was around 13, my uncle came around with his girlfriend and my 2 younger cousins. Our other 2 cousins were staying at the flat for the weekend, and a further younger female cousin had asked Mom if she could also stay. This was a regular occurrence for all us kids. The weekends and school holidays were a free-for-all, a constant stream of kids staying at one place or another making makeshift beds with beanbags and floor cushions, or just crashing out on the floor with sleeping bags. My mom and aunties all used to joke that in the holidays their homes turned into regular old doss house. Apart from my 5 cousins and I, my friend Jay was there. He too was at our flat every weekend, and his parents knew he would be okay. Mom had the reputation for being cool, yet very strict. We all hung out together, had a sandwich and drank and played on the Sega. Then Mom and my uncle's partner said we should all go for a walk. Everyone thought it would be a great idea, so the 10 of us set out. The 3 adults decided that we should go to Donkey Woods, which is a bit of green wildland, owned by the council, much like Heathland. As kids, we used to go over a lot in the spring, summer, and autumn, on our own or with family, and it was reasonably safe and kid-friendly, and it still felt wild enough to make you feel adventurous and not in West London. We all walked the half-mile down the road from the flats to Donkey Woods, where we walked along the river until we got further into the woods, and while Mum and my uncle and his partner all sat down to have a cigarette, us 7 kids continued exploring. As I previously mentioned, we all knew Donkey Woods really well, and were totally at ease and comfortable over there, so we weren't expecting anything unusual or creepy at all. For us, it was just another mid-August late Saturday afternoon, and we were just messing around. My cousin T, my friend Jay, and I were all talking, and suddenly the other 4 kids came running up. They hadn't been too far away, just slightly further down the river. They were all out of breath and looked a little rattled. The 4 of them told us that they had seen something weird in one of the small clearings. They wouldn't tell us what. They just said, "You have to come and see." We all thought it was just a major wind-up, but when we got to the clearing, our mood changed quickly, not to fear, more to a sense of unsettling apprehension. In the middle of the clearing were 3 small tents in a rough triangle, and in the middle of the tents was a small, still smoldering fire. Around the edges of the clearing were several small dead birds. Sparrows, I think. The whole scene was very unnatural and eerie, and I felt a distinct drop in temperature. Most likely my imagination, but still quite evident. Now, the rough sleepers of the area did use Donkey Woods as a base, but not in that particular place of the woods, as it was too close to the main road, and the homeless people avoided harassment and abuse from certain unpleasant individuals by going further into the woods to prevent any kind of confrontation. Quick note to the audience, Rough sleepers refers to those who may or may not be homeless, but are living or staying overnight in unsheltered, unsafe, or open-air environments. Continuing on. The homeless people who lived over Donkey Woods also didn't use tents. They would make a shelter from pieces of wood and plastic sheeting. And Donkey Woods isn't a place where people go camping recreationally, so we felt there was something very strange about the scene in this clearing. I told the 4 younger ones to go and get the adults. While they were gone, me, Jay, and T didn't move. T, who was and still is tough as nails, was completely colorless. You couldn't see her freckles at all. I didn't even move my wheelchair around the area, as I normally would have done. And Jay just kept saying, "What the actual F?" When the adults came back with the other kids, they were clearly unnerved by the odd scene as much as we were, and it was soon agreed upon by everyone that we should leave the clearing and Donkey Woods immediately. The creepiest part of the incident was the next morning, when my uncle went to see my other uncle, and together they went down over Donkey Woods to look around more. They went to that clearing, but there was nothing there. Not even marks in the ground from tent poles, no sign of fire, and no tiny dead birds. Sasquatch in the Missouri Woods. From Anonymous. This is my little brother's story. My brother's encounter started at night when he and a friend of his, John, decided to go night fishing. John and my brother have known each other a long time and have always hung out, though they would eventually get distant from each other, and I'm not sure why. Anyway, they were driving down an extremely remote road in the middle of the woods when John's truck ran out of gas. They were a couple of miles from a boat dock, and John, being the mischievous person he was, said they would just steal some gas from a boat at the docks near the water. Now, I'm usually pretty attuned to when my brother is lying or pulling a prank, but the fear and confusion in his eyes was solid when he related this to me. They had made it probably close to a mile down the road, and he says the woods went so quiet he could hear John's heart beating. Suddenly, without warning, John shoved my brother down to the ground and ran so fast he was out of sight before my brother even hit the ground. According to my brother, when he looked up, he was alone. Then all he heard from the woods on the side of the road were these massive footsteps getting closer to him. So close, he said it had to be right at the tree line on the road. When the footsteps stopped, he said he saw an enormous figure staring at him. It then crouched down, giving what he said was a low and long growl. At that point, my brother hit fight or flight, and he scrambled to his feet, running towards where John had ran off to. He says he thinks he startled the creature when he jumped to his feet, because it made a surprised noise and ran away at an unbelievable speed. He eventually caught up to John, who was walking back with the gas can. He cussed John like no other for leaving him to that creature, and asked why he'd done it. John said he panicked when the woods went silent, and he heard the footsteps before my brother heard them. He just reacted and shoved my brother down. At this point, they stopped arguing, because a rock came flying from the woods, hitting the boat dock near the water. This time, they both took off uphill at top speed. They both made it to the truck and hopped inside. But they quickly realized they had to put the gas in the truck still. My brother said John asked him to go to fill up the truck, to which my brother cussed him again and basically told him to go screw himself. John got out of the truck and began to fill it up when another rock came flying from the woods, hitting the wheel well of the truck next to John's hand so hard it almost punched a hole in the darn thing. John dropped the gas can, hopped in the truck, and just floored it out of there. They made it back safe, and after that, they drifted apart. And to this day, my brother swears on everything this story is true. And to me, it seems like one heck of a possible encounter. I'm tempted to go there myself and check things out. Bigfoot Encounter from Linella. This is my dad's story. My dad has never been the type to lie, and this encounter still scares him to this day. In his early 20s, he loved hunting. One of his favorite hunting spots is a place called Panther Creek in southwestern Virginia. One morning, he decided to go hunting with his uncle, but they separated and went to opposite sides of the mountain. He went to his favorite spot, but this time was different. He felt as if something was off because the forest was very quiet. There were no birds chirping or bugs making any noise, which is odd as it was around 5 or 6 a.m. For a bit of context, he was sitting up on a small hill in the woods, surrounded by trees, facing a large clearing or field about 50 yards down below him. After waiting about an hour for a deer, he saw one walk out of the trees into a big clearing. It stopped to eat. My dad aimed his gun and fired. The deer dropped down. He watched for a minute before getting up to go retrieve it, but before he was able to get to the deer, a large creature with a long brown reddish fur walking on 2 legs ran from the trees, grabbed the deer by the leg, and ran back into the forest. Keep in mind, my dad is almost 6'4", and this thing would have towered over him if he were next to it. He stood there in shock from what he just witnessed. There was no other explanation for what had grabbed his deer, as it's highly unlikely a gorilla was living up in the Appalachian Mountains. He grabbed his things and hurried out of there as fast as possible, and when he got back to the truck, his uncle was waiting on him. He told his uncle the story, as his uncle was more like a father to him than anyone. His uncle just laughed it off and told him it was probably a black bear, but that thing was not a black bear. Fast forward 10 years and my dad got a job working as a long-haul truck driver. He was coming home one night and just started talking to the only other truck on the road on his CB radio. They started talking about where they were going, and my dad mentioned he was going home after a long week to our hometown. The other guy, let's call him John, said he used to hunt up there. My dad said he loved hunting up there too, but keep in mind my dad never told his story about what he saw to this John, not yet. But then John proceeded to say, "Yeah, I used to hunt up there until I saw something." Shivers went down my dad's spine, and he asked what he had seen. John told him that about 5 or 6 years before that, he and his wife were driving down a road near Panther Creek looking for deer, when all of a sudden a large creature with reddish-brownish fur jumped down from a bank in front of them. It looked right at his wife, and she screamed, somehow startling the creature because it turned and ran down off the side of the road. My dad was shocked. His entire family had always made fun of him for that story, and now he had met someone who had seen the same thing. Fast forward another 5 years or so. My dad's uncle called him and told him, "They're looking for your Bigfoot." My dad was mad because he was tired of no one believing him, but his uncle told him to turn on the TV and go to a certain channel. When he did, it was an episode of Finding Bigfoot in Panther Creek, Virginia. My dad is now 51 and has never been the type to be scared by something like that. He's always been a very tough person, but to this day, he refuses to go up there anymore. The Hole from Electronic Bank 4785. This happened a while back when I was 10 years old. I lived in a neighborhood with large white houses and thick woods surrounding them. For an image on what it looked like, there are 5 houses on the right and 4 on the left, and a curve at the end of the road that led to another area. As I said, this entire area was surrounded by woods, and at night it was a new level of creepy. I had 4 friends, Wyatt, Timothy, Grant, and Troy. We obviously liked the woods, as we had lived there for a while. We were on good terms and went out daily to hang out in the woods. My house is the second on the left of the street,
and Timothy's was the last on the right. His house was on a corner, 2 sides boxed in by dark woods. In one corner, there was a clearing where we built our structures. We had 5 teepees, 2 lean-tos, and, of course, the hole that is the subject of this story. The hole was dug the summer before and was about 6 feet deep. It was usually filled with water, and we didn't care to drain it. We never went into the woods alone because of safety, and because we were all too scared to anyway. I think it was on a Tuesday when we were having a sleepover at Timothy's house. Me and Wyatt were walking from his house carrying sleeping bags, snacks, and flashlights. The flashlights we were carrying were on full battery, and we knew that because we just replaced them and tested them beforehand. The batteries were at 98%. When we got there, we dumped our bags and snacks and headed back into the woods. We decided to add more sticks to stabilize the teepees. Then we dug the hole a little bit deeper. I got one of his shovels from our storage bin and started digging. Time passed, and it started getting dark. We went back inside then, talking for a while, then went to sleep. The first weird thing that happened was when I woke up. I had to use the bathroom. It was then that I saw Troy staring out the window, intent on something near the forts. I asked him what he was looking at, and at first he said nothing. I didn't care, so I got up to use the bathroom and went back to sleep. If you hadn't already guessed, Timothy's room is one of 2 facing the woods. I woke up once again because Wyatt and Troy were staring out the window, looking in the same direction. Instead of denying to tell me anything, Troy whispered to me to look near the hole. I looked over, and I could just barely make out something dark crawling out of our hole. I was stunned, and then I started to giggle to myself. Laughing, I told him it's just high schoolers, up late at night again, and to, for God's sake, go back to sleep. They looked at me with a glare and asked me, "Do you know what time it is?" My laughter stopped. I looked over at the alarm clock. It was after midnight. Even the high schoolers don't stay up that late. I told them to go back to sleep anyway, but they said they wanted to go check it out. I couldn't argue, because technically they weren't alone. I heard their muffled footsteps walk down the stairs, and then the door quietly shut. I looked outside, and I saw the bright beams of light waving near the edge of the woods. They got to the woods, and all of a sudden the flashlights began to flicker. They dimmed, then totally went out. Under the light of the moon, I could see their worried faces speed-walking back to the house. I was worried, even more because of the fact there was movement near the hole. I ran downstairs, grabbing my shoes and one of their flashlights, and I ran outside. Just as I exited the garage, they came bursting in. I could tell they were panicked, yet they didn't want to show it. We went back up to the bedroom and locked the door. Timothy was sleeping, but we woke him up to tell him that someone, or something, was out there. Timothy had the same reaction I had at first, but we told him to look at the hole for a few minutes. After a minute or so, the smile on his face faded. He slowly turned and asked what the heck that was, and we told him that we had no idea. We decided to go out for an expedition to look for it. We grabbed our flashlights, now oddly working again, and we headed out. We searched for what felt like hours, but finally we came back in, our search inconclusive. To this day, I have no idea what that thing was, but I think that's the reason we abandoned that section of the woods for years. Black Cat in the Wombat Forest, from iBone. This happened in the autumn of 2008, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. For context, I live in rural Victoria, Australia, on a block of land with about 40 acres of bush. It was the school holidays when this story took place. I was spending a few nights at my grandma's house, about an hour's drive north of my place. She lived on a similar bush block, which bordered onto the Wombat State Forest, a rather large forest consisting of many ridges and gullies. She had 2 dogs at the time, and as I didn't have dogs back home, I loved to play with them. I arrived at her house in the afternoon, eager to spend some time with the dogs and my grandma. We loved to explore the bush around her house, and always encountered wildlife there. Usually kangaroos, koalas, echidnas, and lots of cool birds. Directly in front of her house was a sloping gully with a creek running through it. The weather was cool and breezy, so we decided to go for a walk before the sun set, so we could get back home before dinner. The dogs, Tabby and Tilly, were barking in excitement, as they loved walks. As we entered the forest, there seemed to be animals everywhere, birds mainly, and they were calling in every direction. We walked down the steep bank to the creek and crossed an old log, which had been lying there for years. The dogs were loving it and ran up the other bank, chasing a mob of kangaroos. As we walked, we curiously looked at every mushroom, orchid, and natural wonder we could find, the most fascinating being a cocoon from an emperor gum moth. After an hour or so of walking, we turned around, calling the dogs and whistling for them. It was getting colder, and the thought of the warm fire had us both wanting to go back. At about halfway back, Tilly started barking vigorously. She was going crazy, running up and down the gully. Although she liked to chase the foxes and kangaroos, she seemed far more terrified than usual. My grandma was visibly confused and apprehensive upon seeing this behavior. "Tilly!" she yelled, and clapped her hands, but no response, just more barking and running around. It was at that point when the bracken across the creek began to shake and tremble, and a dark creature emerged. At first I thought it was a wallaby, but then I noticed its gait. It was walking, not hopping. "Let's get inside," my grandma said nervously. Yet we couldn't leave Tilly out there by herself. The creature began to emerge further, and it was then that I was able to identify it. A huge cat, easily the size of a leopard. Pitch black in color, with the characteristic kink at the end of its tail. I began to feel sick, knowing that it could be on top of me within seconds. We hurried back to the house and made sure the dogs were safe. At dinner, I asked my grandma about it, and she told me there had long been rumors of a black panther roaming the area and killing people's pets. The dogs were staring out the window, still whimpering and barking, but I never saw the cat again. Scarily enough, a few months later when I visited again, Tilly had huge scratches on her back, and although neither me nor my grandmother knew what did it, we knew Tilly was likely lucky to be alive.
Zvolenik, from Dax. Zvolenik, translating to the follower, or the pursuer, was a well-known myth in my town. It was a short and simple tale. It went like this. If you were ever alone in the woods, especially after dark, you might attract a spirit. It would become infatuated with you. To it, you represented a world different than its own, and as such, it would pursue you. When the spirit, your Zvolenik, had chosen you, it would make itself known by a whisper and 3 claps of its hands. If you were to be chosen by the Zvolenik, it would protect you from any beasts prowling the woods, and it would always ensure you would make it home before dark. It sounds rather pleasant, right? As expected, though, there is a clause. It would always follow directly behind you, and should you ever turn around while it was following you and look upon it, it would steal you away and drag you back with it into the realm beyond, from where you would never return. That's how the story goes, anyway. I never looked much into it. Little tales like this enriched our small town, but they were supposed to be taken with a grain of salt. On occasion, a friend might joke about attracting a Zvolenik if we were ever walking through the woods, but that was about as far as it went, at least for the majority of my time growing up. In my last year of school, my country's equivalent of high school, I was walking home one day. I remember it being fall. The air was crisp and cold, and leaves were crunching beneath my feet. Often I would cut through the forest as it saved a good amount of time to and from school, and I'd rarely see anyone else. That day was no different, until I reached about the middle point, from where I would enter and exit the forest. I heard a strange noise. It was loud enough to pull me away from my music, so I took my headphones off and I looked at where it had come from. It sounded like something shooting over my head, and so I gazed up, but I saw nothing. Then another noise sounded just behind me. I turned, seeing nothing beyond a few upkicked leaves, as if something had landed that I couldn't see. More leaves were kicked up, as it seemed to take off again. Then I heard something else. Children's laughter, echoing from it into the woods and towards me. Odder still, there were so many voices. It sounded like an entire class of children laughing ceremoniously, in unison. And just as whatever it was moved off, the sound lessened. The ordeal only lasted a few seconds, and yet I stood there, perplexed. I could not rationalize it. I was positive that something had been ripping its way through the forest. But how could I not have seen it? And how could it have possibly been laughing in such a way? I didn't have a clue. Still confused, I continued my walk at a hurried pace, making it out of the woods without incident. That strange encounter occupied my thoughts for most of the evening. I remember telling my partner at the time about it. He seemed convinced it was a group of children playing in the woods, but I was positive it was no bunch of kids. Of course, I had no other suggestions as to what it could have been, and so the topic was left alone. The next morning, I left home earlier than usual. If you were in my place, you may have decided to avoid the woods altogether, but I wanted to know more. The forest was very familiar to me, and the unique experience made it seem alien despite all my hours inside of it. So, if not to make myself more secure, I wanted to go and see if I could find what I'd seen the previous day. I walked through the woods, returning to the spot where the encounter had happened. This time, though, I was actively watching my surroundings. The entire area seemed devoid of movement. Even the few leaves left on the branches were holding still. I saw nothing out of the ordinary until I neared where I'd been the day before. It was like I stepped over an invisible line. As I crossed a point between two large rocks, a chill washed over my entire body. Despite my long coat, I shivered. With the cold sensation came another feeling. The distinct sense of being watched grabbed hold of me, and I hurriedly scanned the woods around me, entirely positive a mountain lion, or another predator, was preparing to pounce on me. There was nothing, though. No animal in sight. No signs to indicate any danger whatsoever. And yet, an alarm was still ringing in my head, indicating to me that something was out there. I took a step forward, and as I did, an impact sounded from up ahead. The unmistakable sound of something landing on the forest floor captured my attention. I looked up, seeing nothing immediately. As I focused, though, I began to see something strange. Leaves were being disturbed on the forest floor. It was like something was walking on them. I could even hear a crunch as each imprint formed. I watched on, utterly confused. It seemed an invisible creature was walking towards me. It soon became clear that this is what had been watching me. Instinctively, I paced backwards, stumbling as I collided with one of the large rocks I'd previously passed. I fell over it, landing on the leaves lining the ground. As quickly as I could, I regained my footing, hopelessly searching with my eyes for something that I could not see. It seemed that it was gone, though. No more leaves were being stepped on, and there was no inexplicable sounds. I relaxed, my nerves calming down. I remember laughing to myself, immediately trying to brush it off as something that I'd imagined. As if to argue against me, though, I suddenly picked up on faint laughter that sounded again as if it was coming from a group of children. Of course, I left after that, giving one more curious look to the 2 rocks I'd passed through. I didn't bother telling anyone about it. If I had, I certainly would have been chastised. For the next few days, I wondered about what I'd seen. I am a logical person, and I tried my best to explain it as a trick of the senses, a trick created by a very rare environmental phenomenon. But I never truly believed any explanation I came up with. What stuck with me the most the next few weeks as I opted to avoid the woods was the sense of malice I felt. Despite not even being able to see what it was, I felt as if I'd been staring down a predator who had the singular intention to hurt me. This was reason enough to take the long way to and from school for the next while. Eventually, the calendar had rolled into December, and we had experienced our town's first snowfall. It was light, only dusting the ground and chilling the air. I was a hobbyist photographer at the time, and I loved capturing scenic photos of the trees during the winter season. I wrestled with my past experiences in the woods for a little while, still not entirely over what had happened. Ultimately, I decided to go, but only because I would be accompanied by my partner. Not being alone made it much easier. I no longer felt at risk, and if I did see it again, so would another person. As we entered the forest, I felt a little on edge. Not quite the polarizing sensation of being watched, but still a strange sensation. I brushed it off, intent on snapping a series of lovely photos. And I did just that. We went on a scenic tour, though I insisted on avoiding the general area where the 2 encounters had previously taken place. Nothing strange happened, and I finished with a camera roll of 20 or so lovely shots, even being lucky enough to capture a bird in one. When I told him I was ready to leave, he suggested we should go and get some coffee. It was cold out, with the sun already beginning to set, and so I agreed. Without much thought, I followed him as he led us out of the forest. Not quickly enough, I realized we were nearing the area I'd had the strange encounter in. I wanted to say something, but I thought it foolish. After all, cutting through would save us a few minutes, and I figured I'd be just fine with the company of another person. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as the familiar pair of rocks came into view. They sat innocently, dusted in snow. For some reason, I found myself fascinated by them. They lacked any reason to capture my attention on their own, but even so, I approached them. Idly, I wondered if they were related to what I'd encountered. I got no answer as I passed between them, continuing to walk up the now white trail. Only a few seconds later, however, that sensation of being watched returned. It was the exact same from the previous encounter. Immediately, I looked towards my partner, but to my horror, he was no longer there. He had left my field of view for only a handful of seconds, and yet he had completely disappeared. I called out his name as I walked forward. No response. My walk turned into a run as I looked up and down the near dark forest, but still I found nothing. No one. The terrible feeling of being stalked became overbearing, and so I took off, running in a random direction. I kept going and going, but no matter how far I went, I could not escape it. Suddenly, as I stopped to catch my breath, I heard something cut through the air above me. From sound alone, I heard it impact on the floor. I glanced over, seeing leaves disturbed, but of course, nothing that could have done it. The woods had grown quiet, and over my labored breathing, I heard the crunch of steps being taken. From small visual cues, I could tell it was no more than 10 feet away from me. It came closer, and fatigued as I was, I did not run. Instead, I only watched where I assumed the invisible thing was as it approached. I remember falling backwards as the wind seemed to pick up out of nowhere. It was loud, heavy, almost warm, even despite the chill of a winter night. Within a few seconds, it died down, and then, terrifyingly, I heard my name whispered right into my ear. Dax. 3 sharp sounds followed, as if there was something large and hooved stamping the ground just behind me. The invisible entity, now only feet from me, took one last audible step forward before it, too, stopped. There I sat, convinced I was going to die, because I foolishly returned to these woods, waiting as it seemingly stood still. Then, without warning, I watched as leaves were suddenly kicked up in a flurry. It was no longer walking. It was as if it was being dragged away from me, no less. 2 thick lines in the frosted dirt were created as the invisible entity was ripped backwards, further into the woods. A sound emanated from its direction, not of children's laughter though. It was a child crying. A single male child crying. It quieted just as the disturbance of leaves disappeared. I do not know how long I waited there. Eventually, I did stand up, finding it hard to keep my balance as my freezing legs struggled to hold up the rest of my body. I had no idea what had happened, and though the feeling of being watched had left me, I realized it had been replaced with something else, the familiar presence of support. It was as if I wasn't alone, not like there was a threat, mind you. Something kind, like a friend was there with me. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I wanted to turn around, believing it to be my boyfriend, but it soon became clear it was not ordinary. There was a heat emanating from the hand that seemed to cleanse the cold out of my entire body. Before I could make a move, I watched frost in front of me beginning to melt from the ground. It was inexplicable, as it was most likely below 0 at the time. Not all the snow was melting either. I watched as it formed a path, a 1-foot-wide path, being slowly cut through the snow, the fresh colors of healthy grass and leaves contrasting with the icy white of the rest of the woods. Somehow totally trusting this, I followed the path. It wound and wove seemingly all about the woods, but within minutes I knew where I was again. It led just between the 2 rocks, the same 2 I'd passed through before the affair happened. The warm hand on my shoulder encouraged me as I walked forward, and finally I felt it disappear as I passed between the 2 rocks. Just as I did, I fell forward. The warmth and comfort I'd felt had vanished so suddenly I lost my balance. Quickly I recovered, and wanting to find out what had guided me back, I spun around, but of course, there was nothing. Looking past the rocks, there was no pathway of healthy grass, nor any entity that could have been responsible for the hand on my shoulder. I stood there for a moment, perplexed, when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, smiling as my partner ran up and hugged me. He began to ask me where I'd gone, telling me he had panicked and was searching all around for me. With no valid explanation to give, I hugged him back. We stayed like that for a few minutes, before we both opted to leave the now dark woods. That is where my story ends. I've dwelled on it for many years, and I have a few theories as to what exactly occurred. I think the twin rocks served as some kind of barrier, or gateway, into a different place, for lack of a better word. I can only guess as to the identity of the invisible thing that seemed to pursue me, though I do not doubt for a moment its intentions were hostile. As for what protected me, what warmed my freezing body and guided me to safety. I firmly believe that it was a Zvolnik. Why it chose me that night, I will never know. Of course, I often find myself wondering what would have happened had I turned around and faced it with its hand on my shoulder. Perhaps I would not be here to write my story. Remember to be careful when you're in the woods. Beyond dangerous animals and landscapes, there may be other things we lack the ability to understand. Ghost hunting gone wrong. From Mama Bear. This happened around the time I was 15 years old. My cousin, who was down on his luck, was staying with us for a while. He had just turned 21, so of course I thought he was the coolest person ever, and I wanted to do everything he did. We would oftentimes walk 3 miles or so to the nearest gas station once my younger brothers were settled in bed, so that he could get a beer if we had nothing else better to do. The two of us were both night owls, and this was the summertime, so I didn't have to worry about school. My dad also worked nights, and my mom had passed away by this point, so it wasn't hard to keep it a secret, as it was just the two of us. One night on our way back from one of these trips, my cousin wanted to stop by the small church cemetery that we passed on our way to the gas station and see if we could pick up any weird activity. I live in a small town in Georgia, so there wasn't really much else for us to get into at this point, and neither one of us had a car. Needless to say, it didn't take much convincing, because again my cousin was quote-unquote older and cooler than I was, so I wanted to do whatever he did. When we got to the cemetery, I felt a weird vibe, but because it was such a small church cemetery, I didn't think we'd get into any trouble. After all, I'd been in a cemetery many times after dark, including on Halloween to visit my mother's gravesite. I was trying not to psych myself out too bad, but I could tell my cousin felt it too. This is going to show my age, but this was also a time before smartphones. The highest quality phone available at the time was a Razr, BlackBerry, or Sidekick, and my dad was definitely not going to spend money on something like that for me. My cousin wanted to see if we could get some orbs, but neither of our cameras were really good enough to amount to anything. So after a little while, we were about to give up. We weren't supposed to be out this late anyway. By then, it was between 3 and 4 in the morning. As we headed back to the road, I felt the air change all of a sudden, and the hair on the back of my neck began to stand on end. Now remember, this was the summertime in Georgia, so even though it was night, it was often warm and muggy thanks to the humidity. I then saw my cousin stop a few feet ahead of me, so I stopped too. Dusty, what do you see?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly and barely above a whisper. He held his hand up to indicate I should be quiet. I remember biting my lip and just freezing in place. All of a sudden, the temperature in the air around me dropped significantly, and I began to shiver slightly. "Dusty, I really don't like this. We should go home," I breathed as I started to creep closer to him. I wrapped my arms around myself, attempting to warm myself, and I remember thinking that I should have brought a jacket, even though I'd never needed one for these adventures before. As I waited for my cousin to move, or say or do something, I felt something tickle the back of my neck. At this point, I was already starting to freak out, so I jumped and turned around as fast as I could to see what it was. There was nothing there, and I chided myself for getting scared in front of my big cousin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had felt like fingers that had tickled me. Before I could react further, I heard my cousin let out a breath that I don't even think he even realized he'd been holding in. "Jess, when I say go, you need to run as fast as you can. We need to get home now," he said firmly, but there was an eerie calmness in his voice. I followed his gaze, and I had to do a double take. in the woods across the street was what looked to be a hooded figure walking away from us further into the trees.
"Dusty, this isn't funny,"
I mumbled, my anxiety beginning to increase with every passing second. Before I could react any further, he said to me, "Now!" And we started to sprint out of the cemetery, back onto the road. Now, I was never in any good shape, and I was not a fan of running at all, but I somehow stayed with my cousin as he ran towards our house. We were still a good mile and a half away at this point, though, and I wasn't sure I could make it the whole way at this pace. I did it, though, and as we made the last turn towards my house, we were just about to pass the horse farm on the corner, and then we would be home free in my yard. We both stopped dead in our tracks. In the middle of the road was a figure that was maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. It was just standing there in the middle of the road, its back to us, and it was pure black. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I was afraid that if I turned to go towards the woods, it would see or hear us. Before either of us could react any further, the figure turned slowly and lifted its head to look at us. All I saw under the hood were 2 piercing red eyes that felt as if they were staring directly into my soul. The rest was completely pitch black. I couldn't make out any features despite the streetlight not too far away from us. After a few seconds, which felt like hours, none of us moved. Eventually, the figure did turn, and he walked the rest of the way towards the street, disappearing into the woods. From there, my cousin and I double-timed it home. I remember grabbing the poker from the fireplace when we got back and sleeping with it that night, even though I didn't really get much sleep. We never did see that figure again, but I remember that was the scariest thing I've ever encountered. We lived at that house for several more years after that, and I never did experience anything like it again. I'm not sure if we upset a spirit by going to the cemetery that night, or if it was something else, but I hope to never go through anything like it again. Figure from the woods. From Russell the Menus. My grandparents have a couple of 100 acres of land in a little town called Castleton, Vermont. My friends and I go up there almost every week to ride four-wheelers or even play airsoft in the woods. Nothing out of the ordinary has ever happened until around a dark, cold night in November of 2020. My friends and I were just wrapping up our last game of airsoft, noting that it was pitch black and that we decided to get out of the woods. As we were leaving, we stepped out of the tree line into a massive field where even in the dark you could see everything. We put our guns away and we started up the vehicle when one of my friends I'll call John pointed something out in the distance. I was thinking it was a deer or a coyote. I looked in the direction he was pointing at, and I didn't see anything. "Bro," I said, "there's nothing over there." He insists and tells me to look next to the camper. As I'm squinting my eyes, trying to see what he's talking about, my other friend Sam said he saw it too. This camper can't be more than a football field away, so I'm getting frustrated not being able to see what they're talking about. Sam then said, "Oh my God, it's moving." Finally, I was able to make it out. It stood tall next to the camper, almost peering around it like it was trying to hide. Us being daring teens, we started to walk closer to it, thinking whoever it was, we could take them on. But as we get closer, so does the figure. We stop and let it move, and now it's more visible. This thing had to be at least 7 feet tall, with long arms that looked to be almost touching the ground. It just stopped and stood there, swaying back and forth, until silence took over the field. Nothing but wind, a slight breeze, us, and this thing that was still swaying. Then there was this terrible scream that sounded like someone was constantly being stabbed without dying. We booked it back to the car and slammed the door shut. When the lights inside the car went out automatically, as they're supposed to, we were able to better see outside again. I quietly said, "Wait, guys, look, it's not over there anymore." As we all stared out of the right side of the car, trying to locate it again, we heard a tapping sound. We looked at each other in shock, trying to find the exact source of the tapping. John began to scream suddenly, and he pointed to the back of the car. We look, and we see the figure standing there, its face inches from the window. I call it its face only to describe that area of its body, because it didn't actually have any face at all. It was just a dark, human-shaped silhouette. Then it screamed. It was so loud we had to cover our ears. It wasn't a normal scream. I recognized it. It sounded like John. The scream that he'd made only 2 minutes ago. It was now coming from this figure, just 10 times louder. I yelled for Sam to step on it and get us back to the house. I quickly turned around to look outside the window to see what its next move would be. It was hard to make out, but it looked like it was waving. Not like a goodbye wave. More like it was saying, "See you next time." We got back to my grandparents' house, shaken and scared. My grandma asked us, "What's the matter, boys?" We all began to tell her the story of what we saw and what happened, wondering how she didn't hear that scream. Her face turned very serious, and she told us, "You boys probably should stay the night tonight." Taking her up on the offer, we agreed. There was no way we were going to drive out on that road in the middle of the night with woods on both sides of us. Trying to forget about it, we all sat down and played some Monopoly. At about 10 o'clock, we'd been playing for a couple of hours when we began to hear a tap, tap, tapping. All of us jumped up and booked it to the window. We turned on the light outside, and there it was. The figure from before was back. It was standing next to the car now, clearly towering over it. It began to walk away, facing us the entire time, clearly showing us he was still there. Then it turned around and ran on all fours. Our minds were blown, each of us thinking this isn't possible. We cracked the window just a little bit to see if we could hear anything else, and all we could hear was the distant sound of John's screaming. We shut the window and agreed never to play airsoft at night again. Not out here. It's been a year now, and nothing else strange has occurred. But I know it's out there. Maybe it's watching us in those woods, hoping we stay till nightfall again. The following story is that infamous 4chan story from Korea that I removed a long time ago, but viewers have kept asking me to bring it back, so here it is for all of you to enjoy. Also, it is very much a haunted woods kind of story too. Hi, X. Long-time lurker, first time posting here. Anyone interested in Far East spooky stuff? Be me, German descent. Parents moved to Korea before I was born. Because Dad's going on business trips all the time and general parental conflict, my Korean friend's family pretty much raised me as their own. My new family is crazy superstitious, which is weird since most of the country now believes in Christianity, or at least at the time they did. Live in the mountains with Korean family for most of my childhood, then moved to the city around high school age. I honestly didn't even consider this all to be creepy when it all happened to me. It was just a part of life. Recently I moved to the US, and whenever I mention the stuff that happened in my childhood to my new friends, they lose their crap. I guess I'll post a few and see if you guys might be interested. Here's a little background. My Korean foster family is from North Korea. They all came down during the Korean War. There's a superstitious grandfather, Christian grandmother, both maternal. The mother and father, who are friends with my parents, who always wanted to get the heck out of the mountains. There's a daughter who was my age, and was pretty much my only friend. The grandfather is the patriarch, and what he says goes. This includes all sorts of weird, traditional ceremonies and rituals, and a lot of creepy hiking fishing trips. Generally, it's a pretty chill family. Lots of conflict about grandfather's superstitious bullcrap, though, and you can kinda see the mom losing her mind over the years for some unknown reason. We lived in the middle of nowhere. You have to drive like 30 minutes to reach the nearest town. Sorry if this is all jumbled. This is my first time rationally looking back and writing it down. This is about a ritual we used to do a few times every year. Apparently, there are families in the city that also perform it, but none of my other Korean friends have gone through quite what I was used to. On the death day of his ancestors, grandfather would set up a mini shrine and prepare a crapload of food. It always had to be specific kinds of dishes and had to be arranged according to color and size. After setting up the food on special tables in the living room, grandfather read a handwritten letter, generally following the lines of, "Everyone misses you. Rest well. Please take this offering of food in peace." Then burns it. He sometimes added a line about me, something along the lines of, "Please excuse the blonde boy. We're taking care of him," as the ritual is usually only performed by family. Everyone took turns bowing in a special ceremonial way. When everyone was done bowing, grandfather turned off all the lights, and everyone hid in the kitchen for about half an hour. You always have to clear your throat before walking out again, as to not startle the ancestors, grandfather says. The food was always partially eaten, utensils would be dirty, and the seat cushions would feel warm when we entered the mini shrine again. This one time, when I was about 6 years old, the mom got tired of making these specific dishes. They were very time-consuming. They took the whole day for her to make. So instead, this year, she made easier ones. Grandfather flies into a fit of rage, but we don't have time to redo everything. "Do you realize what you've done?" And all that. We finish bowing and hide in the kitchen as usual. But we hear rattling and banging from the living room where the shrine is. The kids are scared, so me and the daughter hold on to the grandfather while he swears under his breath. An hour later, the noise stops. Grandfather clears his throat, then he leaves the kitchen and goes into the living room. What a mess. The dishes are overturned. Candles have been blown out, and something that looks like either dried blood or watery fecal matter, I can't remember which, is strewn about on the shrine. After that, the mom always made the correct dishes. So, nine-tailed foxes, man. Those things are creepy as heck, but the media always portrays them as some kind of busty cutie pie furry's wet dream. So, I was 13. Up in the mountains, we didn't have access to anything, risque. But that didn't keep me from discovering how to pleasure myself. One day I go into the mountains with daughter, who we'll call Jean, to find some mushrooms. I bring one of the family Jindo dogs, just to be safe. Those things are protective as all hell. We're having a good time, playing around, when Ogu, the Jindo, starts to bark like crazy. We turn and see a teenage-looking girl, just kind of standing there, wearing old-fashioned clothes. But since this is a rural area, we didn't even think twice about it. We go over to say hi. We were just happy to find someone else around our age. The new girl says her family moved into the empty lot about 15 minutes away. Ogu is still barking at her, but we brush it off. He's just being protective. We hang out with her a bit, and she keeps touching me, commenting on my hair and eyes, saying I look exotic and cute. I was totally flustered. The sun starts going down, so we ask her if she wants to come over and have dinner with us. No, she says, but only Anon can come over to my place to see my room if he wants. It's getting dark and my brotherly instinct kicks in, so I tell the new girl I'll drop by later, but I have to take Jean home first. Later on, we tell grandfather what happened. Idiot boy. That empty plot isn't for sale. From then on, he tells us we have to take a Jindo wherever we go. But we do meet that girl again a few times later that week. She progressively gets more and more seductive to me. The dogs bark at her, so we just go home when we see her. We would go home and tell grandfather that we saw her again. A few days after that, Ogu, the dog, brings home a fox he had killed, and not once ever again do we see that girl. Basically, nine-tailed foxes, gumiho, shapeshift into women whose corpses they eat. They seduce and kill men, and they eat their livers. Once they eat 1,000 livers, it is said they will turn into real humans. Grandfather said there are 2 types of ghosts, Yuryong, which are docile spirits, and Guishin, which are malicious spirits that usually just want closure. There was a small lake near where we lived. Grandfather always told us to take a white Jindo when we went near the lake, as there was a Guishin who lived there. Guishin who live in bodies of water are called Muo Guishin, but this one was also a Chunyo Guishin, a virgin who had been wronged. Occasionally, from far away, you can make out a youngish-looking woman who looks soaked as heck just sitting on the dock. I always thought she looked lonely, sad, not at all angry. She didn't do much but kind of hissed almost like a cat and disappeared whenever she saw the white Jindo, named Jingu. This one time when I was 9 years old, I got brave and walked out to the lake. It was still pretty far away, but I could see the Guishin sitting on the dock again. Being the oddest that I am, I call out something like, "Hey lady, are you okay?" The Guishin gets up and starts walking towards me. When I say walking, it was like a cross between walking and gliding, kinda like when you stand still and look at someone going through one of those moving runways in an airport. The Guishin keeps coming closer, and suddenly I realize that I forgot to bring a white Jindo. Oh crap, I think. The Guishin is close now, and I can see that her facial features are all kind of dark and melted together, like ink mixing in water. I scream now, and she screams too, but stops when I stop making noise and just sort of studies me. She makes a weird gurgling sound, like someone trying to laugh underwater. Your head is yellow. She walks/glides back to the dock. I run all the way back home, fresh pee cooling on my pants. The next day, grandfather makes me bring some food as an offering to the lake, to thank the Guishin for not harming me. I like to think instead that I made her day. Here's some info on the Jindo, the dogs we had. They're Korea's national dog, kinda like a Shiba, but taller, leggier, and more brutal. They come in 3 colors, white, tan, and a sort of black tan. They're hardy little guys, skinny but they can take out your legs like it's nothing. They're very protective and territorial. They're stubborn too. You can't train them like a Labrador retriever to do cute tricks or sit for their food or not bite annoying children, but they'll give their lives to protect you and your home. In Korean superstition, white jindos chase away evil spirits, tan jindos can fight their way out of anything, and black jindos make spirits accept you as one of them. Grandfather rarely had black jindos. He was a fighter, so he had a bunch of tan jindos and a few white ones for the kids. And I'm pretty sure the shotgun he had in the closet was illegal, because you can't own guns in Korea. Now, anyone up for a Korean troll? I was 11 years old. Our toughest tan jindo died, so grandfather got another one. He's a hard one even when he's a puppy. He becomes loyal to grandfather and Jean. By the time he's 1 year old, he's bigger and brawnier than the other dogs by far. We name him Suk-gu. One day, Jean wants to go down to the creek and catch some fish. Grandfather tells her to take a white jindo, but instead she takes Suk-gu. I'm contemplating going with her, but I was helping grandmother out with some chores, so I stayed behind. Besides, I got the feeling that her mom hated me being around her daughter too often. A few hours later, we hear something that sounds like a tiger from the mountains. I ask grandfather about it, as tigers are probably extinct in Korea. Might be do-kai-bi. The do-kai-bi are pretty much Korean trolls. They don't really mean serious harm, but they're very strong, and they do like to mess with people. Sometimes they'll unwittingly drive someone mad, or outright kill them. The sun was going down, but Jean and Suk-gu aren't home yet. Grandfather was getting worried. Sometime later, we see Jean running home alone, but she's screaming. She says that a human hand with claws on it came out of the bushes. She ran home, but the last she saw was Suk-gu jumping into the bush to fight whatever was there. Her parents try to reason and say it was probably a lost person. Grandfather brushes that off. You two are raised in the city and know nothing. Why would a lost person be far away from a town? Then we see something run towards the house from far away. It's Suk-gu. He's got a freaking leg in his mouth. It looks like a human leg, but it's completely covered in thick hair and was way bigger. It's gnawed through the thigh, but there's no blood. Just a weird watery splatter all over it, and there's a bit on Suk-gu as well. Grandfather confirms that it is a do-kai-bi and throws out the leg deep into the mountains. We put out food for the next week as an apology to its clan. They leave human-like crap in our yard as a sort of screw you for the next month. The thing about growing up in rural Korea as a foreigner is that if you run into a spirit, they're either going to be extra hostile towards you, or they're going to be so busy laughing at you, they don't even bother to try harming you. The closest school was half an hour away, so grandfather would drive me and Jean to school every morning. There were only 7 kids in the grade. Only 3 graduated. The rest either died or moved to the city. The kids were pretty cruel and ganged up on me a lot, calling me names like Yellow Monkey or Yankee or Yankee, which was funny because I'm German. Grandfather thought school was crap, so he let me skip school as long as I showed up for exams and passed them. When I was 10, he got me my very own white jindo named Baekugu. One day I went exploring the mountains and eating mushrooms. I hear something rustling in the bushes, and Baekugu starts whimpering and cowering. A black dog-like creature slinks out from the bushes. I freeze in my tracks, not sure if he was friendly or malicious. But Baekugu was clearly scared and pissing himself. The thing looked like a cross between a big dog and a leopard, but it had a long, almost trunk-like snout, fur that looked ablaze and smoldering, although there was no fire or heat. The thing makes a snarling, growling motion, but no sound comes out of its mouth. I was convinced then that I was going to die. But then I hear a gunshot go off in the distance, and remember that grandfather had an illegal gun. Another shot goes off, this time so close my ears, my whole skull feels like it's ringing, and I swear I see a bullet whiz by. The thing chases after the bullet, and it's gone. I hightail it out of there with my dog and grandfather. What I ran into turned out to be a bull gasari. They eat fire and metal, and they're highly hostile. As this one had claimed the deep mountains as its home, we were forbidden to go that deep from then on. One thing about Korean ghosts, both docile and malicious, is that they're very much like people. You can reason with them most of the time, trick them, scare them, and even make friends. Of course, if you just want them to leave you alone, the best thing you can do is start singing, although grandfather said this could potentially attract do kaibi. I was 14, going to school one day because screw it. When school ended, I left my book bag in the classroom. Then I go out with Jean to throw the trash away. The school had no janitors, so the kids had to help with the work. I go pick up the bag while Jean waits outside. The teacher's standing with her back to the door, just kind of staring at the wall. I say goodbye to her, but she doesn't respond to me. I get slightly nervous, so I go up and ask if she's okay. She turns around, and I nearly soil myself, because her face is gone. Dal Gyal Gui Shin are malicious spirits that act like people, but they don't have faces, hence the name Dal Gyal, which means egg. They'll usually leave you alone, as long as you don't point out their lack of face or act disgusted. Anyway, the spirit acts just like the teacher, and it's just heading way too close to the uncanny valley now. I'm creeped out, but also kind of mad, because I was a moody teenager and I just wanted to go home. The thing started talking, and even its voice sounded like my teacher. Anon, do you think I'm pretty? You don't even have a face, I thought, but I don't want to anger it, because these ghosts can get vicious when they're mad. If I say you're pretty, it will say I'm lying because it clearly doesn't have a face. But if I said you're not pretty, it will say I'm disgusted at its lack of a face. I just wanted to go home and play with my goddamn dog and go fishing. So I started singing the Korean national anthem really loud. The thing began screaming, sounding equally angry. I hear the classroom door open and the screaming stops abruptly. Anon, what are you doing? This time it's the actual teacher. She's in the doorway. I then run home, complaining about the Gui Shin with Jen. Things started falling apart by my mid-teen years. I believe this was because grandfather was getting old and weak, but it might be because I was pretty messed up emotionally, and particular spirits could sense it. I was 16, doing some chores around the yard when I hear familiar voices. Voices I hadn't heard in a while. My own mother, my own father. I walk towards their voices, kinda tearing up. I haven't seen them since I was 4 years old, and the only reason I remembered them were from phone calls that came only every few months. I was angry, but mostly glad. My parents were standing at the edge of my grandfather's property, calling out to me, Anon, it's us. Let's go home now. So many things I wanted to yell at them about, but it's like I'm too choked up. But then I remembered my grandfather didn't tell me that my parents would be coming. I'm gonna go get grandfather first, I called out. Oh, but Anon, aren't you going to let your mother hug her own son? I noticed something was wrong about it,
but I was too emotionally shaken. I began crying and kinda stood there. The dogs were barking like crazy, and I could hear Jean calling me for dinner from the house. But my parents kept urging me to come over and give them a hug, to go home, to talk to them. "Come on, son. It's going to be a long drive home." I waited for a second. But where's your car?" They go quiet, but soon try to play it off as a joke, but I kept asking. They grew angry, began threatening me with punishments, telling me I'm breaking my mother's heart. I'm still crying, hyperventilating, not sure whether to go with them or run back home. I think Jean must have seen me and told my grandfather. He came out with a dog on a leash, who began growling. Then the old Korean man began to bellow like an ox. "Leave my grandson alone, freaking creatures." My parents let out something like a cross between a bird screeching and an old door creaking. Then they disappeared in the tall grass. For some reason, grandfather never spoke of this again, and that crap still chokes me up a little. Now here's the story of how our toughest dog died. Some relatives came to visit for the weekend. Jean's cousins come too. One is a guy about 5 years older than us. The other guy is about 2 years older. There's also a girl, but she just sits in the kitchen and does Bible study with grandmother all day, so we just ignore her. We try to get along with them at first, but the cousins are just too boisterous. They're yelling cuss words in the mountains, throwing rocks at deer. Eventually, we just let them do their own thing. It turns out while Jean, grandfather, and I went fishing, these idiots went into the mountains and found a small family graveyard. Korean family graveyards are tiny, with 4 or 5 bodies buried at most, especially if you find one in the rural areas. Anyway, these guys trashed the place, kicking down shrines and littering everywhere. They came home after they heard someone crying and got scared. Grandfather was seething, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't expect city kids to understand. For the next few days, we see angry ghosts at the edge of our property hissing at the dogs, but unable to come any closer because of our white Jindos. We leave offerings around the property, but they're mad and they won't stop trashing our vegetable gardens. Grandfather genuinely looks stumped. One day our most prized tan Jindo disappears. We think he may have gone hunting something, but he doesn't come home for days. Eventually we go out to look for him. A warning in this section, as it contains explicit depictions of violence against animals. You've been warned. Skip ahead about 30 seconds. So, we find his body, ripped to shreds, strewn around the trashed graveyard. His intact head is in front of the damaged shrine. Grandfather quietly covers his dog's head with a towel. He doesn't talk to us for a few days, just smokes his pipe out on the patio, staring into the mountains. I still miss that dog. I like to think he sacrificed himself as an offering to save us all. In Korean mythology, magpies are harbingers of good luck and prosperity. It's said if you hear a magpie cawing in the morning, it means you'll have a friendly visitor later in the day. I like to think that magpies acted like a sort of guardian angel to me. My room was on the 2nd floor, right next to the persimmon tree in the garden. Magpies freaking love persimmons, and there are always a bunch of them near the house. Grandfather and I made a habit of leaving the persimmons at the very top when picking them from the tree, so that the magpies can help themselves. That happened to be at the level of my window, so I guess the magpies kind of associated my face with food and general good vibes. I come home from school one day, and for some reason I'm tired as heck, so I take a nap, but the magpies won't stop cawing. Some even banged and pecked at the window, which was unusual for them. Like an autist, I yell,
"Shut up, birds," and try to sleep, but they're way too loud. Cursing, I get up and storm out of the room to sleep somewhere else. As I turn to close the door, I catch a glimpse of something stuck to my ceiling. It's a person, no, a spirit of some kind. As I stare at it, its head turns towards me and gives me the ugliest look. But before it can react to me leaving the room, the magpies start cawing and banging at the window. It turns its attention to the birds. I run out and I alert my grandfather. He grabs a pot and pan, runs up to my room, flinging open the door and banging them together while yelling, "Get out!" The ghost hisses and slithers into the cracks of the wall. We knew someone died in that house before we moved in. We just didn't know the guy had hung himself in my freaking room. We leave out an offering that night and I sleep on the couch. The next morning, the offering is gone, and we don't see the spirit again for another 3 months. But when we do see it, the magpies do their squawks and I fetch grandfather. Feels pretty good having a personal army of magpies. Now, on to the last story. I was 17 years old, and I was starting to have a thing for Jean, but we didn't show it because A, it felt like incest, and B, her mother was completely off the hook at this point and would kill us both. One day, grandfather goes to tend to his berry patches and doesn't come back. We look for him, and a few hours later, we find him on the ground, looking peaceful and composed, like he just laid there to take a nap, but never woke up. Doctors tell us he died of a heart attack. We're stunned. The man who took me in after my own family put me aside, taught me all my values that I ever held dear, kept me alive all these years in a patch of mountain crawling with unknown creatures and spirits. He was gone, just like that. Jean was inconsolable. We spent a lot of time out by grandfather's favorite fishing spot, not really saying much. We buried him in a private plot. Jean and I go to his grave every day to clean the shrine. A few months later, grandmother sells our house, and we end up moving to the city. All the dogs are sold too, including mine. I'm too shocked to pretend nothing happened, to continue living with my adopted family, too angry to live with my biological family. So grandmother gives me enough money to rent a small apartment, barely larger than a closet. I couldn't focus on anything, so I ended up failing my college entrance exams. I barely scraped by, flipping burgers, working at gas stations, convenience stores, stocking warehouses. In a way, it's more peace than I'd ever known, as there were no ghosts or spirits in my apartment. Sometimes I wonder about what happened to Jean as we grew apart, and I knew her mother was off her rocker and sometimes even physically hurt her. Meanwhile, Jean herself was accepted to a good college. One day we decided to go to grandfather's grave and show him the acceptance letter, as well as perform the ritual. The one mentioned earlier about the food and the thanks. And we don't talk to each other. For some reason, the whole family followed us there. It was getting dark, and just before we left, Jean placed her acceptance letter on grandfather's shrine. Suddenly, her mother starts screaming like mad. "He's dead, you crazy kids. Can't freaking hear you or see any of this crap." She accuses grandfather of being crazy, yelling at Jean for being stupid enough to believe all his bullcrap, she said. We tried to argue back, reminding her that she had witnessed a lot of the stuff we'd seen, but she was raving at this point. Eventually, she calmed down enough for Jean's dad to take her back to the car. We just sat in front of grandfather's grave for the longest time. When we finally head back, I swear I can see a bluish flame-looking thing flickering above the grave. Weeks pass by. I was getting paid just enough to get by and trying to forget everything that ever happened in my childhood. One night, I hear incessant tapping on my window, almost like how the magpies used to tap. But that's weird, because I lived below ground level. There was no window. I then feel a deep, shuddering cold in my guts. I always thought it was alerting me to a spirit nearby, but now I realize it's fear. I run wildly into the street and catch a taxi to Grandma's house. I can hear screaming inside the house. The door bursts open and Jean runs out, blood on her arms and her face white as paper. You see, something in her mother's head snapped, and she had grabbed a knife, slashing at Jean. If you're wondering about her dad and grandmother, her dad was visiting his family, and the grandmother was too afraid to come out of her room. Jean swears up and down that just as her mother was about to seriously stab her, a blue flame flickered out of nowhere and lit her skirt on fire. I tried my best to calm her down and called 911. Things settled down from there. Jean and I realized nobody else would understand us as well as each other. Well, we're getting married next winter. Her mother was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Grandmother goes to live with Jean's aunt. And I just want to say thanks to Grandpa for teaching me everything, for raising me to be a good guy. I wouldn't be here today without him.
My middle school field trip horror story from Anonymous. I live in Canada, Ontario. I was 12 years old. I was going on a field trip to this place called Taquania, and as soon as we arrived there in the school bus, I had this terrible vibe about the place. When you drive in, to your right is a small wooded area, taking at least 5 minutes to run to the end of. To your left, though, is a building the size of a small school. It sounds big, but it really isn't. Beside that is a field, and past that is an even bigger forest. The first thing that happened was when me and my best friend, O, were playing a game. Our whole class was joining in. The game was called Predator and Prey. The prey wore green pins and the predators wore blue. The prey is supposed to hide from anything that's not wearing the same color as you. Now, me and O were taking selfies on my phone. We were prey at the time, so we were hiding behind a tree. Another one of our friends, named H, found us and took us to this hiding spot at the far back of the small forest. This spot was really hard to find if you don't know where you're heading. When we got there, it was a nice little spot to hide in, a perfect little hideout. It was surrounded by tall grass and wheat, and there was a huge pile of hay that looked like a huge nest. A couple of minutes passed since we made it to the spot. We were beginning to get bored just sitting there, and decided to head back. We weren't even sure if the game was still going. The way we came, we see someone in the distance. Now still wanting to play the game, we figured they were coming to find us, and we didn't want to lose. So me, H, and O turned the other way to run. But two other friends who had found us, N and E, caught us and told us the game was over. When I asked them who was the person we saw in the distance, N answered, confused, "I don't know what you mean. We're the last predators. Everyone else went back." That was definitely odd, especially when I looked back a second later and the figure was gone. It shouldn't have been able to disappear that fast, whoever it was. After this, we were all having our free time outside, exploring, talking, or playing other games. Well, we ended up playing a similar game called Manhunt. I'm hiding in the small forest. I'm in a little row of trees to the left of the forest, just walking and trying to stay covered, until I suddenly hear leaves crunching behind me. I jump because it was so sudden it startled me, and I thought that I was caught. But when I turned and looked behind me, I was alone. I turn around and start speed walking to get out of there, but the moment I turned away, the leaves began crunching again. Every time I look, there's no one there. After this happening a few times, I'm terrified. I start running, And that's when the crunching sounds speed up, as if whoever or whatever it is following me has started running too. I'm being chased by something that I can't even see. I run until I'm out of the forest. The moment I break the tree line, the crunching footsteps go silent. It was so strange and creepy. A little bit after this, I decided to rejoin the game as it was still going, and I'm beginning to feel better after that event. I begin walking back to the forest when I see someone up ahead of me. Someone still wearing a blue pin, even though we weren't playing that game anymore. I suddenly stop, and so does the figure. I remember cocking my head to the side in confusion, and the figure did the same thing. After a few more movements that it shared with me, I realized that this person or figure was just mocking what I did, mirroring my movements perfectly. I turned my head for a moment to see if anyone was around me that I could show this bizarre thing to. Then I turned back, and the figure was gone. Suddenly, W, a friend of mine, comes walking out of the bushes, and I ask him if that was him. He looks at me funny, saying that he had just been found in the woods, so he was coming back since he was out now. To make things even better, we began to hear what sounded like an old man screaming for his life. It erupted from the middle of the woods. Both W and I got chills, then began to make our way back to the main building. Strange things continued to happen on that field trip the entire time we were there. More noises, black figures at the edge of the woods, more people being in our group when we played than were actually there. Something was hanging out with us when we were out there. Something was toying with us, or maybe it wanted to play too. It was absolutely eerie. I was happy when we were able to finally go home. Denmark Ghost Story from Anonymous. I was raised in a house in a small town in Denmark, located in a big forest. I really enjoyed playing in the woods as a kid. We had no neighbors living close to us, so I had to entertain myself growing up. One day while playing in the woods, I was climbing a tree when the branch I was leaning on snapped, and I fell to the ground head first. I was out cold for a long time. I'm not sure exactly how long though. When I woke up, the sun was down and everything was dark. I was scared, and I immediately knew my parents would be worried. I usually came home long before dark, so I began to head back to my house with a headache. As I stated before, I often played in these woods, so I became quite uncomfortable when I realized that I didn't recognize my surroundings. I was lost. The forest seemed different, and even though I wasn't used to being in the woods after dark, I didn't think I recognized this place at all. It was like I woke up somewhere else entirely. I began to realize that the forest was unusually quiet then. At night here, you'd expect to hear birds or bugs or both, and usually quite a bit of wind. But I heard nothing, not even the sound of leaves or branches crumbling under my feet. I couldn't smell anything either. I enjoyed the scent of the forest immensely, but I couldn't smell a thing. I attributed this to my head injury, making me worry even more about my own health. However, I could feel a constant cold breeze, even though the breeze made no sound of movement through the forest. As the breeze blew over me, I felt a desire to go back to the tree that I had fallen from, but I had no idea why. I kept walking and soon saw a light in the distance. At first it was dim, but as I drew closer, I saw that it was the light from our house. I was overjoyed. I would have run to the house then if it weren't for my aching head, making me feel dizzy. I made it past the tree line and immediately felt another eerie cold sensation rush over my body. I panicked then, ready to just get home. I stumbled as fast as I could to my front door, and when I was just outside it, I heard a noise behind me. The first sound I'd heard the entire time after I woke up. It was coming from the woods that I had just left. I turned, and what I saw horrified me. I saw myself standing at the edge of the woods, just 300 feet away from where I was now in front of my door. But that didn't make sense. It couldn't be me. So who or what was it? I felt so disoriented. I was unable to move. I wanted more than anything to turn and run into the house, but I was paralyzed. The other me was staring right at me, and every fiber I had told me to go inside now. I mustered all my strength, but all I could do was lift my left hand slightly. I could not stop gazing towards the other me. It was like I was drawn towards it. I saw that it mirrored what I did, lifting its left hand slightly as well. I felt sick and terrified then, and then it happened. The other me began to walk towards me. It began sprinting right at me even though I still could not move. I could only stand there and watch it get closer to me. It stopped the moment it was about 6 feet away. It looked exactly like me. It even had a red spot on its forehead, exactly where I'd hit the ground. But there was one major difference. Our eyes. His were black, empty, like it was soulless. Like it was just my body, without anything meaningful inside. It stared at me for a while with its totally empty eyes. I began to tremble then, tears running down my face, but no matter how much I wanted to scream or move, I was unable to do so. Then it sprinted towards me, jamming right into me, and everything turned completely dark. When I came to, I was below the tree that I'd fallen from earlier. There were no sounds and scents just as before, and it was still dark. Luckily, the thing that attacked me was nowhere to be seen, and I could right away see the dim light of my house far away. Flooding with fear, I picked myself up and began running towards the light. When I crossed the tree line, I could see my house in full detail, and when I made it to the door, I reached for the doorknob, but I could not open it. The knob just kept spinning around. Then I heard the sound again. Footsteps. The doorknob turned and the front door opened. I saw my mother, and I was so relieved. I tried walking towards her and in through the threshold, but my body could no longer move. I tried to talk to my mom, but no sound was escaping my mouth. I looked at her, but she did not seem to recognize me. Actually, she didn't seem to notice me at all. Instead, her eyes were scanning the perimeter behind me, beyond me, before she closed the door in my face. I tried opening the door again, but the doorknob kept spinning just as before. I heard my father yell angrily from inside. I couldn't make out the words, but he sounded upset. I felt so confused, so afraid. What was happening to me? My house, my parents, and everything I knew seemed to be in another world, yet so close. I walked over to the window of my own room, hoping that I could climb in through it. When I reached the window and I looked inside, I saw my empty bed with a lot of pictures of me lying in it, and then I saw a candlelight in my room. I'm from Denmark, and you only put those kinds of candles in a room if the person who had resided in it was deceased. I felt nauseous. I wanted to throw up. What was happening? Why couldn't I get into my own house? Why did they think I was dead? Why didn't they come looking for me? All of a sudden, I noticed that I couldn't see my own reflection in the glass of the window. I looked tensely into it, desperately looking for my own reflection, when I saw a figure instead. The figure was standing further away than I was, so this wasn't my reflection. Chills running down my back. I turned around to face it. Standing in the tree line was a tall human-shaped figure with a cloth covering its entire face. The only thing visible were two glowing red eyes. The thing must have been 7 feet tall, and it began walking towards me. No, it didn't walk though, it floated. I ran from it, knowing that whatever that thing was, it wasn't right. I ran for what felt like years, and then I woke up. I was on the ground in the woods again. I turned over, vomiting my guts out on the ground. I picked myself up and began to stumble again, walking towards my house, towards that dim light in the distance. I knew deep down that when I would turn that doorknob, it wouldn't move. But when it did, and the door opened, and my mother hugged me, I wanted to faint then and there, overcome with joy. I don't know what happened to me that day. I want to assume it was just an odd head injury, some hallucinations, maybe a dream, but it was so real. Another part of me thinks that perhaps I died in those woods that day, and my soul or spirit found a timeline where I survived. But what was that tall thing in the woods? It's all so confusing. I'd rather not think about it. A terrifying encounter from Anonymous. Sometime in the beginning of 2018, I considered myself a skeptic at best of anything paranormal. That all changed quickly after my friends and I had an idea of some fun. Now, despite my skepticism, I've still always been interested in the paranormal and occult. So one thing I took interest in was witchcraft, especially pendulums. A pendulum is a stalagmite-like stone that hangs from a metal chain and is supposedly a way of communicating with your spirit guide. You're supposed to have them cleansed though, so you don't end up speaking to something sinister, something that you'd rather not have in your life. Interest in such items had made me a new friend named G. G had been studying the paranormal and witchcraft long before me. G lived in a gated community a few miles south of myself, and this community had a forest within it. It was considered a genuine Native American burial ground. G introduced me to this place as part of an attempt to change my opinion on the paranormal, which gave me an idea. Now also at this time I met a girl on Tinder. She was also very interested in witchcraft. Her name was B. So B, G, and I all decided to meet up around 10 p.m. one night with all the witchcraft and paranormal related equipment we had, ready to speak to spirits in G's little haunted forest. G and I had another lovely friend named T who we brought along as well. The lot of us met at the local train station, did some introductions, and took a little walk. After that, we split up, taking B's car and my van to G's house. We arrived there around midnight, and after prepping our equipment, we set off for the short walk to the burial ground. Before entering, B lit up a palm-sized bundle of sage and told us that if the flames enlarge at any time, it means a spirit or entity is within a certain proximity of us, and we may need to leave it alone. I raised an eyebrow at this, but I was all the more curious. Not even 10 minutes into the walk, the little bundle of sage practically torched itself within seconds. We all stopped right there when B told us frantically, That's a demon." Now G was a little bit of the cowardly type, so he grabbed T out of instinctive fear, while B and I glanced at each other and slowly backtracked toward the forest exit, G and T behind us. We didn't want to cut our journey short though, so we went the other way in hopes of something less intimidating occurring. B proposed that we approach this in a more cautious manner, placing her at the front of the group and myself in the back, as I was considered the more capable one at the moment, being lightly armed, and could keep a lookout for us. Another few minutes into this journey, G proposed we stop and talk so he could try to ease himself of the anxiousness he claimed to be feeling. As he was ranting about whatever it was he felt was wrong, I glanced back where we came from and noticed a short, child-sized figure that was darker than the shadows cast by the trees, standing not 10 feet from me. My immediate reaction was to blink rapidly and squint, thinking that the shadows were being altered by the wind. This wasn't the case, as I continued to stare at it while it stared back at me. I'm not much of one for spastic reactions, so I calmly turned around, abruptly interrupting the group's conversation and informing them of what I just saw. B told me to take out my pendulum immediately and speak to it. Reluctantly, I did so. As the pendulum does not utter words, only yes and no based on a certain motion attuned to the user, I asked this entity if it was displeased with us for being here. It seemed to say yes. B told me to ask it if it would like us to leave, and despite me being the user and B simply relaying the question, it spun in a rapid circle, signaling another and more aggressive yes. We all simultaneously began rapidly walking back to the exit, not wanting to be harmed by whatever this thing was. Unsatisfied with the events, we discussed what we might do next in order to satiate our curiosity. I remained in the back of the group, feeling that something wasn't right, occasionally glancing back at the forest as if it were a necessity. When we were roughly 200 yards away, I took another look behind us and froze. I noticed a bright orange light that was similar to the light of the sun rising over trees in the earliest of the morning. Considering it was just past 1 a.m., that would be impossible. I strained my eyes in an attempt to make sense of what I was looking at, while informing the group about it. They stopped as well and looked with me. Puzzled sounds came from their mouths. By the time I realized what it was nearly too late. It was the same entity I alone spotted before, running full sprint at us at an impossible speed. Except it was increasing in size as it got closer, reaching around 8 or 9 feet by the time it was 15 yards from us. My immediate reaction was to scream "run" and bolt past everyone else, not wanting to be grabbed by this phantom monstrosity. G began crying, while him, T, and B quickly attempted to sprint away from what would most likely be our end. We did not stop running until we got to G's house, and decided we had enough for the night. This encounter definitely changed my feelings and opinion on the paranormal, and I've got a newfound respect for the entities that inhabit it. The Unknown Intruder, from Anonymous. I was home alone at my dad's house. I hated staying there on my own. My dad had gone to the train station to pick someone up, and so I had to stay on my own for the next 2 hours. Considering the time was around 10 p.m. and halfway through November, it was already well into the night and very cold. As staying alone in this house out in the woods always creeped me out, I turned on a movie to take my mind off of things. Now, we had these 2 sheds in the garden, both of which were ancient, but I would always hear noises at night. Loud bangs, scraping sounds, and other mysterious noises, always coming from those sheds or the garden, but I tried not to dwell on it. Everything was fine that night until I heard a loud bang come from outside. It sounded like it was coming from one of the sheds. I slowly and quietly crawled from the living room to a window, viewing the back garden, and my stomach dropped. I could see a tall, dark shadow standing in front of the forest, looking around and slowly walking towards our house. I hid for a minute, but every second that passed felt more like an hour, my heart racing. Eventually, I peeked out at one of the windows down the hallway and saw the all-too-tall figure peering inside. It saw me looking at it, then darted away off the property. I stayed hidden for a bit longer, but I heard nothing else. I never saw the figure again, and I'm glad, but I'm even more terrified of staying home alone anymore. Ghostly Warning from Chain Gang 357. When I was a child at about 7 years old, I was living in a small town called Wilkeson in Washington State. We lived on the outskirts in a decent-sized neighborhood surrounded by woods. Being close to Mount Rainier, it was quite rural. I lived in a 2-story house with my window facing the driveway and front yard. In my room, I just got a bunk bed and thought it was the coolest thing because I could see out my window while I was in bed. About a week after I got the bunk bed, I woke up in the middle of the night having to use the bathroom. As I made my way to the ladder, I looked out my window and saw 2 people outside on the lawn. I climbed down and I jumped on the cabinet that was in front of the window for a better look at the people. As I looked out, I saw 2 women standing at the edge of my driveway, staring at my lawn and talking to each other. The weird thing was, where they were pointing was where my black lab liked to lay down. I knocked on my window trying to get their attention and find out what they wanted. In unison, they slowly turned their heads and looked at me. Their faces were gray-white and blank of any expression. I realized then that their clothes were weird, like something people would wear a long time ago, and they didn't have any color on them either. I jumped down from the cabinet and I saw them turn their heads back and stare at the same spot. I woke up my mother and told her about the people in our driveway. We were outside in a couple of minutes, and by then the ladies were gone with no trace of them at all. Fast forward 3 weeks, I woke up again in the middle of the night. Now, since that first night I saw those women, I had dreaded getting up to go to the bathroom, but every time I was relieved when I didn't see them. One night, however, I got up and I saw them again. I climbed up on the cabinet, and this time they were already looking right at me. Both of their faces were different this time. Their eyes were solid black and they were both frowning. In unison, they lifted up their arms and pointed at my lawn. There in the lawn was my lab. He was sleeping. My dad had let him out when he left for work. I ran and got my mom and told her about the ladies and my dog. We went downstairs and opened the front door. My dog had just started barking when we walked out on the front porch. The ladies were already gone again, but this time a guy was running at my lab with a stick trying to hit him. When he saw us, he turned away and ran. After that day, we made sure my dad didn't let my dog out, and I never saw the ladies again. It may have been scary to see those ladies, but maybe, just maybe, they were actually looking out for my dog.
Encounter with a shadow being in the woods from Snowman 185. It's taken a long time for me to come out and be more public about this experience in my life, as I've repressed it due to a terrible and traumatizing experience. This experience happened in Hartington, Nebraska during turkey hunting season in 2015. The specific plot of land that my friend Jackson and I were hunting on was labeled private because the hunting was really good there, and the owner of the land is notoriously mean and tight with who he lets hunt on the land. Luckily, and unluckily, Jackson is friends with the owner of the land we hunted. Since remembering this experience, it permeates in my mind with horrifying clarity. It was 5 o'clock in the morning when Jackson and I arrived at the beginning of the land, so that we could get to the spot where turkeys roost. Now, for folks who don't turkey hunt, these creatures are pretty intelligent, and the slightest sound you make might spook them, so you have to get to your post before they wake up with complete silence. Immediately, when I set foot on the land, I had a very uncomfortable feeling, but I eventually ignored it. I hadn't been back here in a year, so it felt much less familiar to me, thanks to the time gap. The process of hunting and getting our turkeys went very well, just like many times before in the past. After we both shot our turkeys, we picked them up and went to Jackson's grandparents' house to butcher and clean up the kills.
After we got all that done, it was roughly 1 in the afternoon, and since Jackson wanted to go back to check his trail cam later at night, we decided to go get another memory card. The day after that was uneventful. We just did the same busy work at his grandparents' farm until dark. The whole time, I had this feeling in my stomach that I couldn't really pinpoint, and yet again, I chalked it up as random stomach problems that I often have throughout the day. Once it was dark outside, we began to make our way back to the plot of land with the trail cam. As we drove over there, I saw a flock of crows fly past. I took this as a bad sign, which made my stomach pains even worse. I turned right to Jackson, and I told him that we should probably go back. We could change the memory card another time. Jackson, being a generally rational and hard-headed person, insisted we go to the camera, because he wasn't going to be up in this part of the land for another 2 weeks. I reluctantly agreed, but I felt my stomach turn as we pulled up next to an abandoned corn crib. We began to make our trek up some hills to reach the camera. We discussed how lucky we were to bag our turkeys as quickly as we did earlier that day. We hopped the barbed wire fence and made our way up the hills. The woods were alive with forest critters doing what they do every day. Bugs whirring past you, squirrels scurrying up trees, and the occasional crinkle of leaves further into the woods. Coming up to about halfway to our destination, Jackson turns to me and says he has to go to the bathroom. Now that I thought about it, I had to go as well. We go our separate ways to do our private business. While walking through the trees alone to get away from Jackson for a moment, I couldn't help but notice that all the normal business of the woodland creatures all but ceased in a matter of moments. The moment I noticed this, the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. This prompted me to turn around and shout for Jackson to see where he was, to see if he noticed the same thing. I call 3 times at the top of my lungs, but I do not receive a reply. I end up deciding that I'll stop right there where I am, use the bathroom real quick, and speed walk back to Jackson. When I was carefully laying the guns I had on my back to the ground, I heard rustling in the woods to the left of me. I brushed this off as there are many deer in the area at the time of the year. I forgot to add that we both had headlamps with adjustable strengths of light due to it being nearly pitch black outside. After laying my guns down, I adjusted my lamp to the highest setting for maximum clarity of my environment. While I was adjusting the headlamp, I hear my name being called to the left of me. The way the voice sounded, it's hard to explain. It was like a mix of someone who smokes a pack of cigarettes a day, blended with nails on a chalkboard. Instinctively, I turned to my left, hoping it was Jackson, whose voice may have cracked for whatever reason. He did smoke cigarettes pretty heavily. When I turned, I saw what caused me to repress my memories for so long. I can only explain it as an entity of some kind that measured about 8 feet tall. It was running straight at me when I looked, but the figure was composed of complete darkness, like some sort of animated shadow. Think of the darkest environment you can. Relate that to the color of the figure I was seeing. The scariest part was that while it was running, it was not like any run you could do with 2 legs. Whatever it was doing was more of a scuttle, all the while making absolutely no noise. This is impossible due to there being dead branches and leaves littering the forest floor. When I initially saw this entity coming right at me, it was about 75 yards away, but I blinked once, and the distance instantly shrank to only 25 yards. Staring at this thing running towards me, I noticed that it had no distinguishable features, until it opened what appeared to be a jaw. Inside were hundreds of thin, sharp, needle-like teeth, tips glossed over with what appeared to be a red color. as if it had killed recently. While this thing was doing this, eyes protruded on its body from seemingly nowhere. These eyes were red with a hint of yellow thrown in. Struggling to breathe in my panic, I grabbed the 12-gauge Remington Super Mag and I fired in its direction 3 shells. My ears rang and I became briefly deafened. As I shook my head and looked back at the creature, it was still coming, unscathed, but I did notice a blister in the tree behind it. One of the shots that should have hit had gone straight through. I turned and ran, but I knew it would catch me. If something could travel 50 yards in the blink of an eye, I was honestly surprised that I wasn't dead yet. The entire time I ran, I could hear my name in that same voice as before, being called from behind me. At the same time, I began to scream Jackson's name, hoping that he would find me. After a minute or two, I finally hear him yelling my name to the right. I yelled back at him, but I was already so close to the truck that I just told him to pile in with me. I peeled out, and we left the hunting ground. Jackson had plenty of questions, but I wasn't in the mood to talk for a while. I don't go back to that hunting ground anymore. I'm too afraid to go back to that land, and I wish I had any idea as to what I saw that day, but I don't. There's Something in Glen Park, from Demonic Freak. Bear with me now, because this is going to sound outrageous. So there's this park in the States called Glen Park. Mind you, where I live, it's further north of the US, and since this is a smaller county, no one really believes in the supernatural, beyond being God-fearing folk. Not me, though. I'm more into herbal healing and feeling the connection with the earth itself. Anyway, back in high school, when I hung out with an old friend of mine, Claire, we started trying to be witches, and the two of us were quite interested in making something supernatural happen. This is where it gets interesting. One night, about a month after I'd moved in with her due to some issues at my own home, we took a walk over down to the town at night. Mind you, the area in which we live doesn't see a lot of trouble. Like I said earlier, it's a small county, and that means fewer issues. The only real problem this town had were some kids vandalizing the park, the same one we were heading to. I haven't been there since we were very young, and I wanted to see it again. It was the perfect, beautiful February night. We took a different route there, the back road behind the Dairy Queen by the apartment complexes. We soon came to the entrance of this bridge that led into the park. The bridge is a bit of a landmark, but if I were to say its name, then someone may know exactly where. You don't want to go here, trust me. The bridge was old, very sturdy. It was a cable bridge, so if you had a group of friends and jumped up and down on the bridge, you could move it about fairly well. 2 people, both of them rather small, can't move this thing on their own. Trust me, we tried to. That night was rather good for February. Still a wee bit chilly, but what bothered me was how dark it was. I'm not too fond of the dark, due to an incident I had as a child, so I clung to my friend. We were just talking as we headed across, but when we both were watching ahead of us, we saw something odd. Along the path to the park was a line of street lamps, the kind that produce yellow light that is somewhat faded. Further up the path, we saw movement, and as this thing moved, the streetlight it was passing under would go out. Just pop, not break. It would go out suddenly like the electricity was shut off. It got further down the path and stopped at the end of the bridge, where the other entrance was. The same entrance we were heading to as our exit. The large figure was clear, but the scenery moved around it like an iridescent reflection, almost like it was made of some sort of energy. And what was even more frightening about it was the sheer size of it. The archway where it stood was about 10 feet tall, and where its head was just beneath the cement arch. Both of us were speechless, frozen, scared out of our wits. Or at least I was. I couldn't take my eyes off of the thing. I wasn't sure how long I was staring at it for, but it stepped forward, and as it did, its 1 foot alone shook the bridge we stood on. By then, I heard Claire bolt away and run, leaving me there. I was frozen solid. I couldn't move, I was so scared. But yet, I felt strange. I felt more shocked at what I was seeing versus fearing what it would do to me. But that was when I felt a hand on my wrist, and I was pulled back into what was going on. Claire had come back, grabbed me, and forced me to run with her. As we ran, the bridge shook, and we heard a low, hollow roar coming from behind us. We ran and ran until we ran past the DQ and back onto the main road, where there were streetlights again. Claire let go of my hand and continued to stomp off back home. By the time we made it to her house, I had asked a few times why she was so mad. She turned around and yelled, "You nearly got me killed." I didn't say much, but I was more insulted that she was only worried about herself. The only thing I did do was head down to the basement where I stayed for the night. I stayed up wondering why I wasn't afraid of it, and more so stunned by what it was. Was it even real? It's been 7 years since then. I'm still practicing healing in the power of 3, and since that encounter, I learned something. There are creatures and beings in this world that we don't understand. I doubt we ever will. But we need to respect them, because if we try to disrupt the balance, they will remove us if necessary. A Whistle in the Woods, from Kim Yoshiya. I've never done something like this, but after I told my classmate this story, she recommended I share it here. This story happened the summer of 9th grade. Me and 5 of my friends, G, S, A1, A2, and Big Juicy, were there. We called him Big Juicy because of a Snapchat story, sort of an inside thing. It was around 10:30 or 11 p.m. We were downtown walking past the cemetery and through the woods. We were really excited because we had just left another one of our friends' houses. We were headed to the mall because it was Friday night, so the mall didn't close till 1 a.m. We were deep in the forest, following a shortcut S had showed us. We were walking and having a good time until A2 stopped us. She said she heard something, so we all stopped and went quiet. A2 pointed straight ahead of us, at something with gray hair, and then I could see blue eyes and sharp nails. This odd animal was much taller than Big Juicy, the largest of our group, who himself was an enormous 6'7". It had a dog-like head but a human-shaped body. G told us that it looked like a bear of some kind, and it only appeared big because it was further away. Everyone else disagreed with him and wanted to turn around immediately. We looked back in its direction, and we saw the thing was gone now. The rest of us kept going, but me, G, and Big Juicy went back. We were walking when we began to hear heavy breathing behind us. A1, A2, and S ran towards us. They had seen the thing again and gave us a better description of it while panting. They honestly made it sound like a werewolf, but that's impossible. It's definitely just a bear, I thought. Big Juicy was mad, so we all followed him back to the spot the others claimed they saw it. When we went back, you'd probably expect me to say that it was gone again. It was still there, and now it had something in its mouth. Big Juicy started yelling and throwing things at it. He would later admit that this was a bad idea. The thing ran towards us. Of course, we panicked and began sprinting out of the woods. We hadn't even run a few yards though until we looked back, and it was gone again. We continued running, eventually making it back to the highway and to the mall, where we gathered to catch our breath and tried to debate at what we'd seen. That wasn't the end to this story. On our way back to S's house, we passed those woods again to see a dead animal of some kind. I have no idea what kind it was. We made it home safely, but we told S's 2 older brothers about what we'd seen. S's older brothers laughed in our faces and said they'd go check it out themselves to prove that we had just seen a weird-looking bear. By that time, it was almost 3:30 a.m., and S's brothers had just left. Half an hour passed when they rushed back in trying to get their dad's gun. We asked them frantically what happened. They told us that what they saw was this sort of giant wolf dog-looking thing. This was confirmation that what we saw was unnatural, and that we in fact did escape something that could have ripped us apart. We were sort of relieved, though, that we weren't crazy and someone actually did see what we saw. We stayed at S's house for the night. No one dared leave the house, at risk of seeing or running into the creature, even though we all live fairly close to one another. All of us saw something similar, but we all seem to believe it's something else. Some of us think it's a werewolf. Others say it's some sort of deformed bear. But do either of those explain how it could disappear so quickly? Be there 1 second and gone the next without a sound? I think it's something more ethereal, but definitely dangerous. The One Who Stalks Me, from Travis M. In January 2018, I was visiting my buddy up in Flagstaff. I moved him up there a year prior and was finally visiting. Well, while on my way up there, I stopped by his little brother's house and picked him up so he could come with us. The visit was going awesome. We went hiking, off-roading, shooting, and before I knew it, it was the night before I had to drive back. Well, something happened when we were off-roading and coming up to this hill in the middle of the forest. The Land Rover we were in sort of started sinking. We thought it was the sand, but it wasn't. All of a sudden, his air ride gave out, and we just thought, what the hell? We got out and started checking it out. That's when the wind began to pick up hard. I mean as hard as a hurricane. Not creepy, right? Then the birds went quiet. Same with the bugs. I have no idea why, but all of our attention was focused on the left, where there was an open field and more forest. It was about 200 yards between us and the field and the other side of the forest, where we saw a tall, slender figure with extremely long arms. It was running towards the other end of the woods, and only took it a few seconds. After we saw that, we got the hell out of Dodge, going back to my friend's house. But at 3 a.m. after going to bed, my buddy's little brother woke up screaming because he said he saw something standing over me, staring down at my unconscious self. I'd never left a friend's house so quickly, and never have I been so terrified. Paranormal Experience at Nerd Camp, from Venus Violet. I attended an academic stay-away summer camp in North Carolina every summer for 6 years, despite living 500 miles away. In my second to last year, the camp had moved one of its programs to a different college campus. This college was a private Baptist school. The college was established in the mid-1800s and has some questionable history. It's notorious to the area, as many established KKK members attended the school and burned down an all-black elementary school in the 60s, killing several children. At the time of this event occurring, I was not aware of any of the questionable events of the past. Due to my personal circumstances, I actually arrived a night before the program began. There were plenty of staff members at the college, but my counselor wasn't one of them. She had car troubles earlier that day and wouldn't arrive until the next morning. This meant that I would be all alone on my floor. The girls that year would be staying on the 4th floor, the boys on the 3rd, the staff on the 2nd. This meant that there was only one person on the floor below me, and I was all alone on the top floor. The dorm I was staying in was built in the 60s and wasn't taken care of very well. Most things were stained yellow or faded from being over 50 years old. The floors and the doors were extremely creaky, but only if you had weight applied to them or they were touched. The doors smelled musty, like an old bookstore, and there was plenty of mold to go around. There was no air conditioning or heating systems. There were few outlets and worn-down locks in the windows and doors. The dorm had great acoustics, making it very echoey. I had spent most of that evening unpacking and setting my room up. At around 10:30, I changed into pajamas and started to read a book to keep myself occupied. After all, the cell reception in the mountains was terrible, and I knew I wouldn't be going to bed anytime soon. Around 11:30, I heard the doors at the end of the hall slam shut, and the endless echo as it traveled down the hall. I went to look out the peephole and saw nothing. This was mildly unnerving because I knew I would have heard someone's footsteps leading up to the door slamming. The building is that noisy, and again, I was alone up here. That was the only unlocked hallway door on the floor. I soon distracted myself from that, trying to go to bed a little past midnight. I started to feel extremely scared for no apparent reason. The room simply felt heavy, and my heart began to pound. It felt like I wasn't alone. I wrote it off as the heat, considering it was early July in the rainforest of the Appalachian Mountains, and I had no air conditioning or fans. After a while of tossing and turning, and convincing myself to calm down, I finally went to bed. I woke up around 3:30 a.m., jerking into consciousness, like I had just awakened from a nightmare. I instantly had a bad feeling like I was alone, just before I'd fallen asleep. The room was extremely heavy and I could feel someone else's presence. My chest was extremely heavy, and I could not find an ounce of courage in me to get up. I was paralyzed with fear, finding myself staring in the corner across from my bed. There stood a dark figure, which seemed to be of a frail person crouched in the fetal position, rocking back and forth. The entire time I remained in my bed, I couldn't take my eyes off of the figure. During this experience, I refused to move and took only shallow breaths. I knew I wasn't experiencing sleep paralysis, because I had experienced it before. I was able to move, I simply refused to. I was also being taken over with fear like nothing I'd experienced before. It felt like I was going to die, like I was hiding from someone else, being hunted by them. Looking back, I believe this was energy being exuded from that dark figure in the corner. It was oppressive. After laying there for probably an hour, I finally had the courage to get up. I darted into the bathroom and locked both doors, one leading to my suite mate's dorm. I sat in the bathroom for another hour and a half, pried between the wall and the toilet until the sun had risen entirely. I think it's important to mention that I was 16 at the time. Prior to this, I was skeptical of the supernatural. Ghosts, demons, spirits, you name it. I was raised atheist, raised by a family that believed in everything scientific. I had several friends growing up that were firm believers in ghosts and the supernatural. They'd often tell me about their experiences, but I never truly believed them due to my upbringing. I thought that they were highly imaginative and that they didn't always think about what the most rational explanation was. Yet, There I sat, questioning everything, feeling more fear than ever. After this experience, I was hesitant to even mention it to any of my friends at summer camp. I thought that they wouldn't believe me, just like I hadn't believed in my friends before, when they so wholeheartedly told me their experiences. After a week or so, I'd finally mentioned the occurrence to my friend. She was native to the area and had shared some of its unfortunate history with me, all of which I mentioned before. Something didn't sit right with me, though. The campus made me uneasy, especially the dorm I was in. Once I returned home, I did some research on the college. I simply looked up deaths associated with it. Like plenty of universities, there had been deaths occurring at the college, most of them being from alcohol poisonings, suicides, or car accidents. But there was one that truly stuck out to me. The case of a woman who had been assaulted and murdered in the mid-70s. The cause of death was from internal bleeding caused by falling from a height or being projected through a car window during an accident. The woman had been violated, and her body was dragged onto a nature trail located directly behind the dorm I was in. To this day, her murder remains unsolved. I firmly believe my experience was linked to her spirit. I believe the fear and hostility I felt in the air that night was the woman reliving how she had felt on her last day. I pray that this woman's soul reaches peace and that she is laid to rest, eventually given the justice she deserves.
That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.